All right, good morning everyone. I'd like to declare open this meeting of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. I want to begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. Now, the Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of the proposed expenditure for the year 2026-27 and other related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee is due to report to the Senate on the 23rd of June. The committee has also set the 12th of June as the deadline for senators to submit written questions or notice, and has set the 24th of July as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. Now, the committee has endorsed the following test relevance of questions at estimates hearings: that any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. And I draw attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I'll incorporate that now into the Hansard. Witnesses are reminded that a statement claiming that information or that a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to articulate the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. Now, for a couple of housekeeping matters, an officer is called upon for the first time to answer a question. Could you please state your full name and the position for the Hansard record? For all our senators. Also a reminder that in the room, microphones remain live at all times unless I instruct otherwise, and yes, you know, at lunch as well too, don't worry. I ask members of the media, please, if you could follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat at all times. Members of the gallery, they are not permitted to speak or interfere with proceedings or with any witness at any point during today's hearing. Now, witnesses and senators who are also seeking to table documents, could you please do so preferably by electronic means? Otherwise, do let the Secretariat know when you do want to table documents. Now, on that note, today's committee proceedings will now commence with representatives from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in the trade programs. I'd like to now welcome Senator the Honourable Penny Wong, who is representing the Minister for Tourism and Trade. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
And Mr George Mina, Deputy Secretary of Trade and Investment Group. Good morning, Mr Mina.
Good morning, Chair.
Good to see you both.
Good to see you.
And also to all your officers who are here today. Now, did either of you have an opening statement you'd like to make, Minister?
No.
No? Mr Mina,
Yes, I do.
you have the
Chair,
call.
if I may.
Yes, please.
Seek
Thank you.
indulgence. Well, first, Chair, since we last met in February, we have seen continuing strong headwinds in the global trading environment. As we've said here before, during the past 12 months, we've witnessed the greatest pressure on our trading environment in the post-World War II era. First and most recently, the Middle East crisis and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has caused unprecedented disruption to global markets and to energy markets here at home. And as the Secretary said yesterday, DFAT has played an important role in helping the government navigate this disruption to fuel markets. We've taken innovative approaches to help Australia secure supply at a time of global shortage. We maintained a high cadence of diplomacy with key energy partners to seek reassurance of energy supply to Australia. Our diplomatic network advocated Australian interests in open trade, identified opportunities for our importers and advised on trading partners' policy changes. And we worked closely with partner agency Export Finance Australia and other relevant agencies to quickly stand up the fuel and fertiliser security facility. Second, we've seen growing protectionist pressures from our major trading partners. In the case of China, we've seen a new global safeguard measure apply to our beef trade, which has the potential to limit significantly our exports to that important market. In the case of the United States, we're seeing new legal authorities and new investigations apply, including the announcement just this week that proposing a higher tariff as part of the ongoing investigation into forced labour in supply chains. In response to each of these developments, we've drawn on our strong relationships to engage and to robustly defend Australia's interests. We've used every opportunity at all levels of government to advocate that tariffs imposed on Australia are unjustified and unwarranted. Third, we've seen continuing challenges to global trade architecture and institutions that matter to Australia's prosperity. We've worked hard to repair that architecture and to build on it in response. We've continued our leadership role in repair and reform of the multilateral trading system, and Minister Farrell just yesterday chaired a meeting in Paris of 20 of the world's most important economies to discuss next steps on WTO reform. Under Australia's leadership at the Cameroon Ministerial Conference in March, 67 members, covering approximately 70% of global trade, adopted a clear and immediate pathway to implement the world's first baseline set of global trade rules in digital trade. We've continued to build and extend regional trade architecture, concluding negotiations with the newest member of the CPTPP, Costa Rica, just a month ago. During the visit by Prime Minister Takaichi last month, we agreed a new joint declaration on economic security cooperation with Japan, which will help build our economic security and resilience together with this key partner in the Indo-Pacific region. As the Minister for Trade said earlier this year, our network of free trade agreements built over the past 25 years by governments of both persuasions is second to none. It is a huge national asset. In a major advance for Australian trade policy in March this year, Australia and the EU concluded negotiations for a comprehensive free trade agreement. This agreement will help diversify our trade relationships, unlocking a massive, high-income market of 450 million people with a GDP of approximately $30 trillion. This deal, importantly, Chair, will increase the proportion of our trade covered by FTAs from 79 to 88%. So this agreement, like all the achievements we have set out here, was secured with the energy, skill and hard work of dedicated professionals in DFAT, and we thank them for their work. With continuing strong guidance from government and the continued dedication and skill of these hard-working officials, I'm confident we can continue to navigate these pressures and headwinds effectively. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And you'd be happy to table a copy for us?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Excellent. Thanks for that. Now, Senator Canavan, hello. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr Mina and others. I might just start with the news this week of, I suppose, new old tariffs being imposed by the US administration. First of all, when did the Australian government become aware that the US Trade Representative was investigating Australia under so-called Section 301 of its trade regulations?
Senator, thank you for the question. We were aware at the time, I think, of the Supreme Court decision around February, March this year, that the previous regime of tariffs under the International Economic Emergency Powers Act, which had applied, as you'll recall, Senator, a range of reciprocal tariffs as they were described. These tariffs were, in the Supreme Court's view, illegal, and we were aware at that time that the United States was considering a range of alternative legal authorities for the imposition of its tariff regime. Now, even prior to February, March this year, we were well aware the administration was considering options as the Supreme Court was considering its position, which had been clear right through the latter half of 2025.
Yep.
And we'd been clear at that time that one of the options was a set of investigations, as I say, under Section 301 of the US Trade Act, which we understand deals with so-called unfair competition. And we were aware around February, March, I'd have to get the exact date for you, but around that time that one of the options being considered was an investigation into forced labour into supply chains. The second, which we've also seen transpire, was an investigation into excess capacity. So around 3/4 of the world's economies and 99% of the United States' trade is captured by one of those two inquiries. So we were well aware at that time the US was considering that Australia would be subject to at least one of those inquiries. And of course, that's what's transpired.
So when did you become aware that the investigation had been launched?
I will just check on the exact date there, but it would have been at a very similar time to the... It was almost immediately after the announcement by the Supreme Court that the US administration declared its intention to proceed with the 301 investigation. I'm not sure we've got the exact date, but it would have been around that time too, Senator, because it was almost contemporaneous. It was the 12th of March, thank you.
Okay, because, I've got here that the USTR made a public announcement on the 12th of March, so you found out on the 12th of March as well?
Correct.
Okay. Were you given notification before the public announcement, or you found out through?
I don't believe so. I believe that all the economies that were
public announcement
covered were informed during the public announcement.
Had there been any formal communication from the US administration about this impending investigation?
Well, as I say, Senator,
March?
not formal advice of a decision, but in our communication with the administration, in the assessments of various of the commentators on US trade policy, at the time there were clear indications the US was considering the use of this Section 301 power. And there also were clear indications, I should say, that the US was considering an interim authority, which has been used, the so-called Section 122 power, which is the current applicable power for the interim period of tariffs that are applying right at the moment.
Okay. So, given you did have some, I suppose, suspicion that this would be launched before the 12th of March, had the Australian government sought to communicate with the US administration about those submissions? Had it passed on potential concerns about a potential 301 investigation being launched?
Well, from recollection, Senator, what was clear at the time, or what was speculated about at the time, was the use of the Section 301 power on unfair trade practices. What had not become especially explicit was the nature and the coverage of those investigations. And we know, and we still have, potential 301 investigations in prospect, but we know of two. We know of one on forced labour and one on excess capacity, and we are subject to one of the two. There is speculation, of course, at the moment that there might be others. So to return to, so for instance, there is speculation about a potential Section 301 investigation into pharmaceuticals, into other sectors, digital and so forth. In respect of your question, did we have advice at the time, and were we preparing for at the time a forced labour investigation? I think the answer is we were contemplating that as one of a range of possibilities, but we were not yet sure whether the US would proceed and whether Australia would be captured at that time, would be captured by the investigation on forced labour in supply chains.
When did you first brief the Minister for Trade about the potential for a forced labour investigation from the USTR?
Yeah, I'm not sure we have the exact detail to be certain for you on that, Minister. Senator will...
Was he briefed before the 12th of March?
Well, again, we will have... I'm confident we will have been in a position to have briefed the Minister about the prospect. Whether, in fact, we have the date about whether we were able to furnish the Minister with briefing on a particular date on an investigation of forced labour, I'd have to come back to you on notice.
What about the Prime Minister? Was the Prime Minister briefed on it?
It will have been exactly the same.
Can you take that on notice then too?
Absolutely, yep.
And the Australian Ambassador, was still being Mr Rudd, was it? Or when did Mr Rudd leave?
It would have been Mr Rudd at the time. Late March,
okay.
I think, was the date.
All right.
In respect to the Ambassador, of course, as with all of our staff at the Embassy, the information flow is very much two-way. So we would have been receiving analysis and reports from Dr Rudd and others in the Embassy at the time.
So the investigation was launched on the 12th of March. I've got here, I think the Supreme Court decision was on the 20th of February. I mean, it's convenient or pretty coincidental that this investigation just happened to be launched straight after a Supreme Court defeat for the Liberation Day tariffs. Is it the government's view that this investigation is simply a workaround for the Trump administration?
Senator, I think it's fair to say that the United States had been not only preparing but signalling its preparedness to move to alternative legal authorities for some time. So if your question goes to our expectation and readiness, yes, there was a level of expectation and readiness they would move to alternative legal authorities.
But is it a bona fide investigation of forced labour practices around the world, or is it simply a fig leaf to provide a legal justification for a policy that they want to implement?
Well, it's for the United States to determine, to articulate its position. The Australian government's position is these tariffs are unwarranted and unjustified.
But why are they? My question, I suppose, is why are they unjustified? Is it because
because we have a robust countering slavery framework, both domestically and also in the work we do internationally.
A robust, sorry, I missed that.
Framework to counter slavery.
Right. Okay. But, I mean, so the government's position is the actual timing and details of the launch of the investigation is justifiable? It's just the details, the report, that's unjustifiable?
Yeah, look, I think, as I said earlier, Senator, it was very clear that the US was preparing alternative legal authorities. Now, one can reach one's own conclusions about timing, but the US had signalled at the outset that they were ready should the executive branch of the US government had signalled to authorities, and this was certainly one that they had been contemplating, and so we were not entirely surprised that there were decisions made to move to an alternative legal authority such as this Section 301 investigation process. That much we can say.
Well, I think we'd find it even harder if we argued that it was unjustified on many fronts, not just on the content, but also on the process. The process just does not seem to stack up here for a real attempt to deal with forced labour issues. Was Australia formally consulted during the Trade Representatives' investigations?
Yes, we were, Senator. We were provided opportunities to consult formally. We had a written. We made a written contribution on the 15th of April. We participated in bilateral government-to-government consultations in Washington on the 11th of May. we were represented there by our Assistant Secretary.
What was that date in May, sorry?
The 11th of May.
11th of May. It was in face.
For government-to-government consultations. And there, Senator, we're represented by both our Assistant Secretary on US trade issues and our Ambassador for countering modern slavery. So we're well represented in both writing and...
That 11th of May meeting, that's where the Assistant Secretary was at?
Assistant Secretary and the Ambassador for countering
and they were physically there? Or
physically visited Washington to participate in those consultations with a range of other countries participating at similar times through the process. So
were there officials from other departments engaged in those?
Not from memory on the 11th. Oh, they were? Yeah, got you. Okay, we did have Attorney General's Department participate virtually in that hearing. We have also engaged.
Did that include Home Affairs and the Border Force, or were they represented by AG, so to speak?
Thank you, Senator.
Yep.
Jeremy Green, First Assistant Secretary, Trade, Resilience, Indo-Pacific Economic and Latin America Division. Senator, in answer to your question, Home Affairs, Border Force were not in the room at the time, but were consulted in the lead-up to the bilateral consultations. Thanks.
Okay. Did the Trade Minister himself raise these issues directly with Mr Greer, the USTR?
Whether there was an opportunity between the launch of the investigation and the most recent announcement, we will check. Certainly, the Trade Minister has been in regular contact with his counterpart, USTR Greer. I know from memory that he had an occasion when he was in the west coast of the United States earlier this year to have raised our consistent posture on US tariffs, which is that they're unwarranted and not justified. I know, of course, that, as we said yesterday, Senator, he had an opportunity just yesterday, immediately after the recommendations, and remember these are only recommendations at this stage from the US government, were published. He had an opportunity to meet with his counterpart, USTR Greer, in Paris and to raise Australia's views on the matter again.
Well, before yesterday, in between the 12th of March and before yesterday, was there any attempt to reach out to communicate these concerns with Mr Greer from Mr Farrell directly?
We will check, Senator, and come back to you on that point.
And maybe if you could check...
The formal route, of course, was the consultations process in which we participated fully and, of course...
who was on the US side in those
strong
discussions?
Engagement from the
You
from
mentioned
the
the
Trade
Australian
Minister.
side. Who was there from? Was it Mr Greer or...?
No, it was not on the 11th of May. It was not Ambassador Greer at that session. It would have been USTR officials at assistant USTR level from recollection.
Senator, if I may, it was actually from the USTR's Office of Legal Counsel, who led those discussions.
Okay. Were there any public hearings in April around for the decision, the USTR's decision?
Yes, there were.
Did Australian officials appear at those public hearings?
No, we did not participate in the public hearings.
Why was that?
We judged that there were sufficient opportunities through the consultations process in writing and through the governmental bilateral discussions that we had. We could avail ourselves of on the 11th of May.
Okay, so through those, you've made a written submission, met with officials on the 11th of May. Did you get the feeling that American officials were open to the points of view you were putting forward, or had their conclusions already been made?
Senator, one can only speculate on these matters, but we were only able, obviously, to have learnt of the thinking behind the US administration's approach when the report was published earlier this week.
I mean, it's pretty remarkable. This report covers 60 countries, is that right?
60 countries, that's right.
So just in a couple of months, US officials have come to conclusions about the effectiveness of forced labour regimes in 60 countries. Seems quite the exercise to me. Do you think that that's possible, that a country within a couple of months could make considered judgments and conclusions?
Well, Senator, I think the USTR has, for a range of reasons, decided that it is interested in forced labour in supply chains globally, and as I said earlier, we know that they were looking for alternative.
Let me put it this way. No, I'm probably asking for an opinion there. Sorry, but let me put me this way. Before the 12th of March, had the US administration inquired about our forced labour regime?
Well, I'm 100% sure they will have been in contact with us over several years, and as the Minister's made clear, we have had a robust regime for several years, and on which we will have consulted very.
Yes, I agree with you on that, but I'm just I suppose maybe there was a comment here or there, but was there any detailed attempt, to your knowledge, any written communication, any formal request to understand our regime on forced labour and modern slavery prior to the 12th of March, to your knowledge?
I should be very clear here, Senator. These are matters on which the Attorney General's portfolio leads. They'll be well placed to answer that question about the extent
although investigations by the US would possibly come through yourself,
unlikely,
you'd have to potentially.
Unlikely in respect of the modern slavery regime. That would normally be.
Well, maybe if you could you take that on notice? You might have to consult with other officials, but it will certainly be a cross-portfolio matter, I'd say. And look, I'm sort of open-ended there, but I suppose I'll simply ask for any communication from the US administration since President Trump's second term began and the 12th of March this year, on any requests from them about details about our forced labour regime. Now, there's apparently another opportunity to comment on these recommendations. What's the strategy there from ourselves?
Well, we will use all opportunities. The opportunity presents itself after the report's been produced. There is an opportunity, I understand, before the 6th of July. We'll take that opportunity. We are leaving no stone unturned here, and there are a couple of potential opportunities, but I think what has been clear throughout is the US government's intention to replace the otherwise expired legal authority that was there in the reciprocal tariffs last year. So, I mean, that gives some sense of where the US government's heading on the overall 301 regime. Levels, tariff levels, etc., categorisations and so forth. I mean, we will continue to make our points, but as the Minister's made clear earlier, our view is these tariffs are unjustified and unwarranted.
Okay. There's also apparently a public hearing again on the 7th of July. Do we intend to appear at that?
We will be assessing the utility of all opportunities, Senator.
All right. So have you looked yet at the detail? Apparently, I think from my read of the report, 6 countries have been provided a partial, I think they call it, or some type of relief from a 12.5% tariff to 10, because they nationally, conclusion is they have restrictions on forced labour, but they're not enforcing them to the level the USTR wants. Will Australia be arguing that we do have a regime against forced labour, whether or not you come to the conclusion that we're enforcing it?
Not only will we be arguing, we have been arguing exactly that, Senator, as the Minister has just said.
So you think we should
be in
that?
Strong, robust and effective regime. We've been very clear about that right throughout the process, in writing and in our oral presentations.
Okay, so you'd be arguing that at the very least then we should be in this partial regime?
Well, precisely, Senator.
Okay. Did the USTR, and I haven't had a chance to read every word, but did they actually identify any particular imports of concern that might contain
Senator, this is
labour?
a view by the United States administration about the way in which other economies ought to mirror the US's own approach to dealing with forced labour produced products in the supply chains. They have a view about the importance of a strict ban, which could be enforced at the border, for instance, which plainly, has been illustrations of the sort of approach they take to banning for products produced by forced labour in supply chains, and there may well have been examples of products in that context. But there's no determined US push to identify particular products. I mean,
I'll just ask
the point we're making to the US...
Has the US identified any particular products to you in discussions?
Not in a determined way in relation to Australia.
There seems to be some conditionality there. It seems that they have identified some products. You're just trying to find words to stop revealing it to me.
No, that's not the case, Senator. I'm simply saying that they may have used as examples in a general sense.
Okay, what are those examples? What examples do they use?
Well,
what sort of products?
They tend to focus on products where, for instance, they consider forced labour as a predominant mode of operation. For instance, in China, and they do tend to highlight products that
from
are produced
Xinjiang?
in this. For instance.
Yes. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, so has the US administration particularly highlighted our approach to, say, solar panel importations compared to theirs?
Well, not to my knowledge, Senator. They have used examples such as these in relation to the way in which their forced labour regime operates and the way they'd like to see other...
Well, not to your knowledge, but my question is more broadly, is the department or anyone in the department aware of US officials raising the issues of forced labour?
We can take that on notice.
Well, I can't see your name, Mr. Green. It's easy to remember, thank you. Mr. Green, did you have anything to add?
No, Senator.
Okay, well, you've taken on notice, thank you. Have we launched any investigations into the potential use of forced labour in solar panel construction?
Well, once again, this would be a matter for Attorney General, Senator.
But surely you'd know that, given you have made submissions to the USTR on this very issue. I would have hoped your submissions, your investigations would have covered an issue of this. It's pretty prominent. Sorry, Mr. Fox.
Yes, Senator. Matthew Fox, First Assistant Secretary, International Security Division. My division covers the role of the Ambassador to counter modern slavery, people smuggling and human trafficking. Just in relation to the issue of Uyghurs, I'm aware that the Australian Border Force have undertaken data analysis that indicates that Australia's imports from companies on what's called the Uyghur Forced Labour Prevention Act are statistically negligible, and that the likelihood of Australia's exports containing imported intermediate inputs made using forced labour is negligible. I'm happy to take further detail on notice, but I would note that Attorney General's is the lead policy department, and data sourced by the Australian Border Force, I think the Home Affairs Department or portfolio are better placed to answer.
Right. So that Uyghur, just what was that act again you mentioned?
It was the Uyghur Forced Labour Prevention Act.
Is that that's a US act, is it? Or?
Senator, can I just check on that? Yeah.
Right. Okay. Putting aside that act, it was an analysis done of what is banned in the US, and is that what you were doing? And then what approach do we take to the similar companies that have been identified in the US, etc.?
Senator, this analysis was undertaken by the Australian Border Force, and as far as I understand it, it indicates that Australia's imports from companies on the Uyghur Forced Labour Prevention Act are statistically negligible.
Right. What does statistically negligible mean?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice.
It means not zero, though, presumably.
Senator, I think when we look at, if we go out, as the Minister started talking about our comprehensive arrangements, under the Modern Slavery Act, large businesses and the Australian Government report on actions to address forced labour risks, and in any year around 4,000 large entities report, and that accounts for over $1.4 trillion in annual revenue. And to supplement, if you like, the operation of the Act, the government has certainly put in place additional measures, including the establishment of the Independent Anti-Slavery Commissioner Evans, who is there to promote compliance with the Modern Slavery Act and awareness of the Act domestically. Internationally, which is the area I guess I'm best placed to speak to, the Ambassador to Counter Modern Slavery, People Smuggling and Human Trafficking certainly engages closely throughout our region with partners and multilaterally in relation to modern slavery and other matters.
Have we ever banned particular solar panels from particular companies coming into Australia because of forced labour?
Senator,
officials are trying to be of assistance, but they've told you a number of times we're not the lead portfolio on this.
But this is the trade.
We're not the lead portfolio in relation to the Modern Slavery Act. That's Attorney General's. But can I just, trying to be helpful, can I just make some comments? We have a very different regime to the regime that I think, for example, the US has. We are against slavery and forced labour wherever it exists, first point. Secondly, and we believe that Australians don't want to buy products which have been contributed to by forced labour. Secondly, we recognise that the way in which global supply chains work, it's pretty hard, and you might actually have some sympathy for this, for someone in an office in Canberra to work out all aspects of a company's supply chain. So the Act operates by requiring accountability and transparency from importers who should, I think, as a matter of both economics and also ethics, assure their supply chains. And I think most Australian importers would say that they don't want to be part of importing products which have been contributed to by forced labour in any way. We've taken that broad approach, and in addition there is the work of the Ambassador and that Mr Fox has referred to. We are regarded as having a first-class and robust system of assuring that we are not importing or supporting forced labour and slavery, and so we will be robustly putting our position to the US administration.
Okay. Well, look, I'm surprised that this question can't be answered. My question simply is, do we have a ban on the importation of any solar panels from China? Any? Is the Trade Department?
Self-evidently, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's a trade question. Yep.
That I think is widely spread knowledge. And Senator, if I can, just in response to one of your earlier questions about whether the United States, whether the Australian Minister for Trade had contacted his counterparts in the United States in the interim between the launch of the investigation and the findings, we can confirm that in fact Minister Farrell did write on or around 7 April. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So just more broadly, I've picked up this Uyghur Forced Labour Prevention Act, learning something as we go here. And on the US's Homeland Security website, there's probably a list here of at least 100, maybe up to 200 different firms, many of which seem connected to Xinjiang, whose products are banned from coming into the US. have we done an analysis on whether we have bans on any of these companies? And I should say that they're all here. Yeah, it's all for forced labour well, actually, sorry. There's a group with forced labour. There's a group with because they're known to participate in the persecution of Uyghurs. So maybe that is different. And that might be the only two groups. So have we had a look at this list and see whether we've actually investigated things in a way similar to what the US is doing?
Well, Senator, these are matters really for the Attorney General's portfolio.
But you've made the submission to the US, so in making your submission, hang on, I'm happy for you to respond, Minister, but just you've made the submission, so
yes,
in making that submission, did you do a concordance between what the US does on forced labour, and it bans a number of companies involved with Uyghur forced labour, and what we do to the same companies? Senator,
it's the same set of questions. I've tried to be helpful, and so have the officials, but you're in the wrong committee. So
my question is about the submission.
We'll take on notice what we can assist you with.
How can I be in the wrong committee?
No, because you're in the wrong committee. Because you're
on.
No,
don't patronise me.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go.
Appreciate it.
Go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You are in the wrong committee to be asking questions about how the Australian modern slavery framework works.
That wasn't my question.
I hadn't finished. So if you want to ask those questions, you should have gone to Attorney General.
That wasn't my question.
We are seeking to be of assistance. I've tried to assist you, frankly, on issues which are not within the remit of the portfolio, as have the officials. But you're asking questions which go to how does the framework work? We're not the lead
That's
portfolio
not
on
my
that.
question.
No.
I don't know if you're listening, Minister, but I'll restate it because clearly you weren't. My question is to the submission you wrote, your department wrote. You're not the Minister, sorry, well, not in this area, but the submission your department wrote, that has to be relevant to this committee. In the submission you wrote to the USTR, did it go to and investigate the concordance between companies that are banned from supplying products to the US because of forced labour and the treatment we have of those companies in Australia?
Yeah, Senator, we firstly, to your point on methodology, we worked very closely with other agencies in the construction of our submission. That's absolutely the case. Second, our focus in our submission was the effectiveness of our robust transparency and accountability-based regime, the regime the Minister's just described. So that was the focus. We did not do concordances or analyses with other countries' approaches or ban lists that they might apply in the approach that they take. So our focus was very much on our regime.
But we have a situation here where we don't take any action on any company that you can identify to me that is involved with potentially use of forced labour in Xinjiang province. It's a pretty commonly held view that occurs. I mean, you can only conclude now that our inaction here on this is putting at risk the export of our goods to one of our major trading partners because we have failed to take action on forced labour in the Xinjiang province.
Yeah, I think, look, Senator, as the Minister set out, the best placed officials and portfolio to manage questions relating to the effectiveness of our regime is really the Attorney General's portfolio.
But this is it's a trade issue too, and we maybe have glossed over these issues, but we say with motherhood statements we have this forced labour regime.
We don't have responsibility for, nor all the expertise in the modern slavery.
I would hope our trade officials could defend our stance on a trade dispute.
Sorry. We have robustly put our position to the Trump administration, to the US administration in relation to tariffs from day one, and we will continue to.
But what hope have you got to convince...
Why do you keep interrupting me?
Oh, I didn't. I thought you were finished. I apologise. I thought you were finished.
I'll start again. This government has robustly put our position at every level, including at the Prime Minister's level, to the Trump US administration on tariffs. We believe our trading arrangements with the US should be governed by the deal that we have, the US Free Trade Agreement, a deal you did, which did not include sugar, and the National Party did that deal. So I'm happy to have a discussion about the EU FTA.
Distraction is clearly
just very happy,
occurs when you're under
very
pressure.
happy to have a discussion about that, but I digress. And we will continue to do that. Your questions go, and they're not illegitimate. You're allowed, you're entitled to ask questions about how Australia's Modern Slavery Act it operates and what changes the government has put in place and how we have strengthened it since you were a minister sitting around the cabinet table. So I'm very happy to have that conversation. But these are not the officials who are responsible for, or frankly, as smart as they are, who know all the aspects of how that Act operates. It's a matter for the Attorney-General's Department. I've tried to be very helpful. I've allowed officials to answer a whole range of questions which are not actually relevant to the responsibilities that they have. But if you have detailed questions about how the Modern Slavery Act works and the strengthening of that Act since we came to government, I'm sure the Attorney-General's Department can assist you.
But what hope do we have of convincing the US of our position if you can't put that position robustly to me and the Australian Parliament?
Senator,
you're deflecting.
We have deployed in the construction of our written evidence to the United States and in the way we've engaged with the United States at officials level, all the knowledge and expertise available to us across government. So you should be confident, Senator, we have and will continue to prosecute our case in this particular field of inquiry by USTR on modern slavery. The proposition we have put is that there are various ways to achieve the ends, and our regime, accountability and transparency based as it is an effective and robust one. An import ban is not the only method, is the argument we have been making to deal with modern slavery and supply chains.
What's the other methods?
Well, the other methods include our own, which, as the Minister set out earlier, is based on business intelligence, business-led accountability, business-led transparency, because they are the best placed to understand the risks of modern slavery used in their supply chains. That's the regime Australia's adopted. That's the regime that we have continued to explain to the United States is an effective one, and that's the posture we've been putting to them in this process.
So if there's forced labour in our products and our supply chains, all we do is be transparent about it?
No.
What's the response then?
This is a very robust and effective regime that includes accountability, that includes in some cases use of criminal penalties. Senator, we think we've said earlier we'd be happy to expound further, but with the expertise of the Attorney General's portfolio.
Okay, can I ask one more and then I'm happy to rotate the call?
Yep.
Minister, on the 8th of September 2022, you were asked by Senator Babette in the Senate a question, and he said, last year the Biden administration banned the import of key solar panel material from China-based Hoshni Silicon Industry Company because it was involved with the forced labour of Uyghurs in China. Will the government take similar action to restrict the importation of solar panels made from forced labour? You said, that is a very good question, one which I'm deeply concerned, as everyone on this side. That is why we went to the last election with a position to strengthen the Modern Slavery Act and regulation within our economy, because whether it's from Xinjiang, as the Senator has referenced, or elsewhere in the world, you know from the work that Walk Free and others have done, that forced labour, which we regard in our heads as something of the past, is something of the present. And then you went on to attack us, but it's not so relevant. So
It's pretty much
what has happened?
what I said today.
What action has been done then to look into Hoshni Silicon Industry Company? I mean, apart from the rhetoric, what action has been taken since 2022 about a company that was banned by the Biden administration from importing products to the US?
I feel like you don't listen to me. I've just taken you through before. We have strengthened the Modern Slavery Act. We have appointed the Commissioner and we have taken the approach, which is utterly consistent with my answer, that we will recognise that the issue is not just one region or one company. With the complexity of modern supply chains, as you worked out during COVID and as we see during the fuel crisis, It is very difficult for a bureaucrat, a public servant in Canberra, to assure supply chains across the economy. And so putting obligations on companies to assure their supply chain is, we believe, a more effective approach. But the changes in the Modern Slavery Act, the changes to the Commissioner, the approach that is, the changes to how we approach this have been led by the Attorney General. Okay.
Well, I do listen to.
So you keep asking the same questions, Senator. I don't know why you didn't go to Attorney Generals to ask these questions if you were so concerned about it.
The news came out yesterday, didn't it, or on this?
Well,
anyway, so I am listening to you, Minister. My concern is your answers are bureaucratic, not action-oriented. And so you said in your answer to the Senate that it's something that occurs in the present. Modern slavery occurs in the present.
Yeah.
And all you can point to the government doing is appointing a commissioner. I mean, if modern slavery does occur, why haven't we taken specific action to ban products from which, or to investigate companies that are of concern? We've done all we've done is appointed a commissioner, and then, as usual in this government, passed on the cost to industry. You guys do some work.
Well,
don't take responsibility ourselves.
Oh dear.
So I am listening. I just am not very convinced.
Okay.
All right.
There's nothing further. I mean, he doesn't understand how it's more effective to require companies to assure their supply chains than running
it's
a
not our
political
problem.
campaign.
Other businesses can do it. Businesses can do it. More red tape.
Companies have a responsibility to ensure. I think Australians would expect that companies have a responsibility to ensure that they are not putting products into the Australian market, into Westfields and other shopping centres that are contributed by forced labour. I think Australians do expect that. And so you can go on a rant about a particular company. I think it is a broader problem, and the Act should reflect the expectations of Australians.
You're washing your hands of it then.
No,
You're
that
making
is not
other,
washing our
making
hands of it, Senator. That is not. It is reflecting what I think Australians' expectations are.
Okay.
And so if you have that view, I look forward to you actually coming up with a policy that you never delivered in government. You did nothing in government.
Here we go.
And now you expect people...
You know you don't have answers when you start talking about the other side.
I just think hypocrisy goes to authenticity, and your hypocrisy is demonstrated.
Okay.
On that note, I'm now going to hand the call over to Senator MacDonald to have your block of questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got some questions about the government's domestic gas reservation scheme. Have we got the right officials there?
We to the extent that we have been engaged on the matter, Senator, yes, we have the right officials, but we should, of course, recall that this matter is led from the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water, as well as their resources counterpart in the Department of Industry, Science and Resources. But we'll do the best we can with respect to our engagement.
I obviously want to speak to the trade aspects. Yep. I want to ask about how it will apply to existing LNG operations with long-term LNG export contracts.
That's a question that should go to the department with... It's Dyser, is it?
DQ and Dyser.
Sorry, DQ and Dyser.
So trade's got no interest.
Who's lead on reservation?
Dyser.
Dyser is lead on reservation policy.
No, but my point is around the trade elements.
No, but this is the reservation policy.
No.
Yeah, you just asked exactly that. What
if you'd let me finish my question, perhaps I could clarify, Senator, Minister. I want to ask you about the impact on our trade relationships, particularly around the export of energy, and particularly given that both you, Minister, and the Prime Minister have been offshore trying to secure liquid fuels for Australia, and the supply of gas in return has been an important part of that discussion.
And we have secured, actually. I'll see what Mr Woods can assist you with, but the operation of the reservation is not for the DFAT portfolio.
Do you know how much gas we export, Mr Woods?
I do, Senator. So David Woods, Chief Economist, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. So 2024 data on terms of our exports of LNG. Total for Australia is 4,638 petajoules. East Coast, including Northern Territory, 1,966 petajoules. West Coast, 2,672 petajoules.
Thank you. Could you identify which nations we export to?
I'll have to flick through, but the key markets would include, I've got a map in my mind, Japan, Republic of Korea, China, not a country, an economy, Taiwan, then moving to Southeast Asia, particularly Singapore and Malaysia.
Do you know how much of that export amount is uncontracted?
I don't, Senator. That would be one that I'd refer to the Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Sure. Has DFAT provided advice, legal or otherwise, in relation to relationship management with trading partners as the domestic gas reservation scheme gets implemented?
Senator, Industry, Science and Resources and Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment, Water, as you know, are the ones which have been leading the development of the domestic gas reservation, been leading the work on the gas market review since it was launched in the middle of last year. They are the agencies and their ministers who have been responsible for developing the policy and taking advice through government. We have been engaged in supporting that work.
I guess it is a reasonable question around our relationships, and the point the Prime Minister has made publicly is we understand the importance of reliability and the strategic trust between us and our primary and our partners. And so I can say to you that engaging with, consulting with, and ensuring transparency with our partners has been an important part of how this reservation policy has been progressed.
In the latest round of comments and statements from ministers, it seems to have moved from we're not breaking contracts to we're not breaking contracts right now. Can you advise if you have had any engagement with trading partners about what happens as their long-term contracts start to roll off around 2030?
Senator, so the policy consultation paper was released late last month. Again, DQ and DISA have been the ones who have been leading the engagement with industry on that consultation process.
Again, I appreciate that that's the business-to-business contact, but given the nature of our trading relationships, particularly with the exchange for liquid fuels at the moment, DFAT must be receiving calls and contacts from those nations that you've identified with some concerns about a potential 20% impact on their LNG supply would look like.
Senator, going back to the Minister's earlier point in terms of the importance of transparency, I mean, it has been what you would expect DFAT to do, and that has been to engage with our trading partners to ensure that they have visibility of the announcements that the government has made. So our network has made sure that their counterparts through the key capitals of our trading partners have visibility of the paper, the better to help inform them to engage with their consultation process. Again, though, one that's been led by DISA and DQ.
Given that a number of the big LNG investments have been in partnership with some of those trading partners, it means that it's not just the contract that will be affected for those investments, but also the cost of doing business if there's a requirement to existing export contracts to purchase gas from other players to manage the commitment to the domestic reservation, that financial impact to those foreign investors, is that something that DFAT is engaging with, that relationship management?
Senator, I think again, I think the key point would be that the government has made its principle of respecting existing contracts as of the 22nd of December 2025. That's the basis. Led by DQ and DISA, will hoover up what our industry, including those investors that come from offshore, how that policy will be implemented consistent with that principle.
No, I appreciate that that's their responsibility as the policy, but am I right in understanding that your responsibility is the relationships with those, particularly those very big trading partners of Japan, Korea, China, Taiwan and others?
Senator, if I may, DFAT is obviously engaged, as the Minister and Mr Woods have pointed out, but in respect of these big energy partnerships, they are properly the province of those relevant agencies.
I'm fascinated, just given that the Prime Minister flew hither and thither, the Minister Wong, again, travelling all over the region, engaging with these important trading partners and relationships. And,
yes.
And yet now you're saying, but, you're just a sideshow, that it's not really DFAT's.
No, I don't think I said that.
So may I understand then? May I understand?
It's what
the way you've characterised it is that industry and DQ are running the reservation policy.
Yes.
But that the role of DFAT is travel and press releases saying it's all cool, we've got fuel coming in, but you don't actually have to play a role in the relationships of providing energy to those countries as well as receiving it. I mean, I just think this is a
remarkably
impact.
fanciful question, if I may say.
Well, please explain it to me then.
Well, I did at the start. I'll try and do it again. Under, the administrative arrangements, certain departments have responsibility for certain pieces of legislation, certain areas of policy. So the lead department on reservation are not the people at the table. I tried to explain to you that we obviously engage across government, including in the context of consultation on policy options and the detail of the reservation policy, including going to some of the issues you raise, which go to when contracts expire, etc., and that's part of the consultations. I tried at the start to explain the weight the government gives to the reliability and trust that exists between Australia and our key export markets. We have been the principal supplier of LNG to Japan. We are a large supplier to the ROK. Malaysia, Mr Woods has gone through them, and those are not just economic relationships. Those are strategic relationships. I mean, energy is a national security priority for Japan, and we understand that. So, of course, we engage, Minister Farrell engages, I engage, the Prime Minister engages, and we have said multiple times we recognise reliability as an asset for our country. The point that Mr Mina and Mr Woods are making is that questions that go to some of the detail of what is happening and what consultation is occurring is not for us. We are not the only department which engage, so we engage at Prime Minister, Minister level on broad parameters, but the detail of policy consultation is obviously conducted between the relevant departments in each country. So the Japanese MFA is not going to be responsible for the detail of the consultation on the energy policy. That will be the relevant energy department, which is the counterpart to our department, which has responsibility. So you can dismiss that if you wish, but it's actually a conscious attempt to try and make sure we bring our trusted strategic partners into the discussion on policy detail. And that's what the government has sought to do.
So given that international partners like Japan, like South Korea, are providing commentary about government policy, that would make it a DFAT stakeholder management issue. It's not the operation, it's the potential risk to our trading relationships. I mean, is DISA leading conversations with ambassadors and trading partners on this issue and not DFAT?
On which issue?
There was a delegation to
Senator, I think, you know, in respect of individual consultations, we do bring all relevant agencies to the table. We do that in country where it's possible. We do it here in Australia. As the Minister's made clear, we certainly attempt to do that with respect to the relevant industry-related ministries. So in respect of consultations that have been occurring throughout, and particularly at the moment as the consultation paper is out, we are seeking to bring all relevant agencies to the table to those conversations. Our partners have been very appreciative of the energy and commitment that our government's putting in at the highest level to listen and to take into account their perspectives on the way in which the reservation should operate, given these larger parameters have now been published in a consultation paper. That's been led at the highest levels, as the Minister's made clear, through very significant political level engagement in the region, and we're backing that up with, as much as we can, with strong engagement at the bureaucratic level across the Australian government.
Sorry, to Senator Minister Wong's specific thing, there was a delegation to the Hunter in the last 6 months of Japanese energy companies where it was specifically stated, I won't quote, but I'll certainly go as close as I can, they no longer regard Australia as a reliable energy supplier because of policy decisions and sovereign risk. That was a concern of a serious Japanese energy delegation.
That's an extraordinary position for us to find ourselves in with our biggest trading partners, particularly given that we now rely on them for liquid fuels and fertiliser.
Well, Senator, we are a reliable partner,
well,
and
that's
I think
not what they're saying, Minister.
If I may, I think the relations within our countries have never been stronger, as has been demonstrated by the recent visit of Prime Minister Takaichi and the visits from multiple ministers to Japan over the first part of this year, including myself. So I don't agree with that. I think we have articulated, we have announced a reservation policy. We think it is good for Australia and for Australians. And we think ensuring cheaper gas for Australian businesses and making our economy more resilient when it comes to energy in the context of the global energy shock we've seen is a good thing to do. Now, if you oppose that, I think it's useful for you to explain to Australians why it is you don't believe those things are reasonable. We are a reliable destination for investment. We are a reliable partner, and we will continue to be. I appreciate some companies don't. I appreciate some companies don't have the same view. I appreciate that gas companies would be coming to you with a different view. We think there is a national interest here, and we can going forward assure both the reservation and continued strong partnership with our strategic partners, particularly including Japan. And I would note, you will recall that a reservation policy has been in place in Western Australia for some time.
It's quite a different policy,
and
though. It doesn't force gas to be sold at lower than the cost
the
of
National
production
Party in
price.
Western Australia has been supportive of that policy.
This is a completely different policy. I won't be distracted by red herrings because Australian share of international LNG investment has fallen from 40% to 15% over the last 10 years. We are competing in an international market. The International Energy Agency's report tabled last Thursday showed that investment into critical minerals and battery minerals in Australia had plummeted by 30%, the greatest of anybody else, greater than, anyway. So this is a very serious issue about our reliability as a trading partner and our reliability as a place to invest. KOGAS, the Korean gas company, publicly said Korean energy security is closely tied to Australian LNG supply. And just this week, the AFR quotes the South Korean gas company contradicting the government's claim that the scheme won't impact long-term gas sales. So they're two very important statements for that. I appreciate that you want to have a policy that ignores these kind of international relationships, places where we draw our trade figures, our trade relationships, our international investment dollars from. Other countries have been down this road, like Argentina, places in South America, like Egypt, and they are now competing incredibly hard.
I find it really interesting.
If I could just finish.
Sorry,
Thank you, Minister. They are now competing incredibly hard for the investment dollars that we seem to be just throwing away, treating with so little disregard. When we have a trading company like KOGAS making these statements, when we have Japanese energy companies saying that we are now not a reliable trading partner, surely that would be of concern to DFAT, and you wouldn't keep saying this is a matter for DISA and DQ.
Minister, I think on matters of reliability, our position is clear, both on the substance and the process. On the substance, we've been very clear, as the Minister and other representatives of the government have made explicit, that we will respect existing contracts. That is important. We acknowledge that. So on the substance, our position is clear. We're in the midst of a consultation process. It is normal that there be a variety of views expressed around that, but that is the fundamental principle the government's operating in. It's been a fundamental principle the government's baked into the design of this reservation. On the process, Senator, if I may, there has been from the industry over many years concern about ad hoc interventions, and Minister King has been clear in her public statements that part of the impetus for this scheme is to provide that long-term certainty and to move beyond the ad hoc market interventions and to provide a level of reliability and certainty and predictability about the operation of our investment and our trade regime. So they're the principles with which we're operating, and under this intense consultation phase, we are seeking to listen and reflect as much as we possibly can how we can best make use of that extraordinary resource of investment in the future of this scheme.
I've just provided the article.
Sorry, I had something to add. I just had something to add.
I just wanted to the article I was referring to. I'm seeking approval.
I've just had something to add to the answer. Yep, if I may.
Minister.
You just want to table that, do you?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. I think she just.
Well, the Secretary will give a copy. Well, the normal process is a Secretariat staff member will come.
Thank
you.
So I think it's been...
Senator, I think it's...
Thank you.
It's a really interesting set of priorities from the National Party. You oppose a reservation, but you also...
Dumb policy, Minister. We oppose dumb policy.
Senator,
wow,
please.
You got upset about me interrupting. I did at least give you a few minutes. I got about 4 words out. Thank you.
Minister.
It's an interesting position that you articulate today, Senator, from the National Party. You oppose gas reservation for Australians, but you also oppose Australian businesses being able to have the opportunity to sell into the European market. It's quite a remarkable economic and political position, isn't it? We want to avoid actually making sure we have some gas reserved in Australia for all of the reasons the government has articulated, because we don't want the opportunity to participate in the world economy and give Australian farmers and Australian businesses the opportunity to sell into the European market. Like, I just think the priorities are very interesting. I mean, you speak about Argentina, and Argentina, I can't speak for them now.
Questions and
and I'm responding to yours.
No,
I'm responding to yours, Senator.
You are
I think it's interesting.
You talk,
one of the examples you use is
Minister,
Argentina.
I want to talk to you
in fact,
about
if you
gas.
look at
Senator McDonald.
the difference between
Senator McDonald.
if you
Let
track
the minister's
Argentina's-
entitled to respond, and she's doing that.
I'm responding to your reference to Argentina, and I don't want to. But if you, as an economic study of Argentina, particularly over the last century, and Australia, one of the reasons why the Australian economy developed at a much faster rate over the last century was because Australia was a trading country, and because we opened. We enabled Australian businesses, Australian farmers and Australian resources to trade into the world. That is one, not the only, reason why the economic development of the two countries was very different. And yet your party is now going back to a closed economy model except for gas. You want no free trade agreement with the Europeans, but you want a closed economy there and deny Australian businesses and farmers the opportunity to sell into that market. But you're happy on gas to be an open economy. I find it really inconsistent.
Unfortunately, Minister, we're not the government, you are, and what I'm seeking to understand is how your policy is impacting on regional energy security. Surely this is of interest to you.
In a time, which is why we have secured agreements with Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei through this energy crisis, and why we, in the face of a global energy shock, have ensured we continue to have supply. And I would remind you, and I'm not sure you were here, but the government of the party of which you are a part, 4 out of 6 of the refineries flagged closure while you were there, and Mr Taylor's solution was to try and put fuel in Texas. So I'm very happy to have an energy security argument. In relation to how we deal with our relationships, I think I have outlined to you quite clearly the premium we place, the weight we place on our relationships with our key trading partners, and how the government has approached this policy has reflected that.
Minister, this government's absolute disregard of Australian gas producers, the devastating impact of this reservation policy on the ability for Australia to continue producing more and better and abundant supply of gas in this country, and at the same time to protect trading partners that we rely on for trade and for defence, I think is extraordinary. And I think this is a blind, bloody-minded disregard for the ability to balance these two important considerations, both domestic development as well as our trading partners. Could I just ask, on a side note, does the government think beef is exempted from the latest US tariff proposal, but not lamb and goat meat?
I might just ask the relevant officials if they can join me, but that's right, Senator. In our understanding is that the latest proposals, and they are simply proposals, as I was saying, to response to the Senator's questions earlier, would not apply to the existing exemptions. In other words, existing exemptions would continue, and they do include beef. Tariffs in relation to beef into the US consumer market.
But not lamb and goat. Could I clarify that, please?
That is our understanding, yes.
So does the Australian government believe there's forced labour involved in lamb and goat meat production in Australia? Has the US government identified any forced labour components in any of these red meat supply chains?
Senator, no, we don't, and no, they have not. So on that point, that's very clear. What the US government is proposing is to investigate decisions. I'm not seeking to justify the US, I'm seeking to explain how I understand the US government's approach to be working here. But what the US government is proposing is, after investigation into forced labour in supply chains, to make determinations about a generalised tariff rate across the economy of its trading partners. So were countries to fall afoul of this investigation, the United States would then propose to put a tariff of a generalised nature across the supply, across the exports of the country concerned.
So I could.
So they're not specifically saying every sector includes forced labour, but they're saying a failure to deal with forced labour in the general will result in a tariff applied in the general. As I said earlier in response to the Senator's question, it's quite clearly, and this was signalled by the United States administration at the outset, this is quite clearly led by an impulse to replace existing legal authority that had been that had expired after the Supreme Court's decision earlier this year.
All right. Chair, I've just got a final question.
Okay.
Would DFAT consider just your views on dumping of product in Australia? I know we have an anti-dumping commissioner.
We do.
But would DFAT consider a 20% dump of products into the domestic market something that would cause or threaten material industry to domestic
Senator, it's very
production?
difficult to make assessments about particular industries without reference to the specifics. And it's certainly difficult for us in the trade portfolio to do so. We do have, as you said earlier, the anti-dumping commissioner that's in the industry portfolio, and we are obviously it would be their prerogative to make determinations about what quantum, what impact a certain level of imports would have. The important test normally is a test relating to injury. Material injury. Correct, and in respect of the industry concerned, and that's one that's rather precise and nuanced and rather relevant to the particular industry concerned.
These are non-trade exposed domestic gas producers in Victoria and Queensland, where they have domestic only reservations. They are claiming that they will have a material injury from the dumping of so much gas back into the domestic market, and it will freeze investment, their ability to attract and commit investment to new projects.
Dumping, Senator, if I may, is a concept that relates to a foreign provider's product into a home market rather than supply levels in a domestic market per se.
I know it is an unusual concept, but these LNG projects were established solely for the purpose of export. The way the facilities were constructed, the pipelines, they were constructed with a view to export, and so the turning back of gas from those export markets does fall within that concept of dumping it back into Australia, which, as I've said, has already been identified as providing material injury to our domestic gas producers.
Okay.
I hope DFAT takes an interest in that.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. Now, Senator Canavan, I'll give you the call and take us to our morning tea break at 11.
Okay. We'll probably get onto other topics, but just going back to finish off on the US decision, I think Senator McDonald might have covered that there's a few products excluded from the decision. Did we request any further exclusions, and what are those listed?
We are requesting, Senator, that our free trade agreement be respected, which requires, of course, zero tariffs across
so
the
all
board.
exclusions.
So we're not.
But you didn't pick and choose any
We're
other
not
products.
picking and choosing because our agreement is a comprehensive
Not playing
one.
favourites. All of our exports are loved.
We have a comprehensive agreement.
Okay, and then, well, that brings me to my next question. Does the Australian government believe that either Liberation Day tariffs and or these now new proposed tariffs are a breach of the US Free Trade Agreement?
What we'll say, Senator, is we expect that FTA to be respected. That has been the consistent message from the highest levels of the Australian government as recently as today and the Prime Minister yesterday. We expect that free trade agreement to be respected.
But you just said, Mr Mina, that agreement requires zero tariffs. Obviously, we have not faced zero tariffs for a while now, and it doesn't look like we will in the future. Doesn't that mean these tariffs are a breach of the US-Australia Free Trade Agreement?
Well, we think this agreement should be respected. Obviously, it's self-evident that were there to be a departure from that is inconsistent with the agreement, precisely.
What action can we take under that agreement in the event of a breach?
Well, Senator, you know very well, I'm sure, that there are a range of options available to trading partners to make protests, to lodge disputes, to make representations. Public international law is a matter of state practice, just as it is everywhere else in international law, and one needs to understand the context one's working in as to the real prospects of enforceability. Now, the US has taken a very different view on trade. The Minister has been clear about that. They have been clear about their posture for some time. It's one with which we disagree.
So I'm just trying to understand, can we take them to the WTO?
We theoretically could do so. We have a dispute settlement system at the WTO that is half working.
Yes. But this agreement is covered under that, is it? Under that normal disputes resolution process?
We could indeed.
Your officials might want to add something. They seem pretty desperate.
Sure, please, Trish, if you'd like to.
Keen, sorry. Okay, keen. Sorry.
I can't imagine any public servant's really desperate to answer a question like this one, but keen, go ahead.
First Assistant Secretary, Trade Law and Economic Security Division. In relation to the dispute settlement options, or the options available, there are two distinct mechanisms. So under the WTO, you would be alleging a breach of the obligations under the WTO, and you could take dispute settlement through that process.
Right. Yep. That's separate from the FTA.
That's separate from the FTA. So there is a dispute. There is also a binding dispute mechanism under the Australian FTA, which you can also take dispute settlement
also through. To the WTO, or is it a separate process?
No, it's a separate process.
Okay.
They're very comparable. They're the consultations, panel report, but they are separate.
The FTA dispute resolution process, is it half broken, like Mr Mina said, or is it not affected by
it is not affected by the
people haven't been appointed or something, or from memory? What is it? Well, I might just segue here because I'm getting into this portfolio or coming back to a lot of these issues. What's the issue with the WTO disputes panel? There hasn't been people appointed or something?
So the WTO dispute settlement system has essentially three stages: consultations, which is the more informal stage; panel process, where a formal panel is appointed and hearings are heard, submissions lodged, and a panel report issued and made public. That panel report, under the system as it should operate, can be appealed to the appellate body. And it's the appellate body that hasn't been operating since 2019 because, as you say, Senator, appellate body members have not been appointed because the US blocked the appointment. Okay. But I would say that the consultation and the panel process is still continuing to operate, and also countries have, I think we're up to 44 WTO members, including Australia, have established what's called and excuse the title, Multi-Party Interim Arbitration Appeal Agreement, MPIA, which is essentially a replacement for the appellate body, which means that even if a panel report is appealed, it goes to that body and then it is a binding outcome. And I mean, it is true that the US has not agreed to the MPIA.
Yeah, so only countries, the MPIA is I suppose a voluntary arrangement, is it? Or you have to have both parties to agree to be bound by that?
Once you've signed up, you have committed, but indeed, yes, that's right.
Okay, US hasn't been. So has the Minister asked for advice on what our options are to dispute the US tariffs?
So I can confirm that we have provided legal advice in relation to the range of US tariffs because, of course, they started under the IEPA tariffs, and I would say that the US has put forward at different times different justifications for the tariffs. Because there are, of course, exceptions under both the WTO and the Free Trade Agreement for, we heard about anti-dumping, there are a whole raft of reasons. And then the Section 122 tariffs, of course, this most recent move hasn't actually been implemented yet and has only just been announced. We also, I can step through in theory options, as Mr Mina did, but I won't go into the detailed legal advice, but to be clear, we have assessed the in what would appear in principle breach of the tariffs, because of course it's zero tariffs in, say, OSFTA, and then what potential exceptions could be argued, and then what our counter argument to those would be.
But the US at this stage, for the Section 301 tariffs, they haven't put forward any particular justification for why they'd be allowable under the FTA?
I won't speak for the legal position at international law of the US administration.
I'm saying if they put it to you, or have they put a justification to you?
But if you, we have assessed the documentation that's in the public domain, and I would say it's not clear what legal basis they would assert.
For the FTA or for more generally GATT and the WTO?
Both.
For both, yeah, under both. Okay. All right. Have we at all spoken to other countries, because they're obviously equally affected, particularly if there's WTO breaches? Have we talked to other countries about these tariffs and whether there's worth and merit in taking coordinated action?
Well, Senator, as I said earlier, I think the position at law needs to be understood in context. We have not been coordinating any suggested initiated actions. Of course, the question of the United States general engagement in the global trading system and in respect of public international law of trade is a very different one, and that is well understood. Now, that's one of the reasons they've withdrawn from the appellate body. They are quite clearly seeking a different role in the global trading system. They've made no secret of that. I think that is widely understood as well.
Okay. Well, if we were to take action through these dispute resolution processes and we were successful, what countervailing actions available to us?
Well, that is precisely the point, Senator. There is none of these questions of dispute action, decisions to initiate disputes are taken in a vacuum. These are taken in relation to whether a country can realistically enforce. In the WTO, as Ms Holmes has laid out, the United States has decided to pull back from the appeal instance of the WTO dispute settlement system. So even if one were successful in that context, it would be potentially a moot decision because the appellate body is not operative. In a bilateral free trade agreement dispute context with whichever economy, quite clearly there is an imbalance in the weight of the economies that are concerned, and dispute action, again, would be subject to enforcement considerations that may or may not be desirable. So it's a question of really assessing the effectiveness and the actual impact of dispute action, whether it's actually going to reveal decisions that are going to be able to be enforceable. That's really the decision that a number of economies are grappling with, not just Australia, as they examine the new posture of the United States in the global trading system.
Yes, and so just on that new posture, I was probably going to get to this later, but not just the United States. The European Union's increased steel tariffs recently. China's obviously got a very aggressive trade and industrial policy stature. Given these changed environments, what is our response? Are we changing our trade policy strategy in response to developments overseas?
Well, Senator, I think it's absolutely the case that we are evolving our posture, deepening our partnerships. The Minister was clear in his response to some of these questions in a speech he delivered recently, that our response is going to be guided by 5 principles. Minister Farrell said that they would entail the continued adherence to free and open markets, the continued investment in rules, I'll come back to that one, cooperation with international partners, not leaving any part of our community behind, and not compromising our fundamental values and interests. On the rules aspects, if I may, Senator, it is quite clear that the multilateral system's under considerable strain. We are investing heavily in system repair, as I said in my opening statement. We're leading on WTO reform matters. We did so in the Cameroon Ministerial Conference. We did so just this week in a conference of 20 ministers that Minister Farrell led in Paris. But importantly, we're working to back in a growing strength in regional trade agreements. The momentum behind regionalism is deepening, not waning. The CPTPP, for instance, is attracting more momentum at the moment, not less. You've got a new party in CPTPP in Costa Rica. You've got a queue of countries lining up to join. You also have a strong interest in dialogues, including with the European Union. So you're finding this new force of regionalism emerging. There's a strength in the rules. As the Minister has laid out herself in our broader approach to foreign policy, that investment in rules and relationships is a deepening feature of our approach. Equally, we're spending a lot more time thinking about resilience, as a number of governments are doing in respect of various shocks. So we are evolving, but these are the general principles the government set out.
I wish I shared your optimism, but I'm just wondering, my question was what has changed? Those 5 principles you read out, I think you used the word continued 2 or 3 times. Of course, we want to keep all our community together, all those sort of things are sensible, but what are we changing compared to how we approached trade policy a decade or so ago? It's a very different environment now.
It's a very different environment, and Senator, I think in just the last few months, you've seen a rise, as I say, in at least 2 elements of our broader approach to trade policy, which affects our broader approach to international engagement more generally, as the Minister for Foreign Affairs has set out. That is an investment in rules, whether that be at the regional level and and at the bilateral level as well. We've seen not only this investment in regional trade agreements, but we've also seen expansion of our free trade area network, this extraordinary leap in the coverage of our free trade agreements, moving from 79 to 88% of Australia's trade covered by free trade agreements, means that we now have with the EU-Australia FTA an FTA network that is second to none.
There are two different approaches. One is the approach the government is taking, which is to recognise that trade supports Australian businesses, Australian jobs, Australian wages, and is good for our economy. And that is a position the Liberal Party and actually the National Party has also held for many years. And we've recognised that enabling, supporting, facilitating Australians to sell into global markets is good for Australian families, farmers, workers, businesses and our community and economy as a whole. And in the face of others imposing tariffs, we have not gone down the protectionist path, but what we have done is to secure new markets, and that is Minister Farrell has done, and his and the department have done an outstanding job on doing that. So to diversify our trading relationships in the way Mr. Mina has outlined. And Senator, it stands really in stark contrast to the approach that the coalition is taking, really as a consequence of your influence.
Thank you, Minister.
And One Nation's influence. And it is quite a I mean, I completely I think your position is bad for our economy, bad for workers, bad for farmers, bad for businesses. But I do recognise your political achievement, Senator Canavan, because you have shifted the Liberal Party, which was once one of the parties that understood the benefits of trade, you've shifted them to a protectionist position. Now, I find it remarkable that Mr Taylor, whose first speech talked about his belief in free trade, is now doing what you want because he's concerned about Ms Hanson. So, I acknowledge your political achievement. I think it is bad for the country. I think it is bad for workers, for businesses, for farmers and for our economy. And if you proceed to tear up a free trade agreement with an economy that is worth, what, $30 trillion as a whole, I think, how could you not want Australians to have access to that market?
I'll come back to
Senator
that.
Collins, how could the Liberal Party allow the National Party, because people are worried about Pauline Hanson, to tear up that opportunity for Australian business?
We'll have plenty of time to come back to the EU FTA later, but I'm enjoying this more philosophical discussion with the 15 minutes before morning tea. So the rules-based order is alive and well? Given the Minister's response there, she's not changing anything. She thinks, no, we should just persist with the same strategy we've had. So is that strategy, which was based on a global rules-based order, is it working and alive and well?
Yeah, quite clearly, Senator, there's always been a combination of rules and power in the international economy, and that balance is clearly under pressure. Equally, there are very many layers to rules in the international economic regime. I again see a shift in where those rules are under pressure and where they are vital and continuing in their strength. So as I said earlier, we are seeing weakening in the multilateral trade regime, but we're at the same time seeing new strength and momentum in the regional economic arrangements. So, is the rules-based system alive and well? It is under pressure, there's no question. The second part of your question, Senator, was...
That was it, I thought. It was really just that. Look, I don't need to labour the point, but given that pressure you speak of, I'm just not exactly sure what we're doing in response, apart from doubling down. And so I'll just move to another issue.
We're doubling down where it works.
This goes to my next question, that part of the doubling down, as you've said, is investing further in the free trade agreement process, which, let's keep in mind, was itself only a response to the failure of the Doha round. We were actually always reluctant participants, or were reluctant participants in the break-up, the spaghetti noodle of an FTA approach. But after Doha fell, we felt that we had to. I understand that we changed our approach. I'm just wondering, why aren't we changing now? Because the FTA approach I'd put to you is now under pressure, given that, yes, we can sit here and say that 80% of our trade's covered and 88% if the EU goes through. Yet many of those free trade agreements are being shown to be not worth the paper they're written on. In regards to the US, in regards to China in recent years with their illegal bans on our products despite a free trade agreement. So how are we investing too much in a regional trade agreement approach, which was never actually the ideal, which in itself is partly at odds with the WTO agenda? Are we investing too much in that when they're not being adhered to either?
Yeah. No, look, clearly, Senator, the enforceability of public international law on trade is under pressure. There's no question there. But equally the order, the predictability, and yes, the enforceability of rules, whether they be regional, bilateral or multilateral, still deliver enormous results for Australia. We've seen that in a whole range of areas, including most recently in trade disputes that we've had with our biggest trading partner, China, in respect of disputes we've had with the European Union on commodities and in even the most recent application of United States tariffs, because the FTA, while we would want it respected in the full, is at least providing us advantages, relief from what is called the most favoured nation layer of tariffs that the United States applies. So there are very, very substantial benefits from that order and predictability. We would want a world in which there is complete order and predictability and complete adherence to rules. Now, we work with the world that we have. We are backing regionalism. We are backing bilateral free trade agreements. And we are investing, as I said earlier, Senator, in system repair at the World Trade Organisation, where Australia's playing a leading role on WTO reform. That was the subject on which Minister Farrell led the most recent discussions 2 nights ago in Paris. We're not just talking about it, we're getting on with it. We're asking countries to come with us. We're looking at questions like decision-making, how we drive plurilaterals. And, Senator, if I may, we just had a major new step forward in the World Trade Organisation with this digital tariff deal. The energy security wins we've had in the last few months, doubling down, as you say earlier, on relationships that our Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs have been investing in for years. In the most recent few weeks and months of fuel disruption, we're seeing, again, trade order, trade agreements come to the fore. Rules on export restrictions being at the centre of those discussions. Conversations and declarations and mutual assurances based around those exceptions to export restrictions. So we're working consistently with an order that we've built up over 80 years. Australia's been a leading adherent of that order, and we see enormous continued value from it. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Sure. Add, Senator. Andrew Jasenko, Assistant Secretary of the Goods and Industrial Policy Branch. Just to I guess, elaborate on, clearly as Mr. Mina set out, there are a number of challenges the WTO is facing, a lot of global trade turbulence, and even beyond the last few years, there's obviously been this rising tension, even under former US administrations around whether it's level playing field, non-market policies and practices. So the government as well is working in a number of forums outside of the WTO and outside of that FTA network and a lot of that work's really accelerated in recent years. Australia was the chair of the Global Forum on Steel Excess Capacity last year. The OECD just put out overnight its latest steel outlook, where again, excess capacity is rising, demand is pretty flat, and the government, is investing in the Anti-Dumping Commission. There's last year the announcement to move the Safeguards function from the Productivity Commission to a reformed Anti-Dumping Commission, and the Treasurer earlier this year referred an inquiry to the Productivity Commission, probably as you're aware, on fabricated structural steel, and there's clearly an uptick in anti-dumping cases. So clearly Australia is not immune to these global trade tensions and these level playing field issues, and that's where we are looking at using, whether it's the OECD to try and really build the evidence base and also sort of regional groupings and structures, because the WTO is not going to be the short-term immediate answer for dealing with some of these problems. So it is very much a multi-pronged approach where we are trying to deal with these kind of non-market policies and practices.
Yeah, that's a good response, Mr. Jasenko. I was going to move on to just respond to a comment the Minister made that she or the government has not gone down the protections path, and I'd contest that, given that, as you mentioned, we're taking a lot more anti-dumping actions. We've given an extraordinary amount of massive public assistance to manufacturing businesses in the past couple of years, something like $5 billion plus billions more in the works. That's protection. It is protection. We would call the subsidies the European Union give to its farmers protection. The subsidies we are now having to give to our manufacturers are a form of protection. I'm just concerned that we're sort of doing this because we have to, and there's a whole other reasons we have to give these subsidies, but one of them, no doubt, is the changed global trading environment. But we don't seem to have a coherent framework for that. That is very much a... Hang on.
Sorry.
Okay, now you're desperate. You are desperate to attack me, but
I'm just desperate to correct
my
things.
position is here. Yeah, we're happy to, but my position is we don't particularly seem to have very much coherence, but we are putting band-aids on when whale is at trouble. Give them a couple billion. Boyne's an issue. Give them a few billion. There's not really an appreciation that maybe there needs to be a reflection here on the strategy we've had. As I say, the free trade agreement strategy is not that old, only a few decades, but things have changed again, and while we haven't changed our philosophy, we're having to act in a fairly knee-jerk reaction because of the consequences of the breakdown of rules-based order.
First, I think there's a distinction between protection and trade remedy action, which I'm sure the officials would be happy to speak to if you want. The second is, it is, I said in the foreign policy context, often we take the world as it is, but we seek to shape it for the better. And we do that in a very Australian way, pragmatically and practically and with others. And that is the consistent and coherent position that Minister Farrell and the government have been taking on trade. It's to say, of course, we would prefer a world where, we had consistent trading arrangements, because we think that's good for people, for Australians, for businesses, for workers. But in a world where countries are acting in a different way, how do we best ensure Australian interests for businesses, for workers, for families, for farmers? And we do it in the various ways that Mr. Jasenko, is it Jasenko or Jachenko? Jasenko, right? And Mr. Mina have articulated. Regional trading arrangements are one of the ways in which countries of the world are trying to secure collectively trade openness and rules-based trade. And the CPTPP and the discussions, even in the foreign ministers' sort of engagement, not just the trade ministers, is seen as middle powers coming together to say, look, we think trade still works for us because we know we're all better off if we can trade with each other. So let's work together to try and secure a large set of economies which are committed to consistent trading arrangements because it's better for our people. So I think there is a very coherent strategy, if I may say. Now, you referenced also, and you'll be pleased to know I'm leaving shortly, and it will be Minister Ayres, and he can have a conversation.
I actually am
but I'll just make the point. You reference, I mean, it is the case that I think COVID did make us think very clearly about the need to look at resilience, not just economic efficiency, including speed and the lowest price. And you have to make strategic judgments about where you prioritise your economic resilience over global supply chains, which might be cheaper and more efficient. Now, you don't do it on everything, but you do it in areas which you believe matter to our sovereignty and our economic sovereignty and our national security. And I think of Future Made in Australia in that vein. It's not saying we're going to go back to a 1950s protectionism, because we know that is not good for workers, for businesses, for families, for farmers, for wages. But we recognise that we do want to ensure that we have a manufacturing sector in Australia. We recognise we do want to ensure we want to build critical mineral supply chains because of their strategic significance. So I think there is a very coherent framework, and it starts with what is good for Australian workers, Australian businesses and the Australian community. Thank you.
Look, I just might, if I could, have a brief response, because I'll miss you too, Penny, but my only point here is I think there's a lot of agreement in what you just said at the end, but the issue is how it's being executed, because these massive subsidies we're giving to industry now were not planned. They have been a knee-jerk response, and there's a whole lot of areas that affect this issue that go beyond your portfolio, but it does seem we are cutting against goals at times when we say we want sovereignty and we want secure supply chains, yet we impose massive net zero costs, green energy costs, all these other imposts on industry, and don't prioritise that strategic those strategic goals. Anyway, we'll miss you. I think we've got a break.
Well, on that note, on that very positive note, let's go to morning tea. All right, everyone, welcome back. I did want to say welcome to Minister Ayres, who is representing the Minister for Trade and Tourism. Good to see you, Minister.
G'day.
All right, now the call goes to Susan McDonald. Senator McDonald, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Minister and officials again. I want to talk to you about iron ore. The Chinese government has moved to centralise approximately 70% of its iron ore purchasing in one company, China Mineral Resource Group. What is the department's assessment of the activities of China Mineral Resources Group?
In terms of that, Minister, we're aware of China's development in establishing the CMRG, the China Minerals Resource Group. We engage very closely with Chinese officials in relation to that. We also engage very closely, of course, with Australian miners and exporters to ensure we understand the situation. We can provide as much support as possible to those miners.
Thank you. Has the department prepared any briefings for the Foreign Minister on what CMRG's operations might do to iron ore pricing?
In terms of specific briefings, Senator, I think I'd have to take that on notice, but certainly we do regularly engage with our ministers in relation to this matter and provide advice to government on our best approach.
Has the department conducted any analysis of whether CMRG's activities or coordinated purchasing could constitute cartel or monopoly conduct?
I think, Senator, we've certainly done analysis of the impact of CMRG in relation to our exports and what that means. As I said, we engage very regularly with Australian miners and try to support them as best as possible to ensure that they can continue to export their iron ore and receive the best price possible.
What recourse or mechanisms are available to Australia if we believe that it is cartel or monopolistic behaviour?
In terms of that, Minister, I couldn't speak to the legal issues in that regard, but what we are mindful of, that ultimately this is commercial negotiations between Australia's major miners and CMRG and also other importers in China. And that's a matter that, as I say, we continue to support those miners as best as possible.
Has the government sought or received legal action on a potential WTO challenge to China's centralised iron ore buying, particularly given it no longer appears to be commercial?
Well, Senator, perhaps it's worth stepping back a notch on this one and just noting that, George Mina, Deputy Secretary, just noting that concentration of market structure in and of itself is not a feature of international trade norms, and that is to say that competition policy generally does not apply at the international level in a way that would prevent market concentration occurring in particular sectors. So, that is a concept that works at the domestic level, but at international level there tends not to be those kinds of parameters or norms in international trade law.
My office has just pointed out to me that I said legal action, not legal advice, which is what I intended to say.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that's what we took it to.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I, just on your answer, Mr. Minister, so if competition is not a factor, there would be no recourse if we went to a single desk for selling as well. Is that correct?
Look, in respect of single desks, particularly in agriculture, there is a strain of... Pardon?
This is mining.
Correct. But I was just making the point that while there might not be norms in international trade relating to market concentration in the general, specifically in relation to agriculture, there is a strain of norms, if you like, that has developed in the international trade regime, and so there has been efforts, particularly from the EU and the United States, to work against single desk marketing arrangements in agriculture. That was a feature of the so-called export competition discussions in the multilateral trade rounds that did not succeed, the Doha round that the Senator referenced earlier. but there haven't been really successful attempts at fleshing out those norms even in that sector.
Well, can I just follow up on this? Well, it's true that it typically trade law wouldn't extend to the regulation of competition directly into another country. I note that the chapter agreement does have a competition chapter which asks the parties to cooperate and exchange information on competition policies. Have the Chinese authorities engaged in cooperation under that chapter of chapter in regards to its centralisation of iron ore purchasing?
Senator, we would need to take that on notice. Obviously, all of the elements of chapter are consistently under dialogue and discussion. And so, yes, in the general, but with respect specifically to your question about in relation to minerals and iron ore, particularly, we'd have to check whether that was indeed the case.
So, neatly following on from that, what is the government's actual policy response to a state monopoly driving down the price of Australia's largest export beyond monitoring?
Well, I think Mr Yates has set out earlier, Senator, that the matter is one that is a commercial matter and that the government's been monitoring very carefully, but ultimately the matter is best dealt with at the commercial level.
The April 2026 BHP deal embeds yuan-denominated pricing benchmarks for the first time. This is a new norm, isn't it, for Australia? Australian trade, I should say.
Well, I think, Senator, again, whether it would be helpful to air views in public about what is ultimately a commercial matter, our judgment is that would not assist matters, so we would refer you to the earlier statements.
Does the department have an assessment of the strategic implications of Australia's flagship export shifting away from the US dollar benchmarks?
Senator, it's been clear for some time that a diversity of international currencies is arising in international trade, that the US dollar is not the sole benchmark for a variety of commodity trades. We're watching that closely. This is a trade in metals and in agricultural commodities that is increasingly seeing as emerging economies do start to assert the economic weight that a rising prominence of those countries' currencies would also be appropriate and normal. So we are watching closely. We are seeing those trends of diversification and looking closely at the implications.
What other currencies would most closely follow behind the amount of US dollar trades?
Do you have much information on that, or is it?
Well,
yeah.
Senator Dave Woods, Chief Economist from DFAT. There's the US, I mean, if you draw back to look at global trade and what currencies are used to denominate trade, it's the US dollar and then it's daylight. The US dollar for both trade purposes and for financial flow purposes is, I don't have the percentages, but I have followed, over the years, and I can say that is the US dollar followed very distantly by the euro, the pound, the yen, and then you mentioned the yuan, the RMB. That's still only a very, very small part of the overall mix in terms of both trade and financial flows as the currency of choice.
Did the government provide any advice or seek a briefing from BHP before it agreed to yuan-denominated pricing?
Well, Senator, I think just going again to the general trend of this being a commercial decision, so that was a decision taken by BHP, not by the government.
Has the government had engagement with Australian miners about the impact of the PRC's policies on their operations?
Senator, I can speak to that. I've personally and many other officials in our system have engaged very regularly with all of Australia's major miners on these issues. We continue to understand their position, share our views as well. But those discussions are commercial in confidence, but I can say that we do take this very seriously. We engage very, very regularly, and we ensure that we try to provide the best support possible.
The Treasurer has described the BHP-CMRG dispute ultimately as a commercial matter. Who in government made the decision that this be treated simply as a commercial matter rather than an incident of state-directed coercion? And on what advice was that decision based?
Well, Senator, I think you're making an assertion, a characterisation of the situation that we're not in a position to endorse. What we will say is that we've been in very close consultation with BHP and what we're saying here and what we're not saying here is a reflection of the best interests of Australia's trade interests in that market. So we continue to listen very closely to industry views as they navigate their trading interests, and in this case we've been very clear that the matter is best dealt with commercially.
I guess what I'm getting to is who made the decision that it would be treated as a commercial matter? Was that on advice from BHP, or was that advice or a decision that was made within government? And was the department involved in providing advice to assist in making that decision?
It's I think, in Australia's overall interests that I respond solely with the observation that we're in close contact with BHP on this matter.
Has any Minister, Trade, Resources, Treasurer or Prime Minister raised CMRG's conduct directly with Chinese counterparts?
Yeah. Look, Senator, we're going to have to take that one on notice.
During the Trade Minister's May 2026 travel to China, was CMRG or iron ore pricing raised?
Again, Senator, I think it's best that I take that one on notice for completeness.
Has the government received any request from BHP, Fortescue, Rio Tinto, Hancock or the Minerals Council for specific government intervention or support? In relation to any particular... In relation to CMRG and the iron ore pricing?
Senator, yes, I can say that we have engaged with those miners, and during the course of those discussions, there have been suggestions on ways that we might be able to carry this issue forward. I was specifically advised by those counterparts that the suggestions that they put forward were commercial in confidence and that I shouldn't air them publicly today.
What is the department's response to the proposition raised in industry circles that Australia needs some sort of export-side coordination to counter a single state buyer?
Well, Senator, I think that's a matter for policy, but we are, of course, as I said earlier, there's no particular norms in relation to the management of market power in global trade. There are occasions, of course, over the years where market concentration becomes an issue. It clearly emerged in a couple of decades back with Japan. These questions are questions for long-term strategy and for government.
It is an important one, though, isn't it, when our biggest export is now dominated by a single buyer, and what opportunities Australia has to manage, counter, balance that is an important one, I think, for the country.
There's certainly been efforts in the past, as I said, in agriculture, where there's been efforts to coordinate on supply, as we were saying in response to the Senator's earlier question. They have not always been received well by our trading partners, Senator, as Senator Goodell's just acknowledged earlier. So there's clearly these are questions for long-term strategy.
You know, and this is quite different from from, you know, the discussion you had with Senator Cadell, and that there is already an established single buyer. So it's a different proposition to what was put forward earlier. Thank you very much, Chair.
You're most welcome. Now, Senator Canavan?
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Cool.
I might just a couple more on that topic. Has there been any analysis or modelling done on the broader issue of if our exports move away from Australian dollar denominated or US dollar denominated, what that means for our exchange rate, macroeconomic position and policies, living standards here, etc.?
Senator, I mean, I could say for DFAT that we have not. Whether is an issue which the Treasury may have done some work on, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, just an issue because obviously one vehicle through which all Australians benefit from, say, a mining boom is the extra demand for Australian dollars, and therefore the increase in the exchange rate makes consumption more affordable. But there's been no, or have you got any early thoughts on whether this is an issue, a risk for our country, if there's a move away from allowing us to price our exports in the dollars we choose, or the type of currency we choose?
If I could make 2 points, one just broadly, and maybe picking up on Senator McDonald's earlier point or questions. I mean, pricing of iron ore, as you know, of the major metals commodities, but iron ore particularly, has evolved a lot over the last 2 or 3 decades, and has always been driven. It typically has not involved government intervention, at least on the Australian side. We have engaged with industry throughout that period, and it's been commercially driven activity on at least on the Australian side. To your direct question, thinking about the macroeconomic flow through of a change in pricing in iron ore. If we think about what are the drivers of currency and of the Australian dollar, trade is part of it, but typically a small part of it. Currencies are typically determined more by financial flows that dominate the real economy in terms of their impact upon currencies. So it'd be very hard, extremely hard, to be able to draw a direct line between change in pricing structure for iron ore to the currency to living standards.
Not so sure I quite agree with that. Certainly the period of the mining boom has been associated with a much higher Australian dollar than was there before. It used to hover around 50 cents, but hasn't been at those levels, but for a few brief dips for a long time. But look, anyway, I won't labour the point. I might get on to the EU FTA finally, if we have the right officials. And while they're coming to the table, I just wanted to confirm, should be an easy one to start with, what percentage of tariff lines, EU tariff lines, will be tariff-free for Australian exports on entry into force?
Well, Senator, thank you very much. I mean, this is a very substantial new deal for Australia, and as I said earlier, this deal brings our FTA network from 79% coverage of our trade overall to 88% if it's to enter into force. Now, upon entry into force, EU tariffs will be eliminated on at least 89.7% of all tariff lines, and that rises to 95% after the phase-in periods.
You sure about that number 89? I'm just trying to find it, but
yes,
I thought it was
EU
more.
tariffs on at least 89.7%, rising to 95.1% after the full phase-in of the agreement.
Is that all tariffs, or is that all? Or
what was that? Sorry, Senator.
So on all tariffs, it's 95.
That's on all tariffs across the EU economy. Now that's on a tariff line basis. Importantly, on a trade basis. Upon entry into force, the agreement sees 97.8%
So, I'm asking for tariff line.
Right, so on tariff lines, 89.7% on entry into force, and then rising to 95% after the 7-year implementation period. So
What was that second number?
High quality
What was the second number?
What was that? Sorry.
What was the second number, sir?
Second was 95.1 at the end of the implementation period of 7 years.
Right, okay. How much is it on agriculture?
So the breakdown on agriculture is that on the full implementation of the deal, 92.8% of all EU tariff lines eliminated, 94.8% of the value of Australian exports covered at the end of the implementation period.
Right. Well, actually, before I get to that, what about our tariff lines to EU exports, imports for us? What percentage are eliminated for EU?
Yeah. So, look, on agriculture, we eliminate, by the comparable figure I just gave you, 94.8% of lines, of value of the trade, and 92.8% of lines. In respect of Australia's opening to the EU, the end of the implementation period on agriculture, the comparable figures are 95.2% of the value of the EU's trade covered and 99.4% of our lines.
Right. So how come we provide way more access than they do?
Well, Senator, I think to step back a couple of steps, this is a deal with 450 million person, $30 trillion economy, and we, of course, have very different starting points. We were and are a relatively open economy, as we all know well. We also all know well that the EU has not been. The EU has had historically very high levels of tariffs. It has had levels of tariffs across the board of simple average applied tariffs of over 10%. On agriculture, much higher, and sometimes leading into well over 100%. We're generally at 5%. So there's been a very substantial levelling of the playing field between what has been a very open Australian economy and a relatively closed EU economy, particularly on agriculture.
What was that number again? At 99 point.
So Australia would offer to the
99 point.
EU at entry into force. To the EU, Australia is offering 99.4% of our.
That's the same as on implementation? Is there any more in the implementation period?
At implementation, we go to 100%.
Oh, we're 100.
We open to 100.
100 on implementation.
But
and implementation's 95.1 for the EU, for us to the EU.
The 95.1 referenced, in fact, across the economy at the end of the implementation period, 95.1% of all EU tariff lines.
Tariff lines.
Yep.
It just doesn't seem such a good deal. We're doing 100, they're doing 95.1.
Senator, it's an extraordinarily big and consequential and positive deal for Australia.
That's not what the feedback to me has been, but yep, that's fine.
In particular, because we have to recognise the starting points here. We had a extraordinarily closed EU economy and an extraordinarily open Australian economy. And what we are seeing here is a substantial levelling of the playing field.
I'm just not sure. We'll come to some details, but I'm not quite sure if they're only going to offer 95.1, why do we have to offer 100?
Well,
why did we have to?
If I can,
okay, I take your point. Maybe there's different starting points. We couldn't quite get the same, but I'm just not sure why we're giving them 100.
If I can,
if they're not giving us
Andrew Jasenko,
even close to that.
Deputy Chief Negotiator of the EU FTA, in addition to my job as Assistant Secretary, Goods and Industrial Policy Branch. So, as Mr. Mina was saying, the sort of starting points are quite different. If we're just looking at agriculture, the Australian, agricultural market, or by tariff lines, already 72.6% of those lines are already duty-free. where the EU only 18.2% are duty-free. So that's giving you a sense of just a sheer number of lines. Australia's got a very high proportion of lines already duty-free, and the others are either 5% or 5 cheese lines have $1.22 a kilo. Whereas the EU, as Mr Mina said, has very high tariffs for an average of over 10%, where Australia's at 1.2-ish. And I guess Australia's FTA practice has been effectively to eventually go to full liberalisation. And I guess when you look back at Australia's FTA history track record, I think you look at whether it's Japan, Korea, China, full elimination by tariff lines is Japan's in the 60s, Korea 90.3, China 93.4. So in many ways, the EU FTA on agriculture exceeds all of those agreements. So it's part of Australia's FTA practice where we obviously leave nothing on the table, squeeze out every tonne value tariff line we can, but ultimately there has been a disparity across our FTAs. There are only a handful where it's full elimination on both sides.
But that's sort of you just said we've left nothing on the table. So how are we going to get them to go from 95 to 100 now? We've got nothing to offer them anymore.
I think to add, I guess, in response to that...
and this is not even before we even get to their subsidies. None of this covers that.
There are only a handful of lines that the EU has not offered on agriculture some form of liberalisation. So it's 37 tariff lines this is a handful of live animals and a handful of lines on white sugar, where the EU is giving no preference, but otherwise every other tariff line that's not fully liberalised, there's a tariff rate quota with commercially meaningful volumes there, and obviously you can debate and obviously industry has raised, as you flagged, issues with some of the volumes, but every other agricultural product has gotten new commercially meaningful access, and no sector is excluded. There is no sector-wide exclusion, where a number of other Australia's FTAs have sector-wide exclusions.
I'm not just interested in agriculture. What's the situation with steel?
Well, Senator, as you know, the EU has moved on steel to introduce tariffs that replace its previous trade remedies regime. So that is a disappointment to us. There's no question. Now, this is a reflection of some wider trends in the global metals economy, about which the Minister for Industry's spoken often, and the rise in what is often quite unfair competition in this sector is turning a lot of Western markets inwards, and seeing that rise in protection is a particular phenomenon, of course, in steel. So what we did in response to that, Senator, is we've also removed our offer on steel, and so steel has been set aside for the time for the agreement, with the opportunity to come back to the conversation at a later stage.
When you say we've set aside steel, but we're going 100%, so they'll have no tariff on EU steel?
That was on agriculture, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's on agriculture. So effectively both sides. So when we were effectively picking up steam in the negotiations the back half of last year, the EU in October last year announced their new steel measure. And so a landing zone where the EU would be having zero duties and we would be phasing out Australia's remaining 5% duties on steel, that was no longer a viable or tenable sort of final outcome, because the EU was in a state of, I guess, announcing a policy intent, but then having to work through, and they're still doing that until now, 30 June this year, to work out what their new regime is going to look like. So when we were attempting to conclude these negotiations, we were unable to, and obviously as Mr Mina said, it was a disappointment, but we were unable to actually go any further on steel. So so the understanding that was come to, and Minister Farrell ended up signing a side letter that's there, which leaves the door open, where we recognise neither side is the cause of global steel excess capacity, and both sides have retained their tariffs in the schedule, and effectively the door is open in the future to review that and improve that outcome. But effectively we've maintained our 5% tariffs on the steel tariff lines that are covered by the EU's new measure, and the EU will be implementing its new regime globally on 1 July.
So we're not going 100%. Is that just? I didn't ask about agriculture.
So the 100%
before, but
was
maybe,
agriculture.
Maybe
before,
I did not definitely say agriculture, but maybe we got confused there.
Apologies.
So okay. So
in terms of tariff lines for Australia, our offer we'll be going to zero on full implementation after 7 years on 97.7.
Right. Okay.
So there's 2.3%, about 151 lines that will be remaining at 5% and excluded from the FTA.
Although we're getting rid of that too, right? But we're getting rid of the 5% tariff. I thought that was government policy.
On steel, the 151 lines in Australia's schedule that are covered by the EU steel
I suppose
measure.
I'm drawing the distinction. There's water then, won't there be? So aren't we removing the 5% tariff? I thought wasn't that a government policy?
The 5% on those steel lines are remaining from the EU.
I know that's in the agreement, but is that what we're actually going to impose?
That's right. Yeah, no, the 5s will remain.
The 5 will remain.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what is the EU tariff on steel now for Australian steel?
Since the
what
Trump...
will it be in their announcement?
Well, what it will be, at the moment it's 25% if it's an out-of-quota steel. So there's a series of quotas that the EU implemented back in 2018 in response to the first Trump administration's steel tariffs. That was a result of a safeguard investigation. Safeguards can only apply for 8 years, so those safeguards are expiring on 30 June this year. So the EU's proposal is to maintain tariff rate quotas for various steel products, but they're reducing the overall volume of steel they're importing by 47%. And then over these tariff rate quotas, they're going to be applying a 50% duty in line with what the Trump administration is applying. That's all going to be implemented on 1 July this year. And in the WTO space, they are renegotiating their commitments, which are currently zero, to be up at 50% to match what they're doing in the real world.
Yeah, go for it.
Just a quick question. You mentioned the side letter on steel. Was it the side letter address any other issues or only steel? Are there other side letters in existence?
There's a steel side letter and there's a luxury car tax letter. They're both on the DFAT website when the text came out on 31 March.
And that was the 120 on EV vehicles, wasn't it?
Correct, yes.
Right, okay.
Right. So given this happened during negotiations we found out that Europeans were going to double their steel tariffs on us in response to something the Trump administration had done, not us. What was our response in negotiations? What did we change?
Well, Senator, two responses. Obviously, efforts to correct that and change that, and that they were not successful. We've consistently registered our disappointment with where the EU is heading on this tariff issue and steel. The second response has been that we have withdrawn our own respective market access offer on the same affected steel products.
But only on steel.
Pardon me, Senator?
Only on steel, not on
only
any
on
other,
those particular steel products, yes.
But that was only 5%. That tariff, like it wasn't
as
really
we said at the outset,
to what EU's going to.
As we said at the outset, there's been a disproportionately large gain for Australia here in levelling the playing field. A low protection economy, 10th of the size of the EU, has managed to bring down extraordinary levels of protection in the EU to very low levels, or zero in most cases. So yes, correspondingly, we don't have the protection levels that they have in the steel market, and correspondingly we weren't able to match their position on steel.
Right. What percentage of tariff lines are tariff-free under the UK FTA? Australian exports to the UK?
Yep. I'll just look that up. Senator, in comparisons, it's really quite important to recall the political economy of the economy we're dealing with. So we do have those comparisons here. Was it at the start of the implementation period?
Oh, full in force.
At full implementation.
Sorry, full implementation.
Right, at full implementation, if I'm reading this correctly, it is 96.7% of tariff lines would be covered by the agreement at the end of the implementation period with the UK.
I've got an article on the WTO website that says, under the agreement, all imports of goods from the UK into Australia will be duty-free, and 98.9% of the UK's tariff lines will be duty-free by 2033. Is that wrong?
Yeah, so were the base, Senator, of the tariff lines concerned to be expanded to include the so-called tariff rate quota products,
Right.
we would get to 98.9.
98.9. So that's the equivalent comparison to the 95.1? Yeah, yes.
That's
if you
right.
just say,
That's
yes,
right.
yes.
And look, the answer is largely explained by steel. There are a lot of tariff lines in the steel tariff rate quotas that were withdrawn. Given these discussions, it would have been a much bigger number. But there we are. We were disappointed with the deal. We made the
I'm just wondering,
disappointment
I mean, given we'd walked away 3 years ago from the deal, and steel was in then, steel got taken out, and we still signed the deal. Why would we do that?
Steel is not an extraordinarily large part of the Australia-EU trade relationship.
But we went backwards. Why would we?
Yeah, no,
what else did we get out of the EU?
Overall, we went forwards. We have a very substantial deal that.
But why didn't we sign it 3 years ago? Then we could have got steel 3 years ago.
Because, Senator, some areas of concern to the Australian agriculture industry. I mean, the EU,
they're still there.
EU agriculture protection is infamous for having tariffs well in the 100% range and beyond. So to be able to tackle those products and to have done so in a manner that allows us to confidently judge that we achieved the high point of our liberalisation efforts with the EU meant that we judged that it was the moment to move ahead. As Mr Jasenko said earlier, no sector was left behind in this agreement. That's different to other FTAs we've done. Every sector went forward. We have new access running into the billions of dollars for Australian agriculture alone, and we have 94.8% of the value of our exports in agriculture alone covered. So by any measure, this was a very big step forward in what's been a highly protected sector for decades. Australian agriculture, as you know well, Senator, has been seeking to get into.
And it remains so. This deal doesn't materially change that.
If I could, Senator, just to clarify as well, or add to, even if we had done the FTA back a number of years ago and locked in duty-free access for steel then, that has not stopped the EU at this point renegotiating that element.
Yeah.
So no FTA partner is exempt.
Goes back to the points we were making earlier
EU's
about
measure.
whether FTAs are all that useful.
Then or now wouldn't have changed
the
situation on steel awkwardly.
Yeah. They're sort of getting by the use-by date. They're not really worth it anymore. So that means, on that basis, what's stopping the EU renegotiating any aspect of this FTA deal if they choose to do so in the future? I mean, the EU political system, let's face it, is fairly volatile at the moment.
Senator, these are, I mean, the EU is a rules player. The EU generally...
Well, it just broke a rule. The
EU generally... Well, it's seeking, even after having made the decision it's made, it's seeking to renegotiate the obligations and concessions that apply to that at the World Trade Organisation. So its general approach...
But I wasn't aware of that, so just to be clear, just so I understand, that steel decision, which does predate the free trade agreement we've got with them, or may have with them, but they have applied that to other countries they have an FTA with, notionally in breach with those FTAs.
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
That's correct.
Wow.
Yeah, effectively they're looking to cut total steel imports by 47%. So it's a bit of a square hole round peg.
So how in any way can they be a trusted partner if that's how they've acted to people they've just signed a deal with?
Senator,
how can we trust them to not do the same in the future to us?
As I said earlier, they are seeking. They've made a decision with which we're disappointed. Right. They're seeking to negotiate the consequences of that decision with compensation in the World Trade Organisation. There is a process there, long and technical process on modifications of concessions and schedules that countries, if they want to work within the system, can come to the discussions in Geneva, renegotiate with parties, provide appropriate compensation. So there is a rules-based way for dealing with this kind of trade policy development.
Has Australia ever done a similar and changed the rules on an FTA and had to go to the same dispute resolution?
We could check through. It's not our practice. We could check through practice.
But none you're aware of?
None of which we are aware immediately. Our direction, as you know well, Senator, has been absolutely a long-term liberalising one.
As they say, you know, a good scorer always beats a good golfer. Are we disadvantaging our industries by playing by the rules when others aren't?
Well, Senator, we have a variety of trade remedies measures available to us were there to be evidence of unfair competition. Okay. So this is not, you know, the notion that open markets, open approaches to trade are unfettered is not an accurate one, and we do use robustly our trade remedy system where there's been unfair competition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I suppose the UK were in the EU until recently. Yeah. We got a very, very good deal out of them. Did we go into these negotiations with you saying, look, that's what we want, that's our starting position?
We always go, Senator, as we did with this agreement, as we did with the UK, with a posture of seeking full and complete liberalisation in every area possible. We did so with the UK and we did so with the EU. That was our starting point.
Look, well, we've under this particular deal is well underwhelmed that. I mean, we've just established there that under the UK deal, something nearly 98.9% tariff lines will be tariff free. Under this deal, just 95.1. That's a big difference.
Senator, I suppose,
well, I haven't actually asked the question yet. Sorry, yeah, Chair, but maybe I could just finish that and then the Minister can go.
Respond.
So, I flagged earlier our general principle as a country has been that any free trade agreement has to be WTO plus, has to be, and not just plus, so it has to be substantially different. Given that benchmark's been set with things like the UK, with developed countries of that sort of tariff access, why are we accepting such a lower standard here and potentially undermining the broader multilateral trade system in doing so by taking an agreement which doesn't really add that much beyond what we already have through most favoured nation status and the GATT agreements?
Well, I think, just to answer at a high level and then allow Mr Mina to deal with some of these questions on the detail. I mean, if you followed the bouncing ball of that logic, you wouldn't entertain bilateral agreements. Now, this agreement, as is the case with the UK agreement, you have to evaluate the national interest, and one of the important questions there is what is the starting point and what is the ending point of that, and what impact does that have for Australian producers and consumers? This is, as Mr Mina outlined, a very large economy that offers very strong prospective advantages for Australian industry and Australian producers and Australian exporters and indeed Australian consumers. And any evaluation of the agreement it demonstrates that the starting point for the EU on the level of protection in terms of Australian imports is very different to what the agreement delivers. And Australia's the decisions that we've made in terms of our overall approach, which is Mr Mina and you have been traversing, has been a liberal approach, is manifestly in our interest. Now you can go through all the sort of line items and additional access for Australian producers all the way through, but it is absolutely a good deal for Australia, absolutely in our commercial interest.
And Senator, if I may, that point the Minister's just made about the starting point and the ending points is fundamental. We started with an EU that was effectively close to us on agriculture and has been for decades, which had tariff levels well beyond 100% in several commodities, and we have achieved an outcome that is comparable with any of the EU's other trading partners, or better. We've achieved an outcome where we left nothing on the table in negotiating terms, and we've achieved an outcome that has had a big uplift in the level of access provided to our agriculture sector, running into the billions of dollars. Beef, an 8-fold uplift in access. Sheep meat, a 5-fold uplift in access. Had we decided not to proceed with the EU, we would have seen a continuing erosion of Australia's competitive position with respect to competitors in the market, and we would have seen our agriculture effectively locked out. So the decision to move ahead and conclude negotiations was based on those big uplifts in access for our industry and the judgment that we have secured the high point of what we're able to achieve.
Look, it doesn't surprise me. You're obviously defending a deal you've settled, and you probably won't take my assessment as conclusive either. But the National Farmers Federation itself made the point I'm trying to make here. They, unlike yourself, said that there was no commercial meaningful increase in access to the EU market as a result of this deal. They called the deal subpar. And they particularly want to highlight this point that the NFF has made. It's been lost a little, perhaps, in the controversy. The NFF said, questions will be asked as to how we can now advocate for others to liberalise trade, having accepted a deal ourselves that does not reflect the core tenet that free-flowing agricultural trade drives positive economic and sustainability outcomes. That's my concern here. We have accepted what is subpar relative to similar developed countries and the deals we've done with them. How have you properly assessed how this impacts our future negotiating position, having accepted something which provides only or less than 95%, I think, of agricultural lines access when we got 99 for the UK?
Yes, Senator, I think it's important, as I said earlier, not to make comparisons between different political economies that are unfair. We, for instance, know and have known from the very outset just how protected the EU market has been and how strong the EU agriculture lobby is. Now, comparably, the Japan-Australia FTA was one on full implementation. That's with a developed country with a similar level of agricultural protectionism, where on full implementation the tariff line coverage was 88.7%. There are a range of other competitors who have struck deals with the European Union where we assess our access to have been comparable or better than their access, even in the most sensitive of commodities. So there were a handful of commodities. There's no question there are a handful of commodities in which the EU retained protection through tariff rate quota volumes, and we are confident that we have succeeded in a deal which preserves our competitive position and is at least on par or in some cases better with those of our competitors. And I also just make the point, Senator, that the National Farmers Federation, with whom we are in very close contact, have for many years been calling for this deal to be finalised. They made the point at the outset of these, or just in the middle of these negotiations a few years ago, that dairy has faced tariffs of 32% in the EU market. We had 5 or 0. So what they've seen is an extraordinary levelling of the playing field. Got sectors like wine, like seafood, like horticulture that are seeing major upticks in access and are very, very strongly supportive to their NFF leadership of the merits of this deal. Now, we acknowledge that there are some sectors that would have wanted to have gone further, especially in the red meat and dairy sectors. We too wanted to have gone further in particular sectors. What we are confident of is that we left nothing on the table and secure the maximum possible for our
you'd have to acknowledge then that the NFF disagrees with you. That they don't think this deal has delivered commercially meaningful access.
We are in an ongoing conversation with the NFF.
Do you acknowledge that? They don't.
We're in an ongoing conversation with the NFF about the merits of this deal in the broad, but they acknowledge to us that there are certain subsectors of their membership that are very strongly in favour.
I've got a page in front of me of significant line items of agriculture where there are significant volumes of trade to the European Union that will be significantly advantaged by the agreement. I won't bore you with them, but they've been traversed very well in these discussions and publicly ever since. The problem with the premise of the question that you ask is, if you followed the logic of that, I'd try and say respectfully, it's a pretty naive proposition. I mean, you just would not enter into free trade agreements with economies that were large, with a history of protectionism. You just wouldn't do it at all. And Australia's economy would get smaller and more remote from global trade. And while you're right to point to the gap between the WTO objectives and that framework and what occurs in all of our bilateral agreements, all of them, the history of all of them, like my experience of being engaged in some of these discussions in the last term and meeting with some of these people is it's not a kindergarten. These people are very pragmatic about the approach, and it doesn't undermine Australia's position in terms of our overall settings in terms of the WTO to be engaged in these kind of bilateral agreements, because there is a complete pragmatic understanding that Australia is operating in its own interest.
I've got great respect for negotiators. My issue is with the weakness with which we back down here, because we've just learned we had a better deal 3 years ago, which we walked away from. We then, hang on, let me finish. We walked away from that deal. The government did, and it's not up to the negotiators. The government, your government, decided to walk away. We've gone backwards since then, and then we still signed the deal. Well, how is that making a good deal? If it was bad enough 3 years ago, and then we sign on to a worse deal, it's not setting a good example for our future negotiations if we back down after getting a worse outcome than one we rejected a few years ago.
That is just not right.
Well, that is exactly the evidence we just heard.
That is just not right.
We had steel, now we don't, and we still signed it.
And in both aggregate terms and in agricultural terms, this is an agreement that is absolutely in the Australian interest.
What's improved since 3 years ago?
I'll get Mr. Mina to go through those details again that he just did for you. This is an overwhelmingly good deal for Australia, and it offers significant advantages for Australian exporters into the EU.
Senator, I think on the what's improved, we know we were at the high point of what we were able to achieve in negotiating and political economy terms. We know that. We know because we've been at this for some time. We have achieved one of the highest quality deals that anyone has struck with the EU. We have achieved an extension of our FTA network that now covers 88% of our trade and would leave us with an FTA network that's second to none. And on agriculture, even the most sensitive of the sectors, it opens 95% of the value of our exports. Now, the comparison with 3 years ago that you cite, Senator, is one where, obviously were steel not to have encountered the set of global pressures it has been incurring in the last few years, we would have not seen these growing pressures on the steel market in OECD countries. But we are seeing those pressures. We have to acknowledge that and not shying away from that. But equally, on that topic itself, we are playing a leadership role. Mr. Jasenko he is himself the chair last year of the Global Forum on Steel Excess Capacity. Australia's taken a leadership role on that issue. We're looking for cooperative approaches. We are not shying away from what is a growing set of protectionist pressures in the metals market. There's no question that that is a tough issue and one we're navigating through. But I don't seek to minimise this, but I do seek to put things in proportion, to note that 2020 imports of steel from Australia constitute only $35 million. Now, that's been rising rapidly in the last few years. It's part of the EU's concern as they've opened up certain openings in their steel market. But this has not been a massive and consequential element of the overall bilateral trade relationship with the EU. Agriculture could be. Agriculture has been one sector we've been locked out of. And to have achieved the gains we've achieved, wine, seafood, horticulture, all eliminated, and then a whole range of dairy tariffs eliminated, new quota access opened up in dairy, new quota access in beef and sheep meat, that is quality access. We're judged that this is a very high quality deal for Australia.
If you said, Mr. Mina, that you'd reached a high point of the EU's offer. If that were the case, why didn't you sign it 3 years ago?
Well, I'm telling you, Senator, we have that high point now.
But you had that high. You had a higher point 3 years ago. You did.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
And you walked away, and now we're at a lower point.
No, we're referencing what
I asked you what's changed, and you didn't give me anything tangible about what's increased in our
Senator,
access.
if you're looking,
so we're at a lower point now than we were 3 years ago.
If you're looking for blow by blow negotiating history out in public, I do have to disappoint. That's not our practice. But if you're speaking specifically about steel, Senator, my point is subject to particular global pressures. We're dealing with those in a cooperative manner globally, and indeed, Senator, these are not an overwhelming factor in our bilateral trade relationship. What is the potential for decades-long access denied to us in the EU market.
Why do we leave our steel offer at 5? If they're going to go to 50, why don't we chuck ours to 50?
You know well, Senator, we start at a different point, and we start at
We don't have
5.
to. That's not saying we have to do it. We can. This is my understanding. Just correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just trying to understand how these things work.
Well,
what the number you put in the agreement is not what you actually have to apply, right? That's correct.
No.
It just gives you that water, right?
It generally is based off an applied rate in a moment. So when we started...
I'm not asking about generally. I'm asking...
No, sorry. In this FTA, the applied rates...
Yeah. But there's nothing in theory...
On 1 January 2018 was what became the base rate for this. So steel was an exception.
They've changed the base rate in the last few years, so why can't we do the same? And say, OK, you want to go to 50, we'll go to 52, so we don't have to apply 50. But that gives us the flexibility, doesn't it? Why would we stay constrained when they're not?
Well, what we do, Senator, we're an economy that is, as you well know, generally open with strong, robust trade remedies.
It's just basic deal making. If they're going to do that, we should be allowed to do the same.
If your argument is about steel tariffs in the broad, that is absolutely something you could take up with the government. But if it's about the FTA negotiation, as Mr. Jasenko said, we do not, play with the numbers or increase the numbers that
we just let other parties do. They do.
To our applied tariff regime.
Bring a knife to a gunfight.
All negotiations are based on applied tariffs.
On that point, isn't what Senator Canavan saying potentially we've got a productivity commission inquiry into steel going on now, which could come up with very similar outcomes to the EU process, couldn't it?
Even higher sometimes.
It could recommend.
We're not in a position to speculate.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Of course. About the outcomes.
But they're remedy-based, not. Whereas the EU is not. Let's be very clear, the EU decisions are not based on some remedy. They've made a policy decision to, that's right, maybe we get this right, they've made a policy decision as a country, as a region, to protect their industry at a certain rate.
I think...
It's a messy world.
It's a policy decision in replacement of their broader remedies approach, which I think reflects their assessment of their interest following the United States decisions. We have a robust remedies approach, that we are said publicly. Opportunities the other day, I guess, to ask questions about this, making some changes to make sure that it is modern and fit for purpose.
So, but the metals, I think, Mr. Mina, you said it earlier, the metals world is increasingly not free trade. It's becoming messier and messier as we go on. I think this inquiry is a good thing. You'd know Minister Ayres, Mollycop in Newcastle is concerned about dumping of steel, roller wheels and bearings for trains and stuff like that here. It is becoming the new battleground across the world, isn't it, metals and their production?
Those sets of issues have been very well canvassed in relation to that particular business for a long time, and that stepping outside of this portfolio for just a second, Chair, if that's okay, sure. That is a good demonstration of where a very active anti-dumping commission has moved fast, issued preliminary determinations, and is at speed working through that set of questions. But it reflects the kind of challenge that don't just go to tariff line items, but go to market concentration and all sorts of questions that Australia has to consider.
Well, just on this point, let's take this opportunity to maybe get a reaction then to the news that, notwithstanding the EU's policy decision to massively increase tariffs, do so in a way which rips up previous free trade agreements they'd signed. Apparently, the news broke in the last. Several of Australia's trading partners are pressing the Albanese government to abandon an official investigation that could lead to a tariff on steel imports. Is this true? Is the EU actually pressuring us to stop this investigation?
I can take that question. My understanding was that there was the public hearing in recent weeks, which is probably behind that article, and I understand the EU raised potentially some procedural questions and concerns and questions about evidence. So that will, I think these submissions and hearing notes are all public and online on the Productivity Commission's website. Again, we won't talk about the actual substance.
Well, do you have a reaction? I mean, Minister, I find that, look, I'll call them out. They're hypocrites, just absolute hypocrites. Well, how could they act like that and then object to us doing a legitimate anti-dumping investigation, which we have every right to do? It smacks of hypocrisy.
Well, what I have found is that I haven't read that article. Not surprised by it. Australia has our own system, and we apply that system. And while we're interested in the views of our trading partners, we apply the Australian system. It's an evidence-based system. It's a very robust system. We're making reforms to that system to strengthen it and to make sure that in a rapidly changing world where, I think it's a truism that the world, it's not been designed by Australia the way that that some of these changes in behaviour are happening around the world, but we are adjusting our system to make sure that in an economy where 1 out of every 4 jobs is supported by open trade, that we are making sure that we're making the adjustments that are needed to make sure that we put the Australian economy in the strongest position possible.
Thank you. I might just move on. There's been a number of assertions made about how good this deal is for agriculture. That's highly disputed. The Meat and Livestock Association have said about the deal, and I quote, that it delivers the worst ever free trade agreement for Australian red meat industry to date. Given your previous evidence that it's actually good for Australian agriculture, what modelling or evidence have you got to say that this is not the worst ever free trade agreement for Australian red meat?
Well, Senator, I think the access results speak for themselves. This is, as I say...
Well, I think the MLA, given their answer, would like a bit more than that.
The access on beef is comparable or better than any of our competitors. We've been in strong and ongoing discussion with MLA and other members of the beef sector. They were clear with us. They wanted nothing left on the table, number one. They wanted usable access, that is conditionality that was flexible, went higher value rather than the frozen beef values and frozen sheep meat. So they wanted quality conditionality. And third, they want an opportunity to review the volumes in future. Now, we have achieved every one of those benchmarks that they had requested. This is a deal that is, as I say, comparable or better than those of our competitors on red meat. I'll
come to
conditionality.
Those. Yeah, it's not what
on
my
the
question went
conditionality.
to,
It's a very usable quantum.
I'll come to both of those points. The quote I read to you was the worst ever free trade agreement for Australian red meat. So you've responded by comparing it to.
No, well, look.
Hey, just hear me out. I just want to get my contention here. Your response is concentrated on, and I'll get to the comparison with other countries in the EU. But their claim here is that it's the worst Australian red meat exporters have ever had under a free trade agreement. Is that conclusion wrong?
Senator, we've got a lot of experience with the challenges of a hard political economy on red meat. For instance, in North Asian markets where there's been some very difficult terrain to navigate, Southeast Asian markets. What we're dealing with in the EU was a very high-quality, high-income market, which was heavily protected. So, again, when one references starting points and compares apples with apples, if you like, this is a very substantial achievement to have secured the 35,000 tonnes of usable access on beef and the 25,000 tonnes usable access on sheep meat. And yes, we would assert that this compares very favourably with earlier Australian free trade agreements, given that context.
And I think if I could add as well, Senator, it also depends on the starting point, as Mr. Mina said, of what you're comparing. So whether it's Japan or Korea or China, the US, they effectively had tariff-only regimes. They weren't restricting their trade with quotas where, Mr. Mina and I have spent 20 years kind of in the WTO and the Doha round included, I guess, battling with the EU and its system for agriculture and the common agricultural policy. And what we ended up delivering was meaningful in the context of where they have effectively access only through these volumes. There's no real tariff-only trade. It's very rare. There might
and that's why I agree with you. But that's why I question why should we do the deal then? Because we haven't got significant increases in trade because of that's the EU stance. They've got every sovereign right to have that stance. But if they're not going to be flexible on it, why accept something substandard? Because of all that, this is another point. The tariff line comparisons we made before are even worse when considering that many of those tariff lines that are excluded retain quotas, and then behind those quotas there is massive subsidies, which I'll get to, which are not touched at all. So I'm not surprised by the agricultural industry's response because they understand all these things. Yeah. And I think I understand you've got to sell this dog of a deal, but this is just a selection of quotes from farmers. I've read the MLA. I'm not going to read everyone out in detail, but a selection of quotes from media releases after the deal was done include quotes like from the agricultural sector, and I'm quoting, pretty embarrassing, disappointing, pathetic, unfair, simply appalling, a kick in the guts, and a horrendous outcome. I mean, if this is so good for agriculture as you're suggesting, why haven't you been able to convince the vast bulk of farmer organisations that it's not, in fact, a kick in the guts?
It'd probably be better, Senator, if you framed your questions in a way that wasn't so deliberately offensive to the officials.
These are quotes from
No. I'm not talking about the quotes. I'm not talking about the quotes. I'm not talking about the quotes. You're entitled to raise the quotes.
All right, come on.
What I'm talking about is the way that you initially framed the question as if the officials had improper motives for the way that they were putting their argument. They are answering your questions. Now the real choice when you're commencing these agreements and when you get to the end of the agreement is you make an assessment in the national interest, and it is not an assessment between a deal and an imaginary better deal or some kind of school ground assessment of what's fair or what might be nicer. It is an assessment of what deal is in the Australian interest, and in this case, what decades of no deal would look like. And the government's assessment here is that there are very significant advantages for Australia in having this agreement. It significantly tilts the scales in Australia's interest in this economic relationship. It, of course, offers advantages for the European Union. That is in the nature of an agreement. We actually want a close economic, investment, strategic relationship with the European Union. That is clearly in Australia's interests more broadly. And in terms of this agreement, I understand what elements of the peak councils in the farming community have said. But as Mr Mina went through, I mean, in the area of the strongest contentions in red meat access, there are very significant practical advantages from having usable access. And then you can go through wine and seafood and cereals and grains and vegetables and nuts and all these kind of areas where there are practical, real-world, increased market access, increased profitability for Australian agricultural lines before you get to the rest of the deal and what it offers for the whole Australian economy in all of our interest.
Look, it's the first time I've ever seen farmers react like this to a free trade agreement. That speaks volumes, but maybe we just get onto the details, unless, Mr Mina, you want to add something.
One thing, Senator, and that is we're talking about effectively $1 billion of new access on red meat. And the alternative, as the Minister's just said, was to stand still, watch our competitors continue to secure market share and move backwards. That was the real alternative on the table. And in amongst these negotiations, and we're very happy to take you through it, Senator, but we have secured a very substantial uplift in the quality of access that we've been provided as well. So these are not. We understand the obvious frustration. We could not have achieved a little more here and there, and even in the most protected of the sectors. But to describe the outcomes in the terms that we've just heard, I think is unfair.
Well, they're not my comments.
No, I mean, the comment that was embodied in your question.
If it's so good, why couldn't you have convinced them otherwise? Because they've generally, in my experience, agricultural and farm groups both want to support free trade agreements and typically have, and they're usually fairly diplomatic in their language, let us say, sometimes more diplomatic for my liking, but the restraints were definitely off in their reaction to this one, and that speaks volumes itself, because they don't normally overreact like this.
I don't remember Australian sugar farmers being particularly polite about the US free trade.
Yeah, sure, but this is across the board, Minister. The NFF didn't say that.
You choose which voices you amplify.
All right. I've never seen anything like it.
This is a very good deal for Australia.
Well, you can keep making the assertions, you just haven't convinced anyone, or very few people in the farm sector.
I'm unlikely to convince you, I understand that.
Well, these are not my quotes, I said there are other people's quotes. Now, going to the details, if we can move on. So the deal says this an increase in 35,000 tonnes of beef. That's carcass weight equivalent? Is that right? Is this all new access?
No, Senator. It's a combination of improved access based on WTO quota at the low end of the volume scale. I think it was around about 4,400 tonnes, which has been transformed into duty-free access.
Right.
And new access. So what we did was a combined effort on both the existing.
How much is new access then?
30,600 tonnes.
30,600, right.
Yeah.
Okay. So does it replace the Hilton quota at all? Like, is that still continuing as well?
Well, that's the 4,400.
The 4,400 that Mr Mina said, that's the Hilton quota.
Right.
So it's having its 20% in quota rate eliminated on day one. So that's all wrapped up into, but the specifications and all that tied to that Hilton quota remain.
So that's gone. We won't have the Hilton quota anymore if this agreement comes in?
No, it remains, but the 20% in quota rate is eliminated.
Okay, all right. Maybe just step that through me again. So you've still got
So it's common under FTAs, and this is what's happening here on a couple of quotas in cheese, sugar, beef,
right,
where there's a WTO in quota rate, partners bilaterally can eliminate those. It isn't just unique to Australia. So for any WTO quota that Australia's got with the EU at the moment, sugar, 2 cheese quotas and beef, the in-quota rates will be eliminated.
Right. And what happens beyond 4,400?
Beyond 4,400, we've secured this 30,600 tonne new quota within the FTA. And
does it have a tariff rate?
It has part tariffs, but again there we were successful in reducing the quantum
What's the tariff rate on those?
The quantum of 0 tariffs to over 60% of that volume.
Right.
And then the remainder subjected to a 7.5% in quota.
7.5%. All right. Okay, far away from so it's with the Hilton quota being tariff free. The other thing is how much is actually tariff free?
Well, around 60% of the.
Do you have a number there? The actual
tonnage.
tonnes, carcass weight, obviously, given where that's what we're going.
So the new
with.
tonnage was of 30,600 was split 2 ways.
Yep.
So one of them is a grass-fed grain finish 70-day quota. Its total volume is 16,830. That volume will be duty-free. And then the remainder, which on full implementation is 13,770, it will have the 7.5% applied.
Right, okay. So how much will that cost in total? Have we estimated that, our exporters?
Cost?
If we export the 13,000 tonnes, I mean, you'd have to obviously assume a certain value, but...
You're talking about the tariff, the in-quota tariff here?
Yeah, on the 13,000 odd.
We could do those
tonnes.
Those sums.
Well, you need to...
It's probably $6 or $7 million because we've done the numbers, for example, on the existing Hilton quota with the 20% going to 0. That's about a saving of $16.6 million a year.
Right, okay.
Senator, it's important just to pause here and make the point. This was a very hard-won feature of this access package on beef, just as the chilled and fresh components were.
It's not all, well, clearly it's not meaningful access, as others have said. No one is excited in the red meat industry that I've met. So the $1 billion figure you came up before, is that done from modelling? Has there been modelling done here? Or
what it comes from, Senator, is a rough estimation of export value figures using prices, per tonne prices, and looking at both the access, the 35,000 on beef and the 25,000 on sheep meat.
So it's applied to the full 35,000, the $1 billion?
Yes, I think roughly.
But not all of that's new.
Well, the improved access and the new access, roughly speaking, we're talking, around 700 million for the beef improvements and close to 300.
So why haven't we done modelling? We typically do, or we have in the past.
No, our practice, Senator, is not to typically do FTA modelling during negotiations. There have been occasions where we have in the past.
Yes,
but it has not been a.
Are we doing some now?
Look, the EU has done modelling, and which has been useful, and of course some of that is in the public arena. But the government's not made a decision on future approaches.
Minister, are we doing modelling on this?
Well, I can come back to your notice whether we're doing modelling. I mean, in some of these areas, it's not. Modelling's not quite the right way to represent it. There's a specific line, but it's not.
That's why you don't ask questions.
No. It's not. I mean, it's very straightforward. It's a calculation, not a modelling exercise. When you get down to some of the granularity issues here and specific red meat categories, well, you just add them up and multiply them, and then you figure out what the access is. You don't need KPMG for that.
Well, we have done lots of modelling in the past. I think the problem would be this would show
economy-wide modelling is a different question.
This would confirm the views of the agricultural sector that it's not meaningful access. That's consistently, certainly in the red meat industry, the consistent conclusion is not meaningful, and that's why you don't want to do the modelling. If you wanted to prove your conclusions, you'd do the modelling.
It's a deliberately obtuse position about modelling. You can do economy-wide modelling, but on these line items, like you don't need much more than a whiteboard to figure out what the advantage is.
Right, I'm glad we're using a whiteboard now on this, on trade deals. Sorry?
There's just a couple of questions.
Okay.
I think, Senator.
Maybe if I could just finish the... let me just do the grass feed, if that's okay.
Grass
okay?
feed.
Oh, look, I'll go to you now.
It won't take long, and then we'll get a lunch.
You go.
Yeah, all right. Senator Whittaker, you got a couple of questions on your end?
I do, thank you, Chair. Thanks for your time with us. I think are we in the afternoon? We are well and truly into the afternoon. My understanding is the European Union was Australia's second largest source of foreign investment in 2024, with total investment stock worth $869.3 billion. You're nodding? That's right?
That's correct.
Yep. And how will the trade agreement with the EU support investment in both directions?
Well, this is a very good question. Thank you, Senator. In two main ways. One is through the new framework it offers for an enhanced economic partnership writ large. Intellectual property. To build new cooperative approaches with the EU on issues like innovation, as we're doing through the innovation pathways, Horizon Europe, through the approach we've taken there, and the Minister's taken a leading role in that exercise. We attract a whole new swathe of investment into our productive industries. The second way, Senator, is through the head-turning effect. This agreement's been noticed internationally. It's been noticed by a whole range of investors. You've said it yourself, we've got the second largest investor in the EU, and to boost that partnership further with the head-turning effect of a major new partnership deal, I think is going to offer extraordinary benefits to Australian manufacturing, Australian critical minerals, Australian mining investment, a whole range of sectors where we're seeing the need to partner with the EU. We talked earlier about the resilience agenda. We see the EU as a crucial partner in that agenda. So these are just some of the benefits outside of the benefits we've been talking about inside agriculture.
And how will the trade deal with the European Union help Australian providers engage with the European market?
Sorry, Senator, if I can ask you again too.
Yeah. Could you explain how the trade deal with the EU helps Australian providers engage with the European market?
Providers generally? Well, I think the first thing is the extraordinary uplift in new access. The EU has found in its own modelling, and the Senator was just talking about modelling, that the Australian economy benefits more than the EU economy does. That's according to the EU's own figures. And we are going to see access lifted across the board. We're going to see ease of doing business improve with the EU market as we see new assurances, as I said earlier, in areas like intellectual property, government procurement, and so forth. And we're going to see as well the increased partnerships between our business sectors and our innovation sectors. Mr Clayton, you were going to add something.
Thank you, Mr Mina. Simon Clayton, Acting First Assistant Secretary of the Office of Global Trade Negotiations. Just on your question, Senator, relating to investment, I just wanted to add to Mr Mina's answer that as part of this deal, we will also be increasing the threshold for investment screening under the Foreign Investment Review Board. This is something we do in a number of our FTAs. And as part of this FTA, we'll be increasing the threshold of screening for private investment into Australia by the FIRB, and that will go to, the current threshold that this will go to is $1.498 billion, which means private investments which are not in sensitive sectors, which fall under this dollar value, will not be automatically screened by the FIRB. So also as part of the agreement, there are a number of investment rules that we've included, and we hope, and this goes both ways, I should add, will provide additional stability and certainty for investment and investors in both directions, and also relates to the level of treatment that both economies give foreign investors in their jurisdictions. So this is another way in which the agreement does seek to attract further investment from the EU into Australia, and also we would obviously like to see continued Australian investment into the EU as well.
And does it provide particular assistance for service providers who seek to enter the European market?
Absolutely, it does, Senator. This is an agreement that will boost our services trade with the EU. It will provide new pathways for labour mobility. It will allow our services providers, which are currently valued around $10 billion, to provide new opportunities. It'll make it easier to travel within and move within the EU. So right across financial services, education, tourism, communications and environmental services, there are huge opportunities. I should also add, we were talking earlier about critical minerals and the importance of that partnership with a like-minded player. Services attached to and associated with, supportive of the minerals industry are another big opportunity for Australian industry here.
Thank you.
And if I could add, in Minister Ayres' sort of portfolio as well, there's a lot of interest of the Horizon Europe announcement that was made at the same time as the FTA, because this labour mobility and this there's an innovation pathway where there's a lot of research and development, university educators that are really interested and excited about what the agreement and the future avenue on Horizon Europe is really going to offer two-way, for both economies.
And so what are the next steps to bring the trade agreement into force? What does the timeline look like from here?
The next steps are signature and ratification, and they're not without their challenges. The signature will require consensus on both sides to move to that phase, and in the case of the EU, this requires European Council approval. We hope that is achievable within the next few months, perhaps even before the end of this year. Beyond that, the deal would need, of course, to go through ratification on both sides, and that could take upwards of a year beyond that point.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Whittaker, may I just jump in with one question?
Please do, yes.
In the critical minerals industry, they sometimes describe it, I'm sure it's of wider use than this, as onshoring, offshoring and friendshoring. In terms of how you see our exports in that field developing, are you able to just give us some of the benefits of your expertise
to do that
on
in
that?
front of the Industry Minister, but give it a go, and he will correct me if we get this wrong. But, Senator, the first thing to say is that the EU's absolutely a like-minded player in the need to diversify our critical minerals production and processing. Second, that we have a whole range of policy tools that we're applying together. We have a partnership with the EU on critical minerals. We use strategic finance together on critical minerals. So working together in that sphere is very important. Third, I think the important point about project development and making sure that projects are not solely left to one player or another, but actually the diversity is built up jointly so that we can have supply chains that are sustainable in this area. I think across all of those spheres, the EU is a well-known, like-minded player, and so this agreement will back in that partnership and importantly reinforce it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Whittaker.
Very important to our home state of Western Australia, of course. I've got a couple of specific questions about to specific exports. So we're one of the largest cereal and grain exporters in the world, to the value of $15 billion in 2025. What are the market access outcomes under the trade deal with the EU for Australian wheat, wheat starch, wheat gluten and barley?
Well, look, Senator, there's very substantial outcomes on grains. Effectively we're talking about a complete elimination of EU protection. A complete elimination. So animal feed, barley, buckwheat, canola oil, common wheat. I could just go right through the list. There is, right across the grain sector, elimination with one or two small exceptions of tariffs across the board. So this is a huge outcome. They've been facing tariffs of $200, $300 a tonne in some cases. So the horticulture sector, but particularly grains, is going to see a huge uplift in new access into the EU market.
And we exported $1.5 billion of seafood globally in 2025. What are the kinds of seafood exports which will benefit from the tariff cuts under the trade deal?
Once again, Senator, we see enormous benefits in the seafood export industry, 15%, 12% on kingfish, 12% on prawns, 11% abalone. These tariffs all get removed on entry into force, and we then allowed to export on entry into force at zero tariffs. So there's a very big uplift here. We're talking about an industry that's worth $1.5 billion in exports already into the EU market, and this is going to obviously grow. Sorry, that was a figure related to the global market. That's going to grow because we're at quite restrained levels of access at the moment.
On vegetables and pulses, we exported $3.5 million worth in 2025, including $14.1 million to the EU. How will vegetable and pulses exports benefit from tariff cuts under the trade deal?
It's a very similar story, Senator. Elimination of some quite high tariffs on a whole range of vegetables and pulses exports on entry into force on day one of the agreement. So again, we're talking about an industry where we send $3.5 billion globally, quite restrained access now, and a huge potential uplift into the EU market on entry into force. So another example of where this deal is going to have a big positive impact on Australian agriculture.
I'm sensing a theme here, but I've got another one. We exported $1.6 billion worth of tree nuts in 2025, including $119.2 million to the EU. Can we expect Australian tree nut growers to see similar benefits that you've just spoken about?
Senator, exactly. Elimination on entry into force immediately of a range of tariffs on EU tree nuts, almonds, walnuts, macadamia nuts. Again, huge industry for Australia, $1.6 billion globally. Almost no access at the moment in some of these markets in the EU, and this is a huge uplift in their ability to export. So this, and we've said in response to Senator Canavan's questions that even in the most sensitive sectors we've made great gains. In horticulture, seafood, wine, a whole range of vegetables and nuts, a whole range of other agriculture sectors, zero tariffs. And this is going into a market that was effectively closed to us for decades.
Quite extraordinary. Now, I'm a Western Australian senator, as is my colleague, Senator Gosh. So very keen to hear if you can give some examples of Western Australian products or sectors which will benefit from the trade deal.
I sure can, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity. Just give me a second. So looking at non-agriculture, just for a change, I guess there's tariffs on chemicals and pharmaceuticals that are already a key export from Western Australia. There's tariffs of 12.8% being eliminated on entry into force. Different machinery and electrical goods having tariffs up to 14%. Silicon, I know, is a very key export with a 5.5% duty, again gone, and then a 4% tariff on alumina as well, also eliminated. So there's some industrial manufactured good outcomes that are key for Western Australia, in addition to the outcomes we've already been discussing today on beef and sheep meat. But also, I think something that we probably haven't touched on today is wine, and I know a key product, key iconic product in WA. So you've got tariffs there of, again, it depends on the value of the bottle of the wine, but 32 euros per 100 litres. Both sides, EU and Australia, eliminating those tariffs on entry into force. So there's a real win-win for sort of wine under the agreement. But as you've already touched on, the grains, the barley, the pulses, the fresh fruit and veg, great strong outcomes there in seafood as well.
Well, you've given me a nice segue into my final question, and it is a Friday, so it seems appropriate that we keep on this theme. The trade agreement with the EU has protected the rights of Australian winemakers to keep making and selling Prosecco domestically. Can you talk to the reaction from King Valley Prosecco makers to that outcome in the deal?
Well, they're delighted, Senator. This was a hard-fought aspect of the negotiations. We have retained in perpetuity the ability to use Prosecco in the Australian market, and that is not been easy. But also, can I add, the package of outcomes achieved here on geographical indications is the best or comparable with any of our trading partners. We secured more on the protection of common use names than any other of the EU's trading partners. So terms like feta, which will be grandfathered, camembert and brie, which will be continued to be able to be used in perpetuity, parmesan, again, hard fought, and I can tell you right to the last minute of the negotiations, the last minute, parmesan protected for use in perpetuity, and I think the Australian dairy industries recognise that win. So on GIs, we've secured a deal that is second to none across the board.
And I think it's certainly true that many of us don't really appreciate how strongly felt that question is on the European side of this discussion. Like it is there are some commercial elements to that question, but it is a genuinely felt cultural and regional identity set of questions that go to a whole lot of values that surround particular production chains in agriculture in particular and food production. It really is no small achievement to deliver that outcome, and it is hard to explain, I think, to Australians how deeply felt that set of questions is on the other side, and what a big gulf that the negotiating team had to cross on that question.
Minister, if I can just add to that with the observation that that's why this part of the package was particularly tough, but it wasn't just on agriculture and GIs, right across the board. Our Minister Farrell did a lot of the hard lifting to deliver where these outcomes got us to. Can I take a moment, and your indulgence, to pay particular acknowledgement to our chief negotiators, Cathy Raper, and before her Alison Burrows, who worked alongside our wonderful deputy chief negotiator. This takes extraordinary skill, dedication and hard work, and those negotiators have done us proud with this deal across the board, including in these highly complex areas. So I just wanted to take this moment to record our appreciation for their service on this agreement.
Thank you, and well done to the negotiators, to you and your team, and of course the Minister on a really, really great outcome for our country. So thank you. Chair, that's it from me.
Excellent. I'm not going to say anything else, so I might get into trouble, but we are going to break for lunch. We'll see you back here in an hour. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a lovely lunch. Now, I am going to hand the call over to Senator Canavan, unless there's anything from the Secretary or Minister. No? Okay, Senator Canavan.
Thanks, Chair. Just going back to the details of the EU FTA, just wondering, with the grass-fed or grain-finished condition, what are the particular requirements to meet those conditions?
Welcome back to Well, Senator, that was, of course, another hard-fought element of the deal, and I'll ask Mr Jasenko to take you through some of the details here while we get our folders in order. In rough terms, I can start by saying, Senator, we've ensured the ability to continue to use commercial feedlots to allow grain finishing of up to 70 days or grain-fed beef, with the majority being duty-free. So this is a key element of our deal.
Okay. Did you want to add something?
Hi, Andrew Jasenko, Assistant Secretary Goods and Industrial Policy Branch. Thanks, Senator. So as Mr Mena said, the EU had started from a position very similar to what the outcome in New Zealand was, where there was basically going to be no commercial feedlots for a large. Well, in New Zealand, it's only grass-fed, pasture-based, and it was very clear we needed to have a system and approach that worked for Australian producers and didn't undermine the value. Obviously, we did not want these conditions attached at all, and we started with the premise that it should be just any beef that Australian producers wanted to send. But ultimately that then became a back and forth on the overall magnitude of the volume. So it was basically a bit of a trade-off between trying to have a system that was workable, and we were obviously engaging with MLA and the experts on all the various AUSMEAT standards and all these things. And so 70 days was a spot where it's not 100 days, which is where you get to for your
Wagyus, isn't it?
Wagyu plus kind of thing, but it wasn't so restrictive that you could not have any feedlot involvement. So this is ended up being a compromise on both sides, that this volume will allow some grain finishing up to 70 days on a commercial feedlot.
Right. Okay. So how will they approve eligibility? How will a producer get accreditation?
So this is where there's some of this now process that is going to be undertaken with Department of Agriculture, ourselves and the EU between now and the entry into force on the administration side. Like for all the tariff rate quotas, I guess broadly, both sides have reserved the ability to have involvement in the administration. So Department of Agriculture here, and we'll undertake a consultation process with DFAT's involvement on how we meet. Like, does industry want quotas allocated here on the export side? So that's elements of paperwork that will have to be worked through.
Okay. Do we know is there an Australian agency then that's going to be responsible? Or?
So there's a quota management team in Department of Agriculture now who's administering all the other existing quotas that agricultural producers are utilising. So that team got some funding under the budget this year, just now in the last couple of weeks.
This is a new process compared to the current EU certification you need to meet the Hilton quota?
So this will be now another stream in that. So the same team in DAF who have been working on that historically, who we add these quotas to their remit effectively.
Right. And will our farmers have to pay for this compliance?
That's something that we haven't yet got into discussion with Department of Agriculture on.
Okay. Is these conditions, I mean, I know with some of the EU requirements currently around, say, the use of HGPs, or hormones, sorry, drop the jargon, things like that, there's notionally a safety or health reason for it. These particular conditions are just purely to meet a level of protection, are they? There's no argument that the grain fed itself is somehow not acceptable beyond 70 days?
Well, they made it clear, Senator, that they would prefer that there not be that opportunity for grain-fed, and they have their own views, agricultural policy views about the desirability of pasture-fed beef. But this is
just a protection. This is to protect their grain.
Well, we might all have our own views on where the appropriate policy lay, but as Mr Jasenko has just said, we found a compromise that worked for us.
There's no such restriction in the EU beyond 70 days of grain-fed?
You mean for their own producers?
For their own, production systems. I think Mr. Jasenko is no, so it's not an equivalent sort of safety standard. Okay. Right. What happens if the conditions can't be met? I mean, are we just not be able to use the quota then?
So there's the other quota obviously is there where any beef can be sent without all these requirements, but there is also, I think in the various commentary and advice on the department's website, there's the broad review in 5 years, but that review at any time also includes an opportunity if the quotas are underfilled, like one is underfilled and the other one's fully utilised, to have a conversation so that we get to the bottom of and make sure it is utilised. So there's a release valve there to talk to the European side and address that if that happens.
Okay, we'll try and rip through these quickly. What's the starting volume of beef access on entry into force?
So effectively, in broad terms, the principle was that a third of the new amount would be on entry into force, but obviously that amount is just split two ways. 2 seconds. So on the 70-day quota, the entry into force volume is 5,610, and then that scales up to year 10 with the full volume under that quota. There's a 5-year grace period where that 5,610 stays static for the first 5 years, and then it climbs from year 6 to year 10.
Right, so we have a third for 5 years, basically, and then the rest over that. Yeah,
and that same principle on the unconditional or the second quota, where it starts at 4,590 tonnes and it climbs, it's static for the 5 years, and then from year 6 to year 10 it climbs to 13,770.
Right. So there was some commentary earlier about us getting better access than others, but Mercosur got 99,000 tonnes of beef. We're much below that.
Certainly did, divided by 4, which 4 big beef producing countries. And so in respect of the access there, we've done better on volumes. We've done better on conditions.
So you're just dividing by 4 countries?
Yeah.
Whatever, we could divide by 6 states.
We could. We could divide by hundreds of cities and many hamlets. Yeah. But Senator, with trade negotiations, they're done on a country-to-country basis. And I would add that in addition to the...
This is a region, we're negotiating with a region, not a country.
In addition to the improvement on the volume that we secured over Mercosur, we secured better conditions and better tariff rates on the in-quota rates. So we've secured wins on each of those 3 parameters over the Mercosur deal.
Yeah,
so industry doesn't think so. Canada got more too, right?
I think just to add to what Mr. Mina was saying, of the 99,000, once you divide it by 4, you've then got 45% of each of those volumes are frozen. So you've got a 55-45% sort of split fresh frozen in Mercosur, where for us the entire volume can be either. We got the flexibility to have the entire volume.
What did Canada get?
Right, now on Canada, the same principle applies.
Because I know people want to go home. Can we just...
Canada got 30,800 tonnes of fresh and chilled access, which was the most relevant comparator for us. And of course, we got very similar. On the overall quota volume at the end of the implementation, including the WTO component, do we have that number? I think it's...
So Mr. Mina mentioned the 30,840 tonnes of fresh and chilled. Then there was 15,000 tonnes of frozen. And then as a result of a WTO dispute that Canada and the US took many decades ago, their FTA also bound in this dispute outcome, which was another 4,160. So when you add it all together, it's 50,000. But the FTA itself delivered 45,840 tonnes carcass weight.
Well, that's about what the industry wanted, so...
Correct.
Just not clear why we couldn't deliver the same.
Well, once again, Senator, the relevant comparators, Canada's not using more than about 1,000 tonnes a year, so it's
the North American market
is quite different. Ours will be usable. Ours will be fully usable. The chilled and frozen component, which, as I said earlier, Senator, was a key ask of the Australian meat industry, that's almost exactly identical to the Canadian number. 30,800 in their case, 30,600 in our case. So that was an extraordinary achievement for us, given that the politics had become harder and we're an economy of about 2/3 the size of Canada's. So that was already a very big plus on the benchmarking side for us.
And in addition, this applies, I guess, to all of these tariff rate quotas. A lot of these countries like Canada and Mercosur, these numbers were negotiated when there was an EU 28. This is pre-Brexit. So a very large part of the discussion was that, I guess, dangled in front of us as negotiators that we had been, as a government, a department, so successful in the UK FTA that those our volumes into the UK market were going to displace effectively EU volumes. So when you end up looking at the cumulative volume that industry now has, compared to when negotiations on the FTA started pre-Brexit, many, many multitudes ahead, and that's where there's that tension and dynamic there that we had been too successful, jokingly, in the UK market.
Okay. Yep. Sorry that the former coalition government was so successful. What safeguard mechanisms are available to the EU
there are two,
on red meat in particular?
There are two. There's a safeguard mechanism that applies across the board and will be an integral part of the agreement, and there is a temporary safeguard measure that applies in the case of agriculture, which will be in place through the life of the phase-ins of the tariff rate quotas.
Right, and how is that triggered, and who gets to decide whether it is or not?
So the safeguard mechanism, it applies to all the commodities. There's a slightly longer time frame for the transition period for red meat because it's the longer phase-in, but effectively it's the WTO quota process of showing that there's serious injury. That entire process has effectively been replicated into the FTA. So similar standard of evidence of unexpected surge in imports, but it has to be linked to the preferential tariff treatment. So it's that same process mirrored in an FTA, and an investigation has to occur, and then there's an opportunity, obviously, through dispute settlement.
Can the safeguard measures only apply for the length of the transition period?
That's
or
right.
They just have to start in the
second one, yeah.
Yeah, so
they have to finish within the transition period, do they?
That's right. So the transition period, even if a safeguard just started, it has to terminate at the end of the transition period. But for red meat, I think it's an additional couple of years, because it's basically trying to allow, I guess the argument was that when the volume peaks for red meat at the end of the transition period, I guess from an EU perspective, it would be strange to terminate it straight away, because that's when the peak of the volume hits the market.
And we've just seen China use these measures. Do you view it as a risk here that this small amount of access we've been able to achieve will be at risk itself from safeguard measures?
Well, we're yet to obviously even sign the agreement, Senator, but we would be asserting, as you've just done, that in overall consumption terms and in terms of the impact on the market, these Australian exports would not materially injure, and that's often the benchmark, as Mr. Jasenko said, the EU's own production.
The review was mentioned earlier. What can the review cover, this 5-year review?
So the language which will be released in due course as part of the tariff schedules, it's very broad language. It's reviewing the tariff rate quotas. So we had a discussion in the course of the negotiations. It could cover elements of underfill, the allocation between them. It can cover volume. So that was
it can cover volumes.
Correct.
Tariff rate quotas.
Correct. Yeah. This is for beef and sheep meat. We have specific clauses on just beef and sheep meat. So that was part of the balance of the politics changing in Brussels and the sensitivities on Mercosur, that their demands to have a safeguard, because we had resisted that until basically very near the end of the negotiations. For us, we got for the first time that EU does not do this as a matter of course, these specific review clauses on beef and sheep meat.
Okay, I just want to move to dairy. Did the department assess the size of the subsidies available to European Union dairy farmers?
Senator, we heard some evidence last week in the DAF estimates about this issue. ABARES is our leading analytical outfit on EU agriculture subsidies. We take a close interest. We watch the producer support estimates in a range of markets, including EU agriculture. And we note that not only is subsidy protection high, but tariff protection is extremely high in the EU dairy market. That's why we're so pleased that we got the outcome we did. 27% average tariffs on EU dairy. In our case, 2%. And a massive levelling of the playing field with almost all that protection down to zero.
Yeah, I suppose the question, though, is are we actually going to be able to export more dairy to the EU?
Unquestionably, Senator, we will.
How do you know that?
Well, we know because the opportunity is there. Your question went to the opportunity to access the EU market. We
but
know
the tariffs
that
are only one element of the protection the EU is providing, and providing these beyond the barrier tariffs.
Yep.
You don't seem to be able to tell me how much money they get each year. And from memory, I asked those questions of ABARES, but from memory, I didn't get a figure from them either. How much did you assess in these negotiations? How much does the EU pay its dairy farmers in an average year?
We can get you a figure on EU support levels very readily. We should be able to do that very
Do we, as a
quickly.
rule, convert those to an equivalent tariff?
Senator, part of the construction, I think Dr Grenville was clear on this last week, the construction of the producer support estimate is in fact the tariff, the border protection. So erosion of those border measures does erode the overall level of support.
Oh, no doubt. That's yep.
So this will be a big impact on our capacity to export into the EU. As I say, 27% versus 2%. That's a big levelling of the playing field.
The industry says that dairy farms in the EU get about 10.7 billion euros a year. It's over 17 billion Australian dollars. It amounts to apparently 31% of the average EU dairy farm. I mean, how the hell can we compete, even if tariffs are zero, with that?
Yeah, we're very. I mean, I think one of the things about Australian agriculture that's known globally is our extraordinary export competitiveness, even in the face of that sort of subsidised competition. And we know that the EU is a particularly heavily protected and subsidised market, but we've seen gains right through the industrialised West, where we have liberalised border measures, and as part of that liberalisation, you see a relaxation, erosion of the subsidy element of the support to farmers. That's been true in South Korea. It's been true in Japan. It's been true in North Asia generally, as our dairy access has revealed itself as an incredibly competitive source of supply.
No one subsidises their farmers to the tune that the EU does, though. And then there's the other question here is, not only have we not removed those EU protection levels, we have removed them, as you've indicated, any protection we provide to our own cheesemakers, for example. I mean, why would we remove the tariff on European cheese when they're not taking any action on these massive subsidies?
Well, the first point, Senator, is the place to conduct subsidy negotiations is not in a bilateral FTA. I think you'll be aware that these are matters that are best dealt with multilaterally. And nobody is taking up the fight against global agricultural subsidies like Australia. Second point, that with respect to why we pursued liberalisation of our sector, it's because it was in our interests to massively level the playing field. When you've got protection across the board of 27% average, when you've got tariff peaks running in well beyond 100%, and you have very limited protection at home, 2.4% is our simple average applied rate, it's simply massively in our advantage to restore the balance there, and that's what we did.
But now, and the industry fears that our domestic industry will be wiped out because that imbalance is still there. It's just there now in the case of government support and subsidies.
The imbalance is massively redressed.
It's proportionately more now because we've got zero protection.
No, look, I think the first point, the imbalance is massively redressed in our favour. 27% their side, 2% on ours.
But we have zero tariffs, protection now.
On tariffs, we have massively leveled.
No, but we've reduced our protection by 100%. They haven't.
Yeah, well, I think they've done a huge amount more liberalising.
Well, that's not what I said, and I just want to make clear.
A huge amount more liberalising than we have. On the question of subsidies, we will continue our fight, Senator, as chair of the Cairns Group of Fair Traders, in the right fora, and they include the WTO, the OECD, and all of those fora where people are ready to talk.
Look,
we make gains where we can.
And look, I accept that is the appropriate fora, but given the greatest distortion in our trade with the EU is those subsidies, is the common agricultural policy, it was probably inappropriate to even try to conclude a bilateral free trade agreement with the EU. That's my fundamental position here is unless we're going to get action on that. And I just want to be clear here, this is the biggest issue for me, that we have exposed our domestic dairy industry, particularly our cheese industry, who I've spoken to, they're very worried, to unfettered competition, while massive barriers to trade remain in the EU. That is unacceptable, Senator, and we should never have rolled over and agreed to that.
Senator, we have had a very open market on dairy, as you well know, and the idea that there's been any significant shift in that is an extension beyond where the reality is.
Thinks.
In respect of subsidies.
Well, why don't we just leave it there? Why don't we, if it's not significant, why don't we just leave the tariff where it is? The dairy tariff, our dairy tariff,
because we gain massively by levelling the playing field.
If you can do that, you should go back to them, and I've written to the Trade Minister about this, that is the number one thing to fix. Unacceptable that we would reduce our levels by 100% when they're not doing the same.
It's a very significant rebalancing of the relationship in Australia's favour, with very significant market access for the agriculture sector. Now, I understand your sort of fundamentalist proposition. That is not a position that stands up to any pragmatic assessment of what Australia's position is. You feel free to keep asserting it, but this, in relative terms, puts Australian agriculture in a much stronger position.
I'm not the one being fundamentalist. The position that you're taking is that we must go down to zero.
Approach.
That's the fundamental approach. That's the ideological approach. Everything's got to be zero. My view is much more pragmatic. If others are not going to move and you provide us substantial access to their markets, I don't think we should do the same. It's pretty pragmatic and practical, flexible, and it leaves room for us to get further market access in the future. It's very sensible, and it's at the heart of why, particularly the agricultural sector, but especially the dairy industry, are very upset with how the government's rolled over.
The dairy industry were clear with us, Senator, that they wanted two things out of this deal: reciprocity in market access and a good outcome on GIs. We delivered better than reciprocity.
So why aren't they happy? They're not happy.
We delivered better than reciprocity. That is, we delivered a vastly improved balance in our favour on
the
tariffs.
Australian Dairy Industry Council said, and I quote, "The EU deal is neither a free or fair deal for Australian dairy." Yeah, so if you got what they wanted, why did they say that?
We also delivered the best deal anyone has achieved with the EU on GIs. So on both of the counts, in respect of the dairy industry's request list, we met the request. So this is, as the Minister said, a vastly improved balance in our favour on protection. We acknowledge the points you're making, Senator, on subsidies, and we will continue that fight in the right fora.
Okay. Well, look, deal's not done yet, so it should be changed, just as we did to China. We changed. Just on that, the China chapter deal was altered after the original text was settled. Is that right?
Well, Senator, I'd have to go back through the negotiating history on that one.
And your minister has been out there saying somehow my position on this is blowing up decades of bipartisanship when a decade ago the then opposition leader Bill Shorten said that the original chapter deal was terrible, was a dud, and it was subsequently renegotiated. It's exactly what happened. Well, so is there any chance, if we did that 10 years ago, what's stopping the government going back now, given the reaction from the agricultural sector, the farming sector, the Parliament, going back and saying, hey, we need change?
Senator, that approach is naive at best.
Well, we did it.
It's naive at best when you look at this arrangement, what it offers, the fact that it is on the European side a very difficult thing to achieve, to have the European Commission representing all of those countries, 400 million or so Europeans in 30 or so economies. The idea that this achievement could just get sort of stopped, that you into some sort of imaginarium where you could, renegotiate this set of propositions is fanciful at best, and ultimately advocating that position and not taking responsibility in the Parliament for the economic interests of all those Australian industries that manifestly benefit from this agreement. That is a destructive approach. You have responsibility for carriage of the Liberals and Nationals' position on trade. I think that's an irresponsible way to approach that responsibility, but that is a matter for you.
Well, look, just to make sure we're on the record, and maybe you'll come back to me on notice, but in October 2015, the then coalition government announced that it had amended the migration regulations under the Chapter Agreement to meet the concerns of the then opposition leader, Bill Shorten, and it made additional side letters to the deal to settle those arrangements. So I'm not exactly sure why your government is not being as cooperative with the Parliament and with other parties, and may I add, not me, with the agricultural sector that, as I read out earlier, have responded so vociferously to this arrangement. But it seems like the stubbornness here to say, no, it's take it or leave it. We're not going to take up the bat for you guys, just as the coalition did when you raised concerns about migration and labour 10 years ago about Chapter.
Well, if I can just make the gentle point that the contours of our economic and strategic relationship with the European Union in 2026 are a little bit different to the contours of our economic and strategic relationship. Precisely, Senator.
Okay.
And so
the Europeans are more difficult to deal with.
A little bit of
that's what you're saying. You're saying the Europeans are harder to deal with.
No, I'm saying what I just said. And there's a little bit of growing up on this question that needs to happen.
The patronising.
Like there is adopting the approach that you do puts at risk all of those billions of dollars worth of economic activity that will be generated as a result of this agreement. All of those billions of dollars worth of additional market access and jobs, most of them not in our CBDs, most of them in our outer suburbs and our regional communities. And it is naive at best to sort of try and create a world that we wish existed and then set that as the standard for an agreement negotiation process that has taken many years. And the alternative here is not a better deal. The alternative here is decades with no deal. That is the truth of it.
Well, look, just so we have this all on the record, just quoting from an academic article, it's actually on the DFAT website, this article written by James Lawrenson, I think he tutored me at university, James, and he was reporting on this was an article about the details of the Chapter deal, and he said, the opposition Australian Labor Party under the leadership of Bill Shorten initially labelled Chapter a bad agreement and a dud deal. That's, yes, okay, I'm making similar points here, but I'm doing so on behalf of our nation's farmers, as Mr. Shorten was doing, on what he thought was best for workers. As I said, the then coalition government took up those concerns of Australian workers, got a better deal out of China, and we settled it for the future, for the best interests of our country. But the record shows here that this government is going to refuse to take up a similar bat and instead say it's all too hard, the Europeans are too mean, they're too nasty, and Australian farmers are just going to have to suck it up.
Because it's in the national interest
position.
And it's in our national economic interest that we proceed with this agreament.
Well,
and doing anything else
clear.
is like it's just more of the sort of jobs killer Canavan approach to these issues.
I mean, you can deride me all you want, but let's move on to another industry. Cane growers have said the agreement was, and I quote, a complete failure. And they went on to say that this is a horrendous outcome for Australia's cane growers. Not me, Minister. It's the nation's premier primary sugar representative body. What is the total amount of duty-free access for raw cane sugar under this deal?
I can take this one, Senator. So the new access under the FTA was an additional 35,000 tonnes of raw sugarcane for refining, but the total access that now is usable, because Australia's current access is limited from very high tariffs into the EU. Australia's had a country-specific quota under the World Trade Organisation of 9,925 tonnes, but it's had an in-quota rate of €98 a tonne. So it's been prohibitive for the good part of a decade or more. So that €98 a tonne is being eliminated. So effectively, under the FTA, there'll be just short of 45,000 tonnes of raw cane sugar for refining that the industry will be able to send. So it's 44,925 tonnes, duty-free. No end-use requirements, anything like that. That's the outcome there, as well as some more refined processed products. But the key item, that's the headline figure.
Right. Okay. How long does it take to get to that?
50% is implemented on day one, and then within 3 years, the full volume's implemented.
So Mercosur got 180,000 tonnes. So we've only got 35.
So just to clarify,
even on the rule of Thor, that's not working.
Just to clarify, the only new access under Mercosur was Paraguay getting 10,000 tonnes. The 180,000 tonnes I believe you're referring to, that is existing WTO access that Brazil already has. It's only a subset of it that they got the in-quota rate eliminated. So Brazil didn't get any new volume. It was just eliminating the in-quota rate on a portion.
That's given how
a portion of their existing access. Yeah.
How protective that is. That's a pretty significant deal. I mean, we export. We produce over 4 million tonnes of sugar a year. 35,000 tonnes. You can kind of see why the cane growers have said it's a horrendous outcome. It's
well, Senator,
really
again, you're
much.
looking at the starting points here. EU sugar is notoriously highly protected. We have achieved an outcome here which is a very significant commercial, meaningful outcome. We all would have wanted more, but when one looks at deals such as the Australia-United States Free Trade Agreement, in which sugar was excluded in its entirety, this compares very favourably in restoring again some of the access back in Australia's favour and access that was usable. So it's a very important new quantum.
Okay. Look, I'm not exactly sure how you could maintain it's meaningful, given the numbers I quoted. But
well, the industry were telling us that these conditions were usable.
No, but the industry's not happy either.
The industry wanted more, as did we.
We can describe it the way we want, but that's I don't see how 30,000 tonnes out of 4 million.
Well, it compares, favourably to our most significant competitors, as Mr. Jacinko said.
Well, we can choose whatever benchmark we like. They're not good ones. So, moving on, I wanted to move on to the Trade and Sustainable Development chapter. In Article 18.1, Clause 3, the agreement, or the text that's been released, refers to the special report, the IPCC special report entitled Global Warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Why does the agreement refer to a particular report?
Senator, we'll look up the particular reference you've made there. Can I ask you for the relevant question?
Sorry, so it's 18. I'm sorry, I did mention 18.1, Clause 3. Yep.
Right.
It's at the top of the next page.
Yeah. Well, I think that text there is part of the objectives and context of the chapter, nothing more than that.
Right.
And of course, both parties are members of the Paris Agreement, and of course are interested in the contribution made by the IPCC on this topic. Can I just also take the opportunity, Senator, to update you on an earlier question you raised on EU dairy producer support numbers. They range between the mid-30s and mid-50% levels in dairy. They are 16.4, I think Dr Grenville said 17% writ large across EU agriculture. They are very significant, as we said, and we are leading the fight against those subsidies in the relevant fora.
Okay. I won't go back there. I'm just interested in this report because this report at a number of times refers to a climate scenario known as RCP 8.5. Now, in the last month or so, IPCC authors have written a new paper saying that that scenario, RCP 8.5, is implausible, in their words, and it will be discontinued as a scenario in the next assessment report, so-called AR7. Why are we referring to a particular document that's using a scenario, a climate scenario that's now deemed implausible by the IPCC itself?
Well, Senator, this is simply, as I said, context for the overall obligations in this chapter. It has no operative effect.
But why would we do something that, why would we refer to something that's being already discredited? I don't understand why you'd need to refer to any report then.
Senator,
it seems very strange.
The two parties I mentioned earlier, we're both members of the Paris Accord,
right?
And both are quite obviously interested in contributions from the IPCC. This is no more than context for the chapter.
Okay, well, it's context that's already out of date, given those the science is not settled here, of course, by the look of it.
In addition to what Mr. Mina has said, that scenario, as I understand it, is a benchmark scenario for what happens in the event that there is no action on emissions around the world, unmitigated approach. Now, that is that my understanding of the approach that's been taken around these questions is because there is action. That is not the scenario that is adopted. That is quite a different position to saying that it's a discredited scenario. It's a baseline scenario. As Mr. Mina says, there's a preamble, I suppose is the right word, in that text. That's quite normal, and that's quite different to the assertion that you're making.
Right. Okay. Is the Paris Agreement binding under this agreement?
Senator, the Paris Agreement is referenced. It is referenced in a way that reflects both parties' intention to bind themselves to it, and so there's no new binding obligations here.
Well, if there's no new binding obligations, why does the government fact sheet on environment and climate to deal with this free trade agreement say, and I quote, this is the government's words, for the first time in a free trade agreement, Australia and the EU has made a binding commitment to implement obligations under the Paris Agreement? Yep. That is new, is it, or not?
The entirety of this agreement binds on each of the parties. It recognises that both of us have taken binding commitments on the Paris Agreement. There's nothing new there. It offers enforcement capability.
It's the first time.
It offers enforcement capability, Senator, in relation to both parties' approaches to the Paris Agreement. It recognises that both of us are seeking to decarbonise our economies, and it also recognises, Senator, that this partnership will assist greatly in that effort. So some of the discussion we're having earlier on critical minerals, on the investment we'll be both making in our supply chains, on the flow of investment generally into new technologies, these will be promoted through this agreement. This agreement recognises that through the recognition that both of us have sought to make Paris binding on ourselves, and as I say, it offers enforcement provisions to back that up.
So what enforcement provisions were there under the Paris Agreement?
Well, Senator, with respect to the Paris Agreement, I would have to refer you to our colleagues who handle the climate negotiations. What I can say in this agreement is that the normal dispute settlement provisions apply to the entirety of the agreement. Second,
is there a dispute settlement process for Paris?
So for Paris, as I say, I'd have to
I'm just trying to work out, like,
refer you to our colleagues.
Government's made a big play here of this being the first time
in respect
Paris is binding.
In respect of this agreement,
so
there are enforcement provisions, there are dispute settlement provisions, and they have a higher threshold and a narrower remit in respect to the trade and sustainable development chapter than other chapters. And third, I'd make the point that the consequences, if you like, of non-enforcement solely relate to this agreement. In other words, it's a self-contained deal on the trade and sustainable development provisions. So if there were one party did seek to seek recourse to the other party for failure to meet, as I say, higher threshold, tighter remit, but even so, were they to take action, then the only consequence would be a denial of some of the benefits of this same agreement.
Right. So they could remove the preferential access,
for instance,
if judged that we weren't meeting Paris.
Precisely. Well,
can such action be taken under the Paris Agreement itself?
Can I just say, Senator, perhaps I just take issue with that last phrasing. That is, not so much if judged not to have met Paris, but as I say, higher threshold here, so the requirement's quite onerous. It requires one. I'll turn to our Chief Legal Officer, but I think it's formulations such as material breach.
Materially defeats the object and purpose of the Paris Agreement. So it's high threshold.
Well, just let's get to that then later on in this chapter. There's Article 8.2, Clause 3. It starts by saying a party shall not weaken or reduce the level of protection afforded in its environmental or labour law in order to encourage trade or investment. So what happens then if we seek to increase our fuel security, for example, and have to do so in a way where we do reduce the level of environmental protection, say through a national interest exemption or the like? Would we be in breach then of that clause?
Senator, there's a vast array of exceptions to global trade law, and that applies also in the case of free trade agreements. Again, our chief trade lawyer should be able to help us here, but there are exceptions for countries to regulate in the national interest on issues such as environment and climate, such that they retain an extraordinary policy flexibility. So there'd be no restriction on our ability to continue to regulate in that way.
Where's the national interest element in this agreement?
The exceptions, maybe just, Trish, do you want to, I'm not sure if you're in a position to go through some of those.
So the question of what would constitute a serious violation would be assessed on a case-by-case basis by an impartial dispute settlement panel. And as I mentioned, as Mr Mina mentioned, this is a high benchmark. It would need to find a violation of the commitment to respect, promote, realise the principles of. So that in relation to the materially defeats the object and purpose of the Paris Agreement. It's also in relation to the ILO agreements. Those are the two elements that are enforceable through the FTA, the dispute settlement mechanism in the FTA. And as Mr Mina said, ultimately, if there's a breach determined, and there's a long process for that, so as it's the same process that I mentioned this morning around consultations being the initial process, panel processes, finding a breach, then if ultimately we're not able to reach agreement that we've come into compliance, there is the option to, on either side, depending, because obviously this is a two-way obligation, it also applies to the EU, not just just to Australia, that for trade preferences to be suspended only in relation to the EU FTA, Australia FTA, so not in relation to the WTO.
So I'm just trying to, where in the agreement does it give us this national interest right to obviate these other commitments we have made to make Paris binding? Is there some text here that you can point to?
So in relation to the exceptions, so the exceptions apply, they are general exceptions around environmental, health, safety, SBS. Then we also have a national security exception.
Okay, I'm not asking what they are, I'm asking where are they? Like, where are these exceptions in law? Like, where can I find them?
Yeah, I'll just have to check the chapter with general exceptions in the FTA.
Chapter 23 of the text, Senator sets out a series of these general exceptions that...
and they give us the full right to act in our national interest?
They give extraordinary, what shall we describe them as, exceptions for application, as Ms Holmes has said, of measures relating to national security, to general exceptions relating to public security, public morals, human, animal, plant life or health, necessary to ensure compliance with laws or regulations in other areas, and beyond all that, in relation to taxation. So there's a vast array of exceptions. This builds on world trade law in the GATT and the GATS, where similar exceptions apply.
So let's say the government decided, look, we've faced a real security risk here. We've got to drop net zero. We've got to reduce our NDCs. We could just say that it's in our national interest, and then we'd be covered. We wouldn't. They couldn't take action against us.
On the NDCs,
it would be hard to conceive of a position where that was in our national interest. Senator.
Australian people will decide that.
I reckon. Well, Senator, that would be an utterly destructive position for our agriculture and for our economy and for our national security. But I'll allow Mr. Mina to finish his answer.
Yeah, and I was just simply going to make the point, Senator, that on the NDCs, as you well know, these are voluntary, individual, nationally determined targets that we, as a sovereign nation, decide and then submit to the Paris process. So that is nothing. Nothing will change in that regard, and nothing in this agreement detracts from that flexibility.
Thing is, can we reduce those NDCs and not breach this agreement?
Nothing in this agreement will detract from that flexibility.
Okay, and that would be the same the other side. I mean,
correct.
If the national right wins in France next year, their stated goal is to leave the Paris Agreement.
Yeah.
Well, so what happens
once
then?
again,
like what happens then?
They're two different things.
If the French government's out of the Paris Agreement, what happens to the Paris Agreement?
Two different propositions you put there, Senator. The first was a shift in NDCs, where I think we're agreed there is that flexibility under the Paris architecture to determine that nationally and to shift that nationally. However, your second proposition there was about withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. That is a materially different proposition, and I would have to defer to Ms Holmes, but I think that would start to get into the realm of material.
So would we take action then in that case under this agreement?
Well, it would be available to us to seek to initiate action.
Okay. Okay.
And the consequences there, as I said earlier, solely pertain to the benefits provided by this agreement. The consequences being a denial of the benefits.
I'm just trying to work out here now that we've got all these exceptions. What's the point of this? Like, why put this in a?
Well, Senator, the point of this is a major uplift in Australia's trade partnership.
Right.
That's what this is about, and it's really a big commercial deal. It's decades pent up demand from our side, looking for access to this $30 trillion.
But you said earlier that the behind the border subsidies weren't an issue or shouldn't be tackled through a bilateral trade agreement.
Yes. Yeah, we can't solve
everything.
everything.
The same would go, surely, with a global climate agreement. It's not really appropriate for a bilateral agreement.
We cannot solve everything.
But yes, but just hear me out. So I'm just trying to understand the double standard here, that a common agricultural policy, which is enormously injurious to our country's interests and has been for many decades, is out of scope, but a global climate change agreement, which cannot be an issue be settled bilaterally in any case, is in scope. Why? Why the different treatment between climate agreements and behind the border subsidies?
Perhaps it's worth just adding a touch of nuance on both points. It's not completely out of scope. We have a consultation mechanism on agricultural support and protection in this agreement, and neither is on the climate side it completely irrelevant. As we said earlier, Senator, this is an extraordinary opportunity for us to drive our net zero and decarbonisation agenda with respect to technology, investment, uplift on critical minerals. So this is part of this economic partnership, is this massive opportunity to drive innovation and investment in our economy. And why would we not take it? So for us, Senator, this is not some kind of straitjacket, but rather an opportunity to drive investment and innovation, and we should take it and seize it with both hands.
I'm just trying to understand, just to make clear, we had a little bit of talk of this, but the text mentions that each party shall effectively implement the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, including commitments with regard to its nationally determined contributions.
Yep.
So those nationally determined contributions can go down, you're saying?
Underline nationally determined, exactly,
Yeah,
Senator.
right, so we can determine those still.
We retain the sovereignty as we do under the Paris Accord.
Okay. Now, it was mentioned earlier, the other then operative term later in that same paragraph says that the parties shall refrain from any act or omission which materially defeats the object and purpose of the Paris Agreement. Right. What does that really mean?
I think, as I said, it would be assessed on a case-by-case basis, but it's clearly a high standard and would require a serious violation. And I think that, just to step back, it really reflects the commitments made here, and including the elements that we've referred to in the dispute settlement mechanism, reflects the seriousness with which both parties take the issue and challenge of climate change. And I think that is not unrelated to the trade agreement, and I think that is a fundamental element in relation to these trade agreements. And these commitments were included in other trade agreements, including in dispute settlement, in CPTPP, in the UK FTA. So it's not an entirely novel issue to be addressed, and it's not entirely novel for these matters to be covered in the dispute settlement mechanism. Most chapters in free trade agreements are covered by the dispute settlement provisions.
So did we seek legal advice on whether or not that particular Article 18.6, in any way restricts Australia's ability to change emissions targets, the safeguard mechanism, the new vehicle efficiency scheme, or any other policy to tackle climate change?
We've had solid legal support and advice throughout in this negotiation, Senator, including on those issues.
So that advice says that our sovereignty is not affected. We can continue to.
Senator, I stand by the evidence we've given you in relation to the nationally determined contributions, the manner in which, and I think you referenced the safeguard mechanism. So the manner in which Australia discharges its obligations under the Paris Accord, these are all matters on which we retain sovereign flexibility. And the paragraphs you've referenced here don't detract from any of that flexibility.
Okay, I'm just particularly asking then, yes, you've done the NDCs, but what about other policies like the safeguard mechanism?
Yeah.
So,
no, I do understand the question, Senator. The method by which one would implement one's domestic and discharge one's domestic obligations as enunciated in the NDCs? Yes. The answer is yes. We would retain the sovereign flexibility as to the manner, not just the level at which we set our nationally determined contributions, but the manner in which we discharged them. None of this detracts at all from that. There's been a lot of debate about this in the public discourse, but we can reassure you that there's nothing here that would detract from our sovereign rights and flexibility in relation to both the NDCs or the manner in which they're implemented.
So, of course, that's our position, and I welcome that. It would still, of course, be up to the other party here, the EU, whether it would like to take action if we do make any particular changes. If that happens, this dispute settlement process, what happens there? Like, where does it go? Where does the dispute go to?
Through the general approach to dispute settlement.
Sure, yes, thanks for the question. So the steps in relation to a dispute under the Free Trade Agreement, there's 4 main components. So there's consultations, cooperative engagement, so that's the first step where the party concerned raises and seeks resolution through consultations on a matter that comes up in or has been raised in this chapter. Then if it's not resolved, a panel can be requested formally under the dispute settlement mechanisms and chapter in the FTA by either party. An independent panel is established under the agreement in accordance with the dispute settlement chapter, which assesses the arguments on both sides and the consistency with the agreement and the findings, and that's the consistency with the EU-Australia FTA and the commitment that is being made under that in relation to the Paris Agreement, or whatever the allegation or the issue is. Then if the panel will issue a report with findings and recommendations, and then the responding party is generally required to what's called bring its measures into conformity, and that then is up to the responding party, the manner in which it will do that. It will bring its measure into conformity, and that will depend in many respects on what the finding of inconsistency is. And then that is subsequently implemented, monitored. The implementation is monitored through the mechanisms in the agreement, so institutional mechanisms, and then there can be, as I mentioned, remedies in the sense of suspension of tariffs. So implementation of tariffs, or exactly. So that can be the final.
Who makes that final decision?
So the question of, so ultimately, if a party determines, so this would be challenging, any retaliatory measures implemented at the end of that process have to be proportionate to the level of the breach.
But who gives them the tick to say, yep, they can?
So ultimately, the panel will determine. So once you've had a determination of of inconsistency, non-compliance, then you are given a period of time to implement. And then, if that implementation is determined, you can go back to the panel to ascertain. Either side can claim that it's been implemented.
Who makes up the panel again? Maybe.
So the panel will be 3 independent arbitrators are appointed to the panel. And then ultimately it's the implementation of the level of retaliation would be on the party that implements that, but that can be challenged and assessed by the panel.
So those 3 panel members are appointed by consensus, or?
There's a process through the dispute settlement mechanism. So different FTAs in the WTO will have different processes, but there will be a process by which the panellists are appointed through a roster of panellists on the various FTAs.
Do they have to be from a different country then?
That can be a requirement, yes.
We haven't worked these out yet, have we?
That happens once the FTA enters into force.
Okay.
So once the FTA enters into force, then you have these mechanisms where you have lists of panellists.
The European Union's website describing the deal says, and I quote, that dispute settlement on sustainability issues have special transparency requirements, including the involvement of civil society at various stages of the process. What are the special transparency requirements in regards to sustainability issues?
So that's the exact name. There's a committee on... I'll have to just check the exact name, but there is a committee that can be that's engaged and consulted in relation to these issues, and they are brought in on some of these issues.
Just on the sustainability issues.
On the sustainability issues, but there are a range of other.
Who's that committee?
Committees.
Is it the Civil Society Forum? Because the other question I had here, what's the including the involvement of civil society, what does that mean?
It's called...
Yeah. So Chapter 22, Senator provides for that civil society engagement, and that's on both sides, a civil society forum to conduct a dialogue on the implementation of the agreement. So this is part of the transparency elements of the agreement.
So the Civil Society Forum is involved in these sustainability issues?
Well, the civil society has the opportunity to make statements about issues relating to implementation of the agreement. That's right.
Who's, I mean, maybe this is European lingo, what does civil society organisations mean?
Well, civil society forum may be, as it says in this chapter, it may include members inter alia working on social, human rights, environmental matters, and in particular in relation to Australia, matters relating to Australian First Nations people. So that will be set up as part of...
So NGOs, basically.
As part of the advisory arrangements for the agreement. That's right. NGOs will be
so environmental activist groups could be some of these civil society organisations?
Sorry, Senator?
Environmental activist groups, Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, they could be, are they civil society groups?
I would put it as the agreement has put it. That is, those working in a domestic advisory capacity working on social, human rights and environmental matters, and First Nations people in the case of Australia.
Who appoints these civil society groups to the forum?
Well, as with all elements of the institutional setup of this agreement, Senator, that will be decided once the institutional arrangements for the agreement are established. That those institutional arrangements normally, in the case of a trade agreement such as this, commence with an opening institutional setup phase. A trade committee is established. Right. In the case of this committee, Civil Society Forum, the first meeting of the Trade Committee provides for that opportunity for the forum to be established, including its operational guidelines, conduct and so forth.
What about industry? Can they be represented through this dispute settlement process?
We would absolutely be looking for opportunities for a large range of stakeholders to participate in the implementation of this agreement, particularly on this civil society forum. This group is set up based on the categories I've made.
So an industry association is a civil society, is a society group?
Well, an economic advisory group could indeed constitute a business organisation, one would imagine. So economic, social, human rights.
Very Orwellian to me, but what have we had a civil society forum before in a trade agreement?
We have an extraordinary range of consultations.
Have we had this particular term used? As I say, I can't stand these sort of terms because they sound so, sweet and and non-threatening, but usually that hides something else. But have we had a civil society forum in a trade agreement before?
In respect of,
have we ever used those terms?
We use terms very similar, Senator, in the Australian domestic setup. You'd know that Australia runs a very open and inclusive approach to consultation on trade. We have a public forum at which we engage every year in relation to trade policy issues with a range of civil society organisations, NGOs, business organisations. We do that twice a year with approximately 100 different organisations. And yes, indeed, non-government organisations, civil society, business are all a part of that. We tend, and on those occasions, to call it the peak bodies consultations, but they're different terms in different jurisdictions.
Okay. Just wanted to ask about the reference to the EPBC Act in there. There's an annex where it's referenced. What's the reason for that?
I'll just ask you for some a touch of time for us to be able to locate the provision, Senator. Is there a particular provision you'd like to refer us to?
I think it might only be mentioned once. Just give me a second again. I had it just up here before, but I moved. It's Annex 12B.
Annex 12B.
Yeah, it's the annex on, and it gives effect to paragraph 1 of Article 12.6. We were, I think, talking about it earlier. And it lists the EPBC Act, the OPGGS Act, and then some state acts as well.
Right. Okay, and you were saying it gives
why is
effect
it
to
there? It seems strange that in a trade agreement we'd give reference to...
Right. So 12.6, as you've just referenced, Senator, provides that each party shall ensure its laws and regulation require an environmental impact assessment and that where such activities are likely to have an impact on the environment. And you've also mentioned 12B giving some definition to that, including with reference to the EPBC Act, and that is indeed what we see here, because of course that's an important framework legislation, element of legislation for Australia in giving effect to our environmental impact assessment processes.
So if we make changes to the EPBC Act, could we fall foul of this free trade agreement?
Well, this simply references that for the purposes of paragraph 1 of 12.6, it shall only apply in relation to various Australian legislative instruments, including the EPBC Act. So the way I read this, Senator, is a limiting provision to provide a narrowness of scope and definition for the application of the environmental impact provisions of the agreement. And so the way I read this, but again, have to defer to our chief trade lawyer, which is always a safe thing to do, is that one could make changes to the EPBC Act and not fall afoul, as you say. But I don't know, Trish, have you got anything? Is that the way you read it? We'd have to go through it.
Okay, well, maybe you take one note. So just strange to me why that would be referenced. In fact, we've just gone through a whole reform process here. I mean, the other part of that annex refers to the EU, an EU regulation. Well, maybe on notice, what are the EU laws that are referred to in that? And can you tell me definitively whether or not the EU deforestation regulations are included in that?
Yep, we're happy to come back to you on that.
Are we sure? Or can anyone rule that out? Because that's something... I know in the government's documents they seem to indicate that deforestation wasn't part of this. I'm just wondering, though, is there a backdoor way here that the EU has put it in, or could put it in the future?
Well, you know, we're having, Senator, a separate conversation about the application of the EU's deforestation regulations, which we've traversed here in detail. So that's right. This wouldn't detract from that separate conversation.
So there's nothing in the agreement that gives effect or forces us, incentivises us to comply with the EU deforestation regulation? Maybe you want to put that on record.
Forces or incentivises? We could come back on that, but.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add that their high-level obligations in relation to environmental impact assessments and the requirement to have that, but there's not obligation around the specific way in which Australia implements that obligation. So that does give us scope to amend the EPBC Act or whatever state legislation might be relevant. It's about that high-level obligation. Now, how ultimately the interaction between these obligations and then how we might choose to implement them, and then if the EU wishes to then challenge, and then you've got the overarching security exceptions and environmental exceptions, you're getting into a relatively hypothetical situation at that point. The point is we've made commitments bilaterally to ensure that we're maintaining a standard of environmental protection at a certain sort of generalised level, which includes having environmental impact assessment, which is a relatively standard mechanism under environmental law internationally. And obviously this is not something that's unique to Australia and the EU. These commitments do come up in other FTAs that the EU in particular has completed. And then, yes, the deforestation is separate legislation that the EU, that has been progressed, and I know we can discuss that separately, that we're taking in relation to that mechanism.
Okay. Is any of the, just going back to the civil society forum, the domestic advisory groups and other committees, is any of the money in the budget for implementation of the free trade agreement going to civil society groups, other third parties to help implement the agreement?
I'll just get that detail for you. Yeah, no, that's right. Senator, there's no particular funding that has been established in the budget for that purpose. No.
Okay. All right. Just going to that, I may as well move on to that then. The 38.6 million over 4 years and 7.1 million a year ongoing. Is that just all going to this department or other departments receiving funding as well?
A range of government agencies, Senator, and I'm happy to take you through that if you wish in detail, but effectively it's half a dozen components or thereabouts.
Okay, well maybe on those give us the details. Which departments or agencies are receiving funding?
Yeah.
Or which are, you can tell me the names and then the numbers we can get on notice.
DFAT, Innovation Mobility Pathway, IP Australia, Geographical Indications, DISA and the National Measurement Institute.
I'm very pleased to hear it.
In respect of measures relating to enforcement of the geographical indications regime, agriculture, Mr Jasenko said earlier, administration of quotas, exporting technical market access elements and so forth, and Wine Australia on the implementation of the Australia-EU wine agreement. We should also mention a component that is going both to the Home Affairs Department for enforcement of the geographical indications regime at the border, as well as verification of origin of goods. These are normal border force roles in free trade agreements. And then finally, a small component going to the Infrastructure Department, and that relates to the acceptance of various standards relating to motor vehicles. So there's a variety of implementation aspects there.
Is the 7 million ongoing also going to a range of departments, or is that?
Look, we would have to come back to you on notice on that part.
Okay.
There'll be elements that are ongoing in each of these components I've just referenced. So I'd have to come back to you.
On notice too, if you could tell us how many ASL are associated with this funding, this additional funding too.
Sure.
How many, do we know how many, I haven't had time to cover the GIs yet and hopefully come back to them, but do we know how many businesses will be affected by the geographical indicators changes in Australia?
Well, there'll be effects on the positive for a range of Australian agriculture interests who might wish to take up the new methodology for approval of geographical indications in the EU market. We, I think, have an opportunity for fast-tracking 40 into the EU market. We've got, of course, our own existing method through the certifications trademark regime for the registration of GIs, and we've used that in a variety of sectors. But that is especially in the food and agriculture arena. We've already got an agreement, as you know, on wine. Equally, on the, if you like, the EU's interest in our market and how that impacts on our producers, our objective was to limit that to the greatest possible extent, that impact. And as I said earlier, Senator, we preserve the right to use a range of common use terms, including various cheese terms, and we preserve the right to continue to use in our market terms like Prosecco, I mentioned in respect of Senator Whiteacre's question, terms like Camembert and Brie and dairy, terms like Feta and Parmesan, Feta being grandfather, Parmesan being continued to be able to use. So, if you like, there we achieved minimal impact because they were issues on which the Australian dairy industry had asked us to be very careful, and we were very successful in doing so.
Yeah, we could just not do the deal and keep using them anyway. Okay. I may as well turn to the GIs then. We'll probably put some questions on notice about the funding.
Yes, we would do that with a smaller economy.
Oh, okay. Yes, we've been through that. We've been through there's no meaningful access as many people have pointed out, not me.
That for your socials, I suppose.
Yep. Has the EU given us any GI concessions?
Yes, as I say, Senator, we have not only over the years been able to establish successfully our own GIs in the EU's market through the certifications approach, through our access to their system. But in this agreement, there is a provision, as I understand it, for a fast-tracking of 40 Australian place names, geographical indications.
So when you say fast-tracking, we were going to get those anyway?
We may have. But this agreement provides for us to be able to streamline protection under the EU system, under the agreement, so long as they meet EU domestic requirements. Now, that's not contingent on us being able to add to the list that the EU's already sought. As you know, we have conceded to a number of GIs
sorry, I'm just getting confused. Have the EU agreed to these 40? Will we definitely get the 40?
We will get the 40 if we meet the EU's requirements.
Okay, so it's conditional.
Streamlining.
It's conditional, though.
It's conditional on the quality. This is a procedural uplift. It gives you streamlined access to the process to register 40 names as long as they meet the requirements.
But we could have done it anyway, couldn't we?
Well, we may have been able to do it at a slower pace. We may have been able to do it at a pace that was...
But are any of the GI concessions we've given...
Yes.
...subject to such a process? Well, not any, sorry. Or are all of them subject to such a process?
Senator, we, throughout this negotiation,
it's the most one-sided deal in history. So we've given them a bunch of GI concessions, and they've given us none in return.
Precisely not a one-sided deal, as I was trying to explain earlier.
It's on many facets one-sided, but this is another one I've just discovered.
Precisely not a one-sided deal. In fact, this agreement is the best agreement with respect to the GIs package that any trading partners negotiated with the EU. It's because we retain the space to use our terms, to use what we're describing as common use terms. You know, Senator, the dairy industry has been really keen to continue to use Parmesan in the Australian market, to continue to produce brie.
They didn't need agreement for that. They could have kept doing it.
To continue to use camembert, and they can continue to do so.
Who made the EU the boss of our market? We can just keep doing that. We don't have to get their permission for it.
Well,
right?
This is an agreement, and if you want commercial access into their
really
dairy
worried.
sector,
I know you're giving your best Dr. Pangloss effort here today, but I'm really worried about the mentality that we have to seek permission from the European Union to keep using terms we always have.
Senator,
it's not some great concession of them to let us do that.
Senator, we know the EU has had...
They used to be our boss. They're not anymore.
We know the EU has had a very assertive posture on its approach
good luck to them. But that's,
European names, and
you seem to have the attitude sometimes. With all respect, sometimes you have the attitude that it's a great thing that the EU allow us to continue to do things we always have.
Well, Senator, we could have
posture are we in here? We're not a colonial. We're not a colonial outpost anymore.
We're certainly not, Senator. Which is why we've sought so hard to negotiate this new dairy access and retain at the same time our ability to produce cheeses that we choose to use using our own cultural heritage.
Right.
And that's why we're so pleased at the quality of the deal. Your question went to specifically where have the EU gained concessions in our market, I thought. And I was about to set out for you that there is a list that we've negotiated with them. That list includes many terms that are not used in our market. Terms like Kranjska klobasa, terms like queso de marica, terms like a fish fillet, novak afumat. These are terms that do not have significant commercial resonance in our market, and we were willing, Senator, as part of what is a substantial uplift in dairy, to concede to some of those terms. And at the same time, as I said earlier, we've been able to achieve new continued protections for terms that matter to us. Right across the dairy sector, into the wine sector, such as Prosecco and beyond. So this is a good deal, and it's a good deal for those who care about generic terms. Remember, this creates a precedent in global trade law here, not just in this bilateral deal, but more broadly. And we've been fighting hard for Australian agriculture on this issue for decades, and we regard this as a big win in the swing and the compromise between generic terms and compound and geographical indications.
So our feta producers can keep using feta?
Senator, in our market, feta is grandfathered for continued use. That's right.
What if?
Is that only Australia or Australia, New Zealand?
No, this is with the EU. So the existing producers of feta, we've again fought hard on this one. Existing producers of feta can continue to use the term in our market.
Oh, so sorry. Only now, it's not Australia, New Zealand. Where there's shared producers, it's only in Australia they can sell it as feta.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. We have the right to export into other markets.
There's dual producers that produce in Australia, where they have some manufacturing in Australia, some in New Zealand, so they can't ship that feta to New Zealand even though they're a jointly owned company.
It depends on what deal the Kiwis do every other month.
Yeah. So the particular circumstances in that export market would have to govern, Senator Cadell, whether we can export to that market. So, for instance, in the case of the European Union New Zealand deal, market of New Zealand, for instance, in feta. It's been a very assertive EU agenda for decades, and we've swung the balance back to those who believe in common use terms, and it will be an important precedent.
Well, it's still a reduction from where we were. But if I want to start a new company to make feta, I can't call it feta.
Correct. We have grandfathered existing users and feta.
But hasn't this just weakened competition in the Australian? Now we've got a situation where people who were making feta can continue to use feta, but a new entrant to that market,
Senator,
a new start-up company can't use the same term that everyone wants to use. You go to the shops, you want to buy feta. And so you're effectively freezing the feta market.
You're not freezing the market, you're freezing the users of the term to existing users. And that is,
how does someone new come in and compete with existing feta producers?
So, Senator, we're well aware of that, and that's why We fought as hard as possible on all of the key cheese lines that were of interest. Parmesan, the EU sought to contain us to grandfathering arrangements. We fought back and won. Terms like brie, we fought back and won. A whole range of cheeses we have been able to protect continued use. Feta was one of 12 terms that we agreed to grandfather. Others are I can read the list, but terms such as Bologna, Munich, Nürnberg, Bratwurst and Tiroler Speck. So there are terms outside of dairy that we've agreed to grandfather as well.
Did you seek advice from the ACCC on the competition impacts of this clause?
We have sought the continued engagement of the intellectual property authorities in this country that manage our use of geographical indications.
Sorry, just to be clear, did you seek the advice of the ACCC?
Well, in respect of the GI's elements, I'm not sure we did. We would have turned to our geographical indications.
Well, maybe you take that on notice. It clearly
Experts.
has a significant impact on competition here. As I say, I don't think if the recipe calls for feta, they're going to go to the shop and want to buy feta, and it's going to be almost impossible then for any company that doesn't currently supply feta to enter that market. That's quite the constraint. Now, it's obviously not the biggest market in the country, but still, to me, we've agreed to some pretty fundamental restrictions on our own markets, our own sovereignty in this agreement for, as the farming sector say, no meaningful access to the European market.
Camembert, brie, mozzarella, prosciutto, speck, salami, mortadella, all of these food names we've
grandfathered. So no one will be able to start making mozzarella?
No, they are for common use.
Okay, so they're not. Okay,
unfettered common use.
Okay, sorry, okay. But feta's still an important product. Okay, that seems a bit strange. Turning to Prosecco, so just to explain this, so we can keep using Prosecco when it's sold in Australia?
We'll be the only country outside of Italy that retains a right to label our wine Prosecco on an ongoing basis.
Has the United States given up that right?
We'll be the only
I doubt
country
the United States have given up that right.
The only,
not pushovers like us.
outside of the EU, outside of...
So has the United States given up that right?
We'll come back to you on that.
Okay, I don't. Maybe they don't make much Prosecco, I'm not sure, but I doubt they would have. Oh, it does it? And it hasn't. Well, Senator Cadell's more expert at wine than me, obviously. So have we ever agreed to a deal which restricts us from exporting a product to a country that is not party to that deal?
To a party which is
so we are now no longer able to export Prosecco to Japan, New Zealand.
No, we can in fact continue to export Prosecco for a period.
But not with the name Prosecco.
We can continue to use the name Prosecco for export.
For export?
For a period of 10 years.
Okay, yes, okay. So beyond 10 years, we're giving up that right. And my question is, have we ever given up the right to export to a third-party country a product in a trade agreement?
Yes, we have.
In what agreement?
Also with the EU.
Also with the EU?
you will remember, of course, Senator, the EU-Australia wine agreement. You remember the extraordinary new access we won into the EU's wine market. And you remember that the Australian wine industry agreed at that time to give up the term, for instance, champagne into other markets. So we know the EU and all of the global trade community has known for decades that the EU's got a very assertive agenda on the pursuit of its EU.
And they've got every right to do that.
Now, there is a balance to be struck between finding the right protections for our common use terms and getting new access. And we absolutely found that balance in the interests of our producers.
I mean, I don't think we've just been asked here to ask, but it doesn't sound like we haven't done any modelling on the benefits to the wine industry in particular.
There may well be, Senator, modelling on that, but what we can do is give you a sense of where we were at the last 12 months, Australia exported 75 million litres of wine to the EU at over $140 million. This agreement, of course, eliminates tariffs on wine. It builds on that decades-long success I just mentioned in the EU-Australia wine agreement, where the special relationships we've had with EU winemakers and the enormous new access we won at that time. This eliminates tariffs on wine. So there's very substantial benefits to our industry that arise from that. I think on the duties side alone, we'll produce that. I think we have that figure, but it is substantial new relief on wine duties. Just see if we got that figure here. $37 million just in the duties saved alone. So in addition to what is a very substantial trade, we're now able to access that duty free.
Okay. I just want to ask some questions about the agriculture and food systems chapter. This chapter is sort of predicated on the idea it's cooperative, but does the dispute settlement framework apply to that chapter?
Only apply, did you say, Senator?
Does it apply?
Does it apply? I see. I'm not sure if we're in a position to... no, it doesn't. Please, you go ahead. Sorry.
Senator Simon Clayton, Acting First Assistant Secretary of the Office of Global Trade Negotiations, yes, dispute settlement does apply to that chapter.
Okay. So why, if it's only for sort of cooperative purposes, why does the dispute settlement framework apply to it?
As Ms Holmes explained, Senator, dispute settlement applies to pretty much the whole agreement, and this chapter was part of that. As you pointed out yourself, though, the intent of the chapter is cooperation, and it's very clear in terms of the way the chapter is framed that that's the intent of the chapter. The intent of the chapter is not to impose new obligations on us as such, rather to promote information exchange, transparency and cooperation between us and the EU in respect of what's contained in that chapter.
Right. The chapter does go on and say that the parties shall, where practical and appropriate, exchange information, expertise and experience in the field of animal welfare related to, in particular, the treatment on the farm during transport, the slaughter of animals farmed for food production. I mean, does this require our officials to consult with only the other parties, the European governments, or with the civil society groups as well?
I can't comment precisely on what it would mean in terms of consultation with civil society groups, but my understanding of that would be what you would reasonably expect in terms of an information exchange between the parties in relation to those topics.
Okay, I have to say I wonder why we have so much stuff in these agreements. It's just seem to have totally lost sight of why we do them. If it's just for cooperation, what's the point? It just raises a whole lot of warning bells for me. I might leave those. Yep, okay, if you want to go, Senator Cadell.
To the Chapter 9D, the work testing things. I'm going through, I can't find the occupational schedules yet for contracted workers. Is that finalised yet? I couldn't find it anywhere.
Well, this is in relation, Senator, if I understand you correctly, to be talking about the elements of the deal that relate to subsectors where partial approaches to labour market testing may...
Yeah, correct.
Right. And the question specifically, Senator, if I may?
So I'm going through, when I was going through it all, 9D goes down, we've got business opportunities, we've got contractual things and all this sort of stuff, but it doesn't list the occupational schedules that will be, I can't find it attached or linked anywhere else, what jobs will be available to it.
I see. Look, again, going from memory here, Senator, we have agreed to forego the use of for certain subsectors of our labour market, what we're describing as a sort of economic needs test that is applied, again, from what I recall from memory, to an occupations list. We retain the right to change that list at any time.
Yep.
So it remains fluid and totally sovereign within our flexibility to change at any time. For that reason, it may not appear in the text itself.
No, it doesn't appear in the text, but I think
Clayton,
it's normally listed somewhere else.
I'll ask Mr Clayton or Mr Jasenko to elaborate.
Yep.
All the market access related, whether it's goods, services, investment, government procurement, labour mobility, all of those haven't yet been published on the website. Both sides are still going through final legal processes and scrubbing and checking. So
I'm not incompetent. I'm just having well, right. We don't go that far. You don't know I'm incompetent yet.
No. So the intention probably is later this year, kind of maybe post the European summer break. That's a goal that we're aiming for, but all those would come out as a job lot, so to speak.
What's the process for it? How does that go around?
Pardon?
There's just separate negotiations ongoing.
No, it's not negotiations, but often a lot of those elements are late at the end of the negotiations, and now it's a case of cleaning those up because they will form, with the good schedules, all those notes and all that detail we went through earlier on, say, 70 days on grain or whatever. All that stuff just needs to be double and quadruple checked, where a lot of those chapter texts were done earlier.
So they're done. They're just being finalised in preparation for publishing later this year.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. What's the method for changing them? You said government can change them. What's the method for changing them if wants to go forward? Further negotiations, or what happens there?
No, look, in respect of our own occupations list, that is simply determined by our domestic needs and interests, and with the relevant authorities in the employment portfolio, they will change. They will change that at any time.
Okay. Yep. And it's ministerial, doesn't need an act or anything like that?
It doesn't need a ministerial endorsement, no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Continued flexibility.
Yep. Thank you.
Do you want to have a break now, or do you want to wait till 4 o'clock?
Let's wait till 4.
Do you want to wait till 4?
Fine, mate. Yeah.
Sure. There was just a bit of a pause, then I wasn't sure. Where was that? Just
no,
a good
all
time
right.
to...
All good. You want to tell us how you really feel again?
I've done enough of that. Although George made me hungry. All the talk about feta and the lovely cheeses and prosecco. Yes.
Okay.
Just had a question about the energy and resources chapter. In particular, this idea in that chapter that we, Article 12.16, it seems, does it restrict us from maintaining a measure that results in a cheaper domestic price for us than our export price?
So the EU from the get-go had a request or a position that neither side should engage in what they're calling dual pricing, where you have one price domestically and another price for export. That's something that the government resisted right the way through, and we've reserved that ability to have a dual price, hypothetically. The EU, that was one of their strong demands, and they were surprised that we couldn't agree, given interest in having supply chains connected more on critical minerals and other things. And effectively, at the end of the day, the outcome was what's framed as Article 12.16, their rebalancing, where if one of the sides believes that there is a dual price that's impacting their interests, it goes through a consultation process, and then ultimately for the products that are actually potentially impacted, if there is evidence of an impact in the other country's market from this dual price, that side can then suspend tariff concessions and increase the duty up to at most the existing most favourite nation rate. So this was the balance of the government maintaining full policy space on dual pricing, but then having some recourse to rediscuss that if hypothetically there was some impact in the other country's market from a dual price, then that could be looked at outside the normal trade remedies process.
This provides us extra flexibility, Senator, with respect to the approach to policy on energy domestically.
But isn't this the government's current objective policy it is to have a gas reservation scheme, then it would in effect give domestic producers a lower price than
as I said earlier,
exporters.
This provides us the flexibility to take decisions about the home market on energy, and we've continued to retain that right.
Because you've got you're carving out gas and thermal coal.
That's right. So there's a carve out from this rebalancing for thermal
but not hydrogen?
Not hydrogen.
But doesn't the government, the future energy source of our country is going to be hydrogen, isn't it? So why isn't that carved out?
Well, it's a careful balance struck. Correct. Obviously, Senator, this this was a like much of this agreement was a very extensively traversed area of discussion. We have sought and have obtained the maximum flexibility for our domestic energy policy. That's what this balance represents.
Okay. Yeah, it's just another restriction being imposed on us. We don't, so before the agreement we had no such restriction. Now we do, at least a barrier to act in our own national interest. So does it? What about lithium? Is lithium carved out?
No, it's not. So
don't we want to build a battery supply chain industry, lithium hydroxide? We won't be able to do that.
In the agreement from the government doing that, what the EU's reserved, and both sides have, but in this hypothetical, the EU's reserved the ability that if we end up managing to create batteries or downstream products that are competitive, get sent to the European market, and the European Union believes that we are unfairly undercutting their own manufacturing capability in that product, then they will go through this process, and there's, at the end of it, an ability to reinstate tariffs.
It's astounding. I mean, it should be our right to do that. They're our resources. We should be able to use them for our national interest. We've never had to sign such an arrangement, to my knowledge, with Japan, with Korea, and other countries we supply energy to. I think they understand, and what negotiations I've had with them before on these issues, they understand we've got to look after ourselves, try and do our best to help them too, but I just don't get it, because it's just broader than energy, obviously, now with the whole critical mineral supply chain, with batteries. I mean, just more traditional products. I mean, what happens here? How does it affect states? Because often states are the ones they own the resources onshore. So take, for example, the development of Gladstone. That occurred because the then Joh Bjelke-Petersen government said, look, if you want to export bauxite CRA, you're going to have to build an alumina refinery. They had to sell the bauxite to ultimately at a cheaper cost they would have got than the export price. That built Gladstone. Can a future state government do that without ramifications to our trade with Europe?
This is precisely why we sought and worked so hard to retain that flexibility.
But we've traded it off. We've given them. We haven't carved out bauxite.
What we've won here is major new access into the EU market. What the EU has sought is that there be a consistency approach to pricing. Now, in some areas, were that claim to be made that there's no such consistency, then sure, they may be able to go through a process to determine that there is an inconsistency, and as a consequence of that, seek to deny us benefits of the agreement. It stops there. It stays within denial of the agreement and the denial of the benefits of the agreement. But that's expected within the confines of the parameters of a major new uplift in the partnership.
Just in addition to that point, which is right, I just wanted to check that I'm right. I mean, dual pricing has quite a specific meaning. None of those things that you've outlined are dual pricing arrangements. Like none of them. So there is a requirement for precision here. Like a dual pricing arrangement is a very narrow set of circumstances where that's set out. And I can't for the life of me see
the actual text of the text of the agreement, maybe that's, likelihood. I don't know what dual pricing means, but the text of the agreement, Minister, says if a party adopts or maintains a measure by which it imposes a higher price for exports for energy goods or resources to the other party, then the price. Hang on. Then the price charged for energy goods or resources when destined for its market, the other party may delete a measure. So it doesn't limit itself to price. I don't know what the term you use, but the price. What did you say? I can't remember. Anyway, the term you used was...
Yeah, you said dual pricing.
Well, no, I actually don't think I did. But anyway, someone mentioned it. But that's not what the agreement says. The agreement just says any measures. So I'm not sure whether or not what you said is true. If I'll come back to my question here about states, important constitutional issue here, because these resources you've just... this agreement does put restrictions on the use of resources which are actually not the Commonwealth's. They're owned by the states. Can a state still develop its own sovereign resources without that leading to ramifications for our trade with the European Union?
Well, Senator, first on the contention that this agreement puts restrictions on our ability to develop our resources, that's not what this provision does.
Can I come back to my question? I'll try and get this done before the break.
It's very important to be clear that that's not what this provision does.
But I'm particularly asking if a state does something which provides a resource for a lower price than is exported, does that then trigger this provision?
If Australia, including its states and territories, provides grounds for the EU to raise a concern about the application of dual pricing, and I think it is a good shorthand term, arising from certain provisions and certain measures, it is within their right to pursue that concern. It's always been within their right to pursue that concern anyway.
That's by the states, sorry.
It's always been within their right to pursue that concern anyway. There are WTO laws, procedures, measures on all sorts of elements relating to export controls, restrictions, export subsidy elements involved in individual policy measures. So none of that's new, but this is another avenue for them to take action, and as I say, the only consequence would be confined to the agreement and its benefits. So it's simply a big uplift in energy cooperation and a potential to raise the concern if there's discrimination. That is completely normal and consistent with long-standing global trade law and practice.
I think also to add that it comes back to what we discussed a little bit earlier this morning around what's happening globally with trade tensions, industrial policy and practices. I think this also shows the heightened focus, for example, in Europe, where they're concerned about manufacturing being hollowed out. They're not accusing Australia of doing that, but this has become a practice of theirs in their FTAs to basically sandbag in as many ways as they can avenues where parties may undermine their own manufacturing base. So they're saying, fine, we'll give you duty-free treatment on day one of all these industrial goods, but if you do something that in the end leads to what do you want to call it, unfair competition through this dual pricing mechanism, and we can show it's had a negative effect on that in their domestic market, then it triggers off this process. And at best, I think we ended up looking at some of these products, the tariffs are pretty low, like on lithium batteries or something, it might be a 5% tariff you're going back to, and you're no worse off than where we are today. With
So the action they can take is restricted to the resources?
To the supply chain of that product. Right. So it's not like lithium for dairy or beef, it's literally lithium and its downstream products if those products are exported from Australia to the EU, and they can show there's a negative effect.
Did you consult with the states about these provisions?
Throughout this agreement, we've consulted very closely with the states and territories and the relevant industries, including energy.
Were they alerted
minerals.
to these particular provisions?
Well,
before the deal was signed.
I'm sure at various points, but we can come back to you on the specifics.
I mean,
as a general principle,
most of these are their resources, not ours.
As a general principle, this agreement has had an extraordinary level of consultation, 1,200 or so individual external consultative sessions on the content of the agreement.
So metallurgical coal is not carved out?
No.
Right. So we couldn't, the steel, I suppose, but steel is carved out. So they don't even offer us anything on steel. So why would?
I don't think.
Back to my central point earlier. Why would we give them the right to tell us we can't provide a good sweet deal to BlueScope or Whyalla on our metallurgical coal when they're putting a 50% tariff on our steel?
Steel was not the focus of
no, I get that, but I mean, fair's fair, right? So surely we should we should have added metallurgical coal, particularly given the issues our steel industries are facing right now, and especially Whyalla. Okay. All right. I might put these others on notice, although I've done those. We might just try and knock off, if you bear with me, Chair, I reckon we can knock off the EU FTA before the break, or go to the break. Maybe we can. Do you want to take an early break?
No.
And then we can
knock it off.
Well, I think I might be done on the EU FTA, I think.
Okay. All right.
So, do you want to take an early break and then we can...
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll be back here, say 4:10.
Yep. Cool. Thanks, mate.
See ya. Hello, everyone. We'll just get everyone back to the table, and I'll hand the call back to Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I thought we were off EU FTA, but some people just can't get enough. I just wanted to ask about the commitments on that refer to the commitments of the International Labour Organisation and other labour commitments. How do they, and they are in the same provisions we mentioned earlier with the environmental dimensions, but what exact labour commitments are we making here through the agreement? Are we referencing particular acts like the EPBC or particular standards?
Senator, thank you. Look, there's actually some what I'd describe as parallel obligations in respect of labour rights in the FTA and exactly in the same chapter, almost in exactly the same mode, both with respect to the fundamentals, the obligation which applies to Australia's obligations to the ILO fundamental principles and rights at work, and in respect of dispute settlement where indeed the breach standard, the threshold that one needs to jump in order to trigger the dispute settlement provisions is equally a high standard and limited application. So, for instance, in respect of the breach of a fundamental right at work as defined in the International Labour Organisation conventions, one would require a serious or material impact in trade or investment in the parties and a breach of the fundamental requirement, a fundamental right at work. You'd need those two thresholds to be met, in fact, in relation to the ILO conventions. And we're, of course, members of 10 of the ILO conventions, Senator, so we are in a very similar position to the EU in that respect. We are active contributors, both of us, to those conventions. And beyond that, it imposes no further obligations, and to complete the answer, in respect of the enforcement of those obligations, were dispute settlement to be successfully launched, initiated, and then found to be the party found to be in breach, the consequences would be simply limited to the denial of benefits of the agreement in exactly the same way as we set out earlier in relation to climate. So there's a high bar, limited circumstances and limited consequences.
Are these commitments around labour stronger than we've made in previous agreements?
No. We have, of course, made commitments in respect of those conventions themselves in the ILO. Previous free trade agreements, I see the purpose of the question. One second. In the UK FTA? Maybe not as prescriptive as right. But there was provisions, yeah. There've been different commitments, Senator, in different agreements relating to labour. For instance, the Australia-UK FTA covers trade and labour provisions, but these are, of course, different in different.
I think the DFAT website indicates this is the most ambitious labour standards in any agreement. Is that correct?
Well, in the sense that we've fully elaborated our commitments to these ILO conventions, in the sense that we are applying dispute settlement to this chapter. That's true. But as I say, all of those earlier protections, limitations and consequences apply.
Right. Okay. Okay. Have we made a binding commitment to the ILO conventions before?
Yes, in the ILO.
Right.
We have made absolutely.
That's a binding. I'm not as familiar with the ILO as I am with Paris, but it's binding, is it? It's
Yeah, it is. The agreement, the fundamental rights at work and the various ILO conventions to which we are a party are binding upon us.
Okay. Did either party push for these particular provisions in the deal?
Well, both parties saw it in their interests to cover issues such as climate and labour in the agreement. Both parties saw it as a larger statement of our commitment to these standards, and both also sought to limit the full application of dispute settlement in the way I've described. So there are limitations on what we've agreed to here and their consequences.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I might leave EU FTA there and might move on to other topics. We'll be back. Well, actually, I just didn't get the chance to ask. Is there a time frame where this will be referred to JSCOT?
Senator, in the normal way, after signature, so we need to wait for both sides to be in a position to sign. In the case of the EU, that has the extra step of requiring a consensus in the EU Council. We're looking at whether that's achievable in the second half of this year. And in the normal course of events in treaties of this nature, after signature, we go through our extensive JSCOT process.
Okay.
So that could be early next year if all goes
early next year,
rapidly and smoothly.
And I've heard it's like 2 years, or 2 years away or so. Is that
well?
Is that
Look,
right?
there's two stages that each have their own rhythm. The first, as I said, is this EU Council, and Mr. Jasenko just remind me, it requires a qualified majority in the EU Council to secure consent, and that we think takes usually between 9 and 12 months if things go well. It could take longer.
Right.
The same is true on ratification. We'd expect that process to take of a similar magnitude.
In the EU processes?
Well, we of course have our own JSCOT process, which is not too dissimilar from that at the same time. So in parallel, probably another year on the ratification process. If things go well, that could take longer.
What are the technical details of them implementing their side of the deal? Do the tariff-free access and the like have to go through parliaments in all European Union countries, or is it done at the European level? I think Mr. Jasenko has details.
Just to clarify, the European Union ensured that it was an exclusive competency of the Commission, so there's not the situation where, for example, the EU-Canada deal where every single member state had to ratify, and there was a lot of politics around Wallonia region in Belgium, holding that up. So, very much the implementing authority will be at that Commission level, and with the common market, there's not that customs tariffs at each member state level to sort of worry about.
And that's is it this council level, or is there legislation that has to go through the European Parliament?
So once it's signed by both sides, then it goes into the European Parliament.
Okay, so will that be the entire agreement, or just elements that need to change legislation?
No, we would expect the entire agreement to go forward.
Yeah.
That's not what happens here, though, is it? Like the whole trade agreement. Well, we've got the JSCOT process, but our trade agreements don't pass through the Parliament as such, do they?
There are elements, of course, of the first, as you say, the JSCOT process engages Parliament fully on the text and schedules and every element of the binding elements of the agreement. But in Australia's case, we would require implementing legislation on elements that require legislative change. So you've got the customs legislation, which will change the customs schedules. You've got the geographical indications elements, and there may of course be other residual elements that require legislative change, but it's only those ones that require parliamentary action, if you like, beyond the JSCOT process.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm going to move off the EU deal. A couple of other trade issues, though, before we move on. Beef tariffs in China. Sure you're aware that China announced earlier this year that it would be taking safeguard measures.
Yes.
Have we met the quota, the 205,000 tonne quota? Has that been breached now? Does this safeguard tariff apply?
Senator, we're very close, as I think media reports have indicated, to getting to the threshold levels of the Chinese invocation of that safeguard. We know at the 1st of June, so just early this week, we had reached the level of 90%, that is 184,000 tonnes of our total quota. So we're very close to being in a position where that is triggered.
Okay. Is there evidence that people are already diverting trade in anticipation?
Look, I think we'd have to defer to our colleagues in agriculture on that point, but
is there
okay,
that's fine.
If there was not some forward planning with the...
Because how does it work? You might be able to help me out. Technically, I was going to go to, well, obviously things have to stay on water for some time, so if you just happen to be the 205,000th and first tonne, are you the unlucky bang, you hit the 55% tariff and you didn't realise that you were going to when the beef left our shores? How does that work technically now?
Yeah. Technically, as to the quota administration, I wonder if we're in a position to answer. You are. Yeah, please go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Senator. So Stephen Yates, I'm the Assistant Secretary for East Asia Economic Branch. Right. In relation to that has been clear throughout. So as Mr Mina said, it is possible for exporters to start to plan in that regard, right. and so they are aware that if it's on water, that could be a possibility.
So they could find out mid-shipment, bang, the tariff now applies.
Well, that is possible in the sense that the way it will work is once we're at 100% of the quota, it's then 3 days after that that the tariff kicks in. So that is right, that obviously it takes longer on water, and so exporters would be aware. A few things in that regard. As I said, throughout the process, exporters are in a position to make that forward planning that Mr Mina said. And also we've worked very hard with the Chinese government to ensure transparency of how we're going in terms of filling our quota, so that our exporters do have early knowledge of that. So as, again, Mr Mina said, we're aware that we're at 90% of our quota, and so obviously getting very close. We can judge how quickly we're filling that quota, so exporters will have a sense that we'll hit the 100% of our quota quite soon.
Yeah, okay. Are we expecting that would, at a 55% tariff level, that would in effect stop exports to China, or Senator, may some high-value products be able to withstand that?
I think you put your finger on it there, Senator. The Australian beef product that will continue to be competitive will necessarily be a more premium product and target the premium end of the Chinese market. I've seen reports as recently as this morning from the industry suggesting they do expect in certain product categories to be able to jump the 55% barrier and continue to be competitive. But that would necessarily be at the premium end of the product range.
Yeah. I think the Minister met with his counterpart, Mr
He did. He was there only 2.5, 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Was the tariff raised in those discussions?
It certainly was.
Okay. What is our position on this safeguard measure?
Our position is twofold, Senator, and it was expressed very clearly to the Chinese. The first is that, noting this is a global safeguard measure by the Chinese, noting they've done it across the board and in relation to a range of trading partners and not targeted at Australia, we have made the point that Australia is not the source of injury and therefore ought not to be a country that is as impacted as it is by this safeguard measure, and should therefore qualify for an exclusion. Now, the Chinese response has been that this is a global measure applied globally, and we understand but do not accept that this is something that should apply across the board. The second part of our position is aligned with the comments we were making earlier about where in the market segmentation Australia's most competitive, that is the premium chilled and fresh beef end of the market, often in the hotel trade, premium retails, etc. We do not challenge the more low value end of Chinese beef production, and so that if the measure were to go ahead, we should be considered for a partial exemption in relation to that premium category alone. Now, again, we continue to make those arguments to the Chinese. They have not relented in the application of the measure, and have argued that they have to continue to apply it in a non-discriminatory manner.
Is China's position here that they're taking measures consistent with the chapter agreement?
Not only with the chapter agreement, but in consistency with the World Trade Organization agreements. They have been citing the WTO Safeguards Agreement as their guiding set of parameters on the exercise, and indeed, they've been following very closely the rule book in the application of those remedies.
Can those decisions under either the WTO or chapter be challenged on a merits basis, or are they simply at the discretion of the country imposing them?
Well, Senator, they are, like all measures of this nature, subject to all sorts of dispute settlement action. In the case of this WTO measure, it would be within the rights of parties to pursue the matter at the WTO. And we're continuing to talk to the Chinese government about that, and have been signalling to the Chinese government that we're watching very closely their adherence to WTO laws and practices on safeguards.
So we're not planning any action on these measures at the WTO or under chapter at the moment?
There's been no government decision to do so, that's right.
We're not ruling out, though, any such action?
I'm simply in a position to say that there's been no government decision to pursue action on this. What we are doing is strong advocacy at the highest levels in relation to this matter, as I say, as recently as 2.5 weeks ago in Suzhou, where Minister Farrell met Mr Wang Wentao, his counterpart.
Okay. Oh, well, look, obviously China's seeking to protect its own industry or agricultural sector here. We have a issue on the other end of, on the importing end there of the relationship, where there's a significant number of anti-dumping cases at the moment that involve Chinese products. Indeed, 18 of the 26 cases before the Anti-Dumping Commission involve the export of products from China to Australia, and 22 of the 26 of those cases involve steel or aluminium. Did the Minister raise with Mr Wentao these issues around Chinese exports of steel and aluminium currently causing investigations by our Anti-Dumping Commission?
Senator, I'm simply in a position to note that the Chinese government is very active in pursuing its interests in trade remedies across the globe, and has been no less active in its discussions with Australia about its views on trade remedies and the application thereof.
But I'm asking about our use of trade remedies, not theirs.
Yeah, I understand.
Did the Minister raise steel and aluminium,
potential steel? Our Minister or the Chinese Minister?
Yes, sorry, you might have misinterpreted me. Right. I mean, did the Minister, I think I said, but okay, to be clear, did our Minister raise with the Chinese counterpart, Mr Wentao, the alleged dumping of steel and aluminium to Australia?
Well, it's not our practice to where there are investigations underway, as you cite, Senator, in the case of these particular steel products, to be ourselves raising.
So we didn't raise them. We didn't
with
raise
respect
them
to
China.
In order to pursue.
Well, I mean, I raised it with them. I met with them. I'm happy to say I met with the Chinese ambassador the other day, and I've gone to probably 6 or 7, more than 5 steel fabrication businesses in the past year who are bleeding, and at least, and yes, I'll couch them in terms of allegations, but they squarely point the finger at Chinese exports of products that just defy belief that they can be sold at the prices that are being sold, and they're killing their businesses. They're putting at risk Australian jobs. And so I caught up with the Chinese ambassador, and we have a strong trading relationship that I confirmed with him that I'd like to see continue. I did mention I tried to go to China a few times as Minister, but was denied each time. But I'm glad our relationship is moving forward. But I took the opportunity to raise with him on behalf of Australian industry that I do think there's an issue here that should be looked at, because these imports of massive amounts of very, very cheap Chinese steel and aluminium, hard to believe cheap steel and aluminium, are threatening Australian industry and jobs.
No, thanks, Senator. I understand the context now. Look,
Okay.
I think on, as I said earlier, the Chinese government itself raises these issues with foreign governments often. What I can confirm is that Senator Farrell, as he often does, has been clear about Australia's both our openness and our robust and effective trade remedies regime and its fairness. And that is a point he has continued to register with his Chinese counterparts, as he has with many other counterparts. We have an effective trade remedies regime that does cause some concern from trading partners on occasion. We make both points, our continued openness and the strength and fairness of that remedies regime in responding. So absolutely the nature of that kind of conversation was had most recently at the discussions in China in May and is a consistent thread in our dialogue with China on these issues.
Senator, it's probably, while it's outside the scope of these estimates, the anti-dumping regime is a matter for me in my ministerial role, and it is a evidence-based process. We have sought to provide more resources to the Anti-Dumping Commission, and I've issued a new statement of expectations to the Anti-Dumping Commission shortly after I was appointed. We are seized of the importance of making sure that regime is fit for purpose in a rapidly evolving trade environment. We have announced reforms to bring all of the trade remedies measures into one portfolio and one more streamlined process, so that there is, we're very aware of the difficulties of accessing the regime, particularly, it is often large manufacturers who make applications on behalf of their whole supply chain, because it's historically been difficult for small firms to go through that process. It'd be, I have to say, and it would be unusual for an application that is approved by the Anti-Dumping Commission and then signed off by me as the Minister for us to immediately raise that. It's more the general proposition, because that is the remedy that imposes the additional cost. We are, as a government, very active in the WTO fora around these questions. We are coordinated across government on those issues, and as I imagine, looking for agreement from Mr Mina, but for example, last week the OECD trade ministers met. This question would have been squarely on the agenda, and that steel industry overcapacity forum, which is directed towards these issues, would have been convened at that time. I participated in that many times myself, and it is absolutely about those suburban and regional steel fabrication facilities and whether or not they are playing on a level playing field. There was a very significant publication the OECD launched last week, which Australia would have been involved in the preparation of, that goes to these industrial questions globally. So we are very active on those questions.
Okay. Yeah, look, and I recognise the work you're trying to do, Minister. I've got some issues with the how convoluted the regime is, but yep, I recognise you're trying. I just am a little surprised we wouldn't raise these issues directly with China. I know we've got the remedies there, but ideally, these are the sort of things you would hope not have to use, right? If there's a way of trying to obviate their use and making clear to our look, I know we've had our issues with China, but I consider them on trade a friend, and presumably we could raise issues like this early with them and say, hey, there's a bit of an issue here, guys. Could you maybe have a look at it? Might be easy to do that rather than have to make everything through a formal court sort of.
At that level, Senator, I can assure you we are engaging the Chinese on the systemic global impact of industrial overcapacity questions.
Right. Okay.
I can assure you we are also engaging them on the desirability of cooperative approaches to that problem, recognising that they have a big stake in the global trading system, recognising they can play an outsized role in addressing this problem, and recognising that this problem is one that requires global solutions. We've been urging them to play a bigger role in the conversations on overcapacity and on industrial competition in the global fora that are relevant, including the OECD, as the Minister said. So we are spending a lot of our diplomatic capital encouraging that kind of cooperative response. At the same time, as you see, and you've rightly pointed out, Senator, a range of unilateral responses that we are less than thrilled by in our partner economy. So we've clearly got a big job ahead of us to drive a cooperative approach to this problem. And as the Minister says, we're trying our utmost to take a leading role on that at the OECD and the WTO and elsewhere.
And there's no reluctance at the bilateral level for these questions either.
Okay,
to be raised.
So the OECD fora you mentioned.
Yep.
Just interesting. So that doesn't include China, though, presumably?
Correct. China is a dialogue partner on occasion with the OECD, but many of the world's traditional manufacturing powers, if you like, are at the OECD because it's got excellence in its analytical capabilities, and it's got the right players around the table with respect to industrial policy benchmarking and responses, are talking, are thinking about ways to manage this problem, are building an analytical and database for seeking to identify subsidies that are excess to the norm, state practices which lead to overproduction and so forth. So there's a sort of a generation of analytical effort that's underway there. At the WTO, there's a dialogue that's been underway for a couple of years now. Australia's contributing heavily to that dialogue. We've been working with others to try and seek cooperative responses to the problem, and perhaps even to construct rules-based off-ramps to these tensions on overcapacity. And finally, Senator, if I may, the Global Forum on Steel Excess Capacity, which both Mr Jasenko and Minister Ayres have referenced here today, is a prominent forum for action in this arena. Australia chaired that grouping last year. It was in the good hands of Mr Jasenko. We were praised for the way we chaired that meeting, including by the United States last year, and we continue to drive cooperative responses in our engagement in that forum. I think you were there, Andrew, most recently a couple of months ago in Paris, contributing to those discussions. So we're active players wherever we can drive the conversation forward. I have to say it's not easy. The first instinct, as we've described here a few times today, is a protectionist one, not a cooperative one. So this is a tough problem to tackle, but we are doing our utmost to drive cooperation where we can.
Is India involved in those discussions? Not at all? Not in the WTO? WTO, but not the OECD?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. India's a participant in the OECD Steel Committee, but they're not a GFSEC member. GFSEC originated out of the G20, but then a number of players like India and China and a few others, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, they left. So it is those who want to participate. There's an officials level meeting 17, 18 June in about 10 days. And that's trying to deliver what we had set up last year when we were chairing this comprehensive framework for joint action to address both the negative impacts but also the root causes. It is challenging without key potential sources of overcapacity, but that is a forum where you could say it's plurilateral effectively, trying to take this forward.
We've obviously got this interest from a domestic steel production capacity viewpoint. The pressures our now fabricated steel industry are under, let alone crude steel. What about on the iron ore side? In these discussions, are we looking much at the potential to diversify our iron ore markets. Seems to be always to me a little bit of a vulnerability there with how exposed we are just to one country.
You'd probably put that into a separate category of diversification, as you've said here, Senator. I think the general principle of excess capacity is one that does have direct bearings on Australia and does have indirect bearings on Australia. Direct, you've mentioned earlier, steel, other critical minerals, lithium, nickel, etc. One could easily draw a line between industrial overconcentration and market instability, lack of diversity, price suppression across the globe on those types of markets, and we're very conscious and very concerned about those impacts that are direct on us. Indirectly, we face the rising global tensions that arise from concerns about excess capacity more generally. And quite evidently, this is a major source of tension in the US-China relationship on trade, and increasingly EU-China and other major industrialised
just coming back to iron ore, are we actively looking at, so okay, I mean, there's two issues here. There's the overcapacity of steel, but there's also, you just mentioned there, the concentration of steel, where 55–60% of steel produced in China. Not ideal, I would say. So in terms of having a greater diversification, are we at all actively looking at, well, what are other markets what are other countries where we could expand our iron ore exports and diversify risk?
Yeah. Look, this is obviously something our producers are playing a very strong role in, and government is supporting.
I could speak for hours on this, and I'm sure but others probably aren't as excited as me. But so I'm just talking, I get the producers have that risk, although admittedly in my discussions with them, I don't think they think that long term. But look, let's get more to the cut to the chase. The problem is we have a risk. If there's conflict, if there's issues, we got 80% of our iron ore production, our biggest export by far, going to one country.
So there's two.
Are we looking at other markets we could develop for that industry?
There's two kinds of diversification here really that matter. One is, as Mr. Mina has indicated, that market diversification question, that is a trend in DFAT. There is close engagement with the companies over those questions. Secondly, there is a production diversification question. That is, how, again, this is more a question for me in my portfolio area, but the government's production incentives in iron production, for example, are about moving up the value chain in Australia's approach to iron. These are very significant investments that will be required to deliver future capability there, but they are all about that strategic issue that you have pointed to, over concentration in particular markets for a very significant Australian export.
Where does Europe get its iron ore from? It's a pretty big steel producer. It would still be as a group, it would be what? Third or fourth, maybe fourth now.
We can come back to you on that, but it'll obviously be.
Just wondering, did no one say in the EU trade deal that guys, you want us to rename everything? You want to bind us down with all these green shackles? Why don't you buy more iron ore from us?
Well, I don't know about green shackles.
Okay, you get my point. But did anyone say to them, hey?
I mean, there are opportunities for Australia in all of that. I did think that was right. I think I just confirmed what I thought that I knew, but rather than sort of run a commentary on European iron ore supply, they have some traditional relationships, including internally within the European Union in Sweden. But they do have import partners as well.
So I could add to that. Africa, David Woods, Chief Economist, Africa would be the other source, obviously much closer to Europe geographically.
Oh, well, but maybe we should have. Okay, all right. Just back to our friends in the EU, but different topic. CBAMs. So have they... has that actually come into effect this year? I thought it was in 2026.
Senator,
Is it?
again, Dave Wood speaking. So my belief, and I'm really going on memory here. I haven't looked back into this for a bit, but the EU will be coming into implementation. They started I think they started through a process of requiring monitoring and reporting of potential obligations before those obligations came live. So I think that, from memory, was at the start of 2026, but there was also an arrangement where the payment of those obligations would be at a later point in time, I think at the end of the reporting period, so into 2027. Right.
So do our exporters have to do this reporting right now?
No, Senator, the obligation rests on the importers.
Okay, well, I suppose the other way around then. Does the exports of our products imported by those people get covered? Does importers have to bear the cost of?
Well, the obligation, both reporting and then the payment, rests with the importers, who will be the.
But they have to report on Australian exports of cement or aluminium at the moment. They're having to do that, those importers of Australian.
Yes, that's correct. Okay. Knowing, of course, Senator, and again the numbers, scratching from memory, but the numbers on Australian exports that will be captured directly by the EU CBAM measured in the small hundreds of millions of dollars.
It was the whole reason we signed up to net zero, but couldn't understand that given how small it was. But so are we still, even though we've signed up to net zero and we've got all these policies, do we still potentially, the importers of our products still potentially have to pay this carbon border adjustment tariff?
Again, I'm going, so I might have to take that on notice. I know that there's been engagement with the Europeans, with the European Union around the extent to which our actions on climate and carbon emissions would be recognised by the Europeans for that purpose. But let me take that on notice.
Okay. All right. Have we assessed the carbon border adjustment mechanism for its compliance with WTO rules? Have we got any advice on that?
We have continued to monitor, engage and ensure through dialogue with the European Union, Senator, that, or require, if you like, that the EU is respectful of WTO commitments.
So do we believe the CBAM as implemented here is consistent with GATT and other trading rules?
That's probably a matter for the relevant dispute settlement provisions to determine were there to be action taken on the matter. But we are, all we can do at this stage is continue to urge compliance, monitor the design and draw to the EU's attention in particular areas where we think that the design changes are required.
Do you consider the carbon border adjustment mechanism to be a tariff?
To be a tariff?
Yeah.
Well, there's no particular need to describe it in any terms other than carbon border adjustment. That's the term that the EU has used.
Doesn't sound like we're taking much action on it.
And we're engaged fully, Senator, in design questions.
We're against these, or
as a matter of principle, yep. There's a question about their operability and their consistency with both trade law and policy. That's what we have been focused on, not to make broad statements about matters in a binary fashion, but rather to make sure that where action taken to address carbon leakage is pursued, that is being pursued with both an eye to continued openness of markets and pursued with an eye to consistency with world trade law. They're the principles that guide us and that have been guiding our engagement with trading partners such as the European Union.
Is your department involved with the Australian government's consideration of a CBAM for Australian imports?
Well, the only actions that have been taken to date has been the review by the eminent economist Frank Iozzo, and absolutely we've been engaged with the Iozzo review fully.
So he does recommend the need for some carbon border adjustment mechanisms for certain industries.
In a very
Have you
limited
been
range.
involved then is there any design going on and how that might work?
In a very limited range of circumstances, he did make that finding, Senator, in his report. Once again, our department has been fully engaged with that review, with both an eye to the importance of trade law consistency and the importance of design that is conducted in a manner that's consistent with our broader interests in open markets. In addition to all that, we did suggest to Professor Iozzo that he spend time consulting with trading partners as in part of an integral part of his process of review. He did so. He travelled extensively, he listened extensively, and he took on board the views of our trading partners as he conducted his review.
So who's going to have responsibility if a decision's made to implement a CBAM? Will that fall to you then as the Trade Department?
Well, Senator, I think, I mean, you know and you would have heard from DQ that the government's not taking a decision. So this is a report by an independent report by the academic, very eminent academic, Frank Iozzo. He's provided that report to the Minister for Climate Change. The government has not made a decision on that report.
Okay. But if we were, like, just trying to understand, who has responsibility for the Customs Act?
Well, Senator, if your question relates to what might hypothetically occur were there to be a decision on this matter, it'll be led from the climate change portfolio, as Mr Woods has already set out, and it would of course engage other relevant parts of government.
But you're responsible, are you responsible for the tariffs imposed by the Customs Act?
It's Home Affairs.
Oh, it's Home Affairs, so you're not the responsible department. Okay. All right. I can't get off the EU. I wish I could. But I've also got some questions on apparently a ban on tea tree oil. Does anyone know about that?
We can engage on that, Senator, yes.
Has there been a ban on Australian exports of tea tree oil to the EU?
We'll bring Mr Clayton to the table. Mr Clayton, respond on that one.
Thank you for your question on tea tree oil, Senator. This has been a subject of attention from the government, and DAF has led very strongly on this one. But what I can say to you is that the EU has decided to proceed with reclassifying tea tree oil as what's known as a Class 1B reproductive toxin. And this was on the basis of some scientific tests that the EU did conduct. The Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry have been engaging very heavily in this, including through Brussels and our embassy there, to question the science that the EU has used and to try and delay the process as much as possible to allow other tests to be done to prove that the risk of using tea tree oil isn't as significant.
Okay, so it's not a ban on the export of tea tree oil to the EU. It's a ban on the use of tea tree oil. So do they? Is it applied to European? It
essentially says because it is this toxin. And the experiment that was done was to have rats ingest tea tree oil, so it led to certain results, and we have questioned those results. But because of the findings and the decision the EU has made, it will be very difficult once this comes into force, it will be very difficult for us.
But the regulations apply to European, so I don't know if they produce tea tree oil, but it would notionally apply to European suppliers or producers, manufacturers of tea tree oil as well?
It's not specifically targeted.
It's not border. It's not a border measure, or
no, it's a broad measure.
Okay.
As opposed to a border measure.
Yeah.
But we are a major.
But it has impacts on Australian industry. That's right. Why you're taking up the cause. Okay. So have they been restricted to date, or is this just a proposal?
So this has gone through a number of processes, and the information I have here says that they have taken the decision to reclassify the tea tree oil as this reproductive toxin. It hasn't been implemented yet, but the decision has been taken.
Okay. And when is it due to be implemented?
I would have to come back to you on that, I think, Senator.
Has the Minister raised this issue with his counterparts?
So this has been led through the DFAT portfolio, and they have raised this issue a number of times directly with EU authorities. It's been raised in WTO committees a number of times as well. I can give you dates in terms of the Technical Barriers to Trade Committee, for example. We've raised in the last 5. We've also raised in the Council for Trade and Goods Committee in the WTO in May this year as well. So the government has continuously raised this at a range of levels with the EU. Again, questioning the underlying science on which their decision was based, and also really focusing on delaying a decision to allow industry to complete trials to demonstrate the safety of tea tree oil.
Okay. All right, Chair, I might hand over to Senator Sharma, if that's okay.
Okay, Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Mr. Mean, I wanted to ask about market access for Australian avocados to China. I think I did an estimates maybe in December last year or late last year. I just wanted to understand where that process is up to of getting, I guess, it's sanitary and phytosanitary clearance for them to be approved.
Hello, Senator. Stephen Yates, Assistant Secretary, East Asia Economic Branch. Thank you very much for the question. In terms of our market access, we have a detailed process we go through to determine which products we will seek market access with. We have a 2+2 process with China, whereby we agree to pursue one of our agricultural products while China pursues its, and we undertake those negotiations. At this stage, avocados is not one of those products, so we're very much aware of our avocado industry's interest in this regard. But the process of selecting which product is a detailed detailed process. We take into account a number of factors. Actually, I believe driven or primarily led by Department of Agriculture, DFAT. But at this stage, as I say, avocados is not the primary focus at this stage.
So what are in the 2+2, the current sort of 2+2?
For Australian products, we're seeking market access for blueberries.
Blueberries.
Yeah.
Okay. And the Chinese product that's being negotiated in parallel is Chinese kiwi fruit, is that right?
Yeah, I believe that's right, Senator, yes.
Okay. And then the earlier two products, and correct me here, I just what I've learnt, mainland apples and Chinese jujubes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So they've been done, right? The apples and the jujubes, there's market access has been agreed for both of those products?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's now currently blueberries and kiwi fruit that are being negotiated?
That's right.
So when do we get to add to the 2+2? Because we're down to 1+1 at the moment.
Well, we go through a process to determine the next product. As I say, that's led by DFAT, so I don't have details on that, Senator. But at this stage, we, as I said, still undertaking that process to determine what the next product would be. In terms of seeking market access, this can take a fair period of time. And so at this stage, the focus is on blueberries.
Okay. As I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, the Chinese counterpart to DFAT, the agreement is that it's only when all the existing 4 products under the current 2+2 are finalised will consideration be given to the next products. Is that?
I think when the products at the moment, so as you mentioned, blueberries and kiwi fruit, once that's completed, then we'd move on to the next product after that.
Okay. And so could you just explain to me the process for just determining what is the next product or the relevant factors that are taken into account?
Sorry, Senator, that process is led by DFAT, so I'm not familiar with that.
So that's a question for DFAT, okay. Can you just tell me, and you might not be familiar with this, but I understand the main forum for our bilateral engagement on this with China is the Australia-China Sanitary and Phytosanitary High-Level Dialogue, the SPSHLD.
Again, I'm not familiar with it, but that does sound like
Okay. Yeah. Well, you might not know that. I mean, I believe our ambassador normally participates in that. The last one, I think, was in December 2024. Is there another one happening soon? Is there one scheduled? Do we know?
Again, I'm sorry, Senator, but it's led by DFAT, so I don't have those answers.
Could you take that one on notice, or would I have to put that on notice to DFAT?
Certainly take it and give it to DFAT, absolutely, Senator, and come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That was all I had on that issue.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Is that it?
That's
Okay.
all from me.
All right.
Now.
All right. Send Senator Canavan.
Just a few more for this outcome. Thank you, Chair. I just want to get an update on India and comprehensive economic cooperation
Bring
agreement.
Chief Negotiator to the table.
Senator Ravi Kevram, First Assistant Secretary, Free Trade Agreements and Stakeholder Engagement Division. The CECA negotiations continue afoot, as Senator Farrell, Minister Farrell has said previously in this forum. I think back in December, they remain difficult and challenging, but we continue to press on. The last round was, the last full round was August 2025. There was then a ministerial meeting in November 2025. At my level, we met virtually in February 2026. The secretaries of the departments, Commerce on their side, DFAT on our side, met just a couple of weeks ago. And in between all of that, of course, there have been almost 30 engagements across the range of the agreement, trying to, keep moving across the negotiations.
So you say they're challenging. What are the challenges?
The challenges are that India does not want to give us the market access that we want.
We described
that sums it up well.
Some of the challenges in the political economy of protection on agriculture. I think it's fair to say here is a good example of some of those challenges, particularly on agriculture. That's a sector that's notoriously difficult in many markets, and that is also true in the case of the Indian market.
Are there any? What about the investment side of things then? Are we talking to them much about attracting more Indian investment in Australia?
Oh, sorry.
Senator, yes. So just to take a step back, there is the CECA negotiations, of course, aren't the be-all and end-all of the economic relationship. So there is an intensive economic engagement work program, I would describe it. Usually my colleague Ms. Story is here to describe it in more detail in terms of the India economic roadmap. But more generally, we are always trying to improve investment flows both ways. SECA itself, as part of that, we are trying to find creative things that we can do in terms of investment promotion both ways as well. We're also looking to negotiate investment protections as part of that agreement, even if it's not necessarily part of the FTA, it'll be part of the FTA package, we hope. So the answer is yes, we are looking at investment. Of course, the Indians have very keen interest in attracting investment into India, which makes sense. And what we are saying to them is that it works in both our favors, particularly, they want to be a very leading producer of a range of products where we have the raw material, for example, that their investment would usefully help create those supply chains.
Well, last time I looked, and it's probably dropped a bit, but last time I looked, 70% of our exports to India were coal. Are we doing much to try and attract them to invest in coal, particularly given, in my experience, the issue has always been their exposure to met coal prices, which can be volatile. We can't. Actually, every time I went there, they wanted me to sell them coal at a particular price. So I can't do that. We don't do it that way. But you can buy the coal mine and you can hedge your risk on price by owning the mine. Are we trying to encourage investment, particularly in met coal?
There's a general proposition, Senator, the Indian investment flow into Australia in resources, in energy, in metals is significant. We are absolutely continuing to welcome, as Mr. Kivaram said earlier, that continued flow of investment. From memory, I think the Indian flow of investment into Australia is even bigger than the reverse direction, so there's a very significant flow. We're continuing to do what we can to facilitate two-way trade. Now, one of the promising new areas is, of course, critical minerals. And we have a big program of strategic financing in our critical minerals, as we described earlier. Indian participation in that is very welcome. And I think there's strong interest on the Indian side in that prospect.
But why won't you mention coal? Are we encouraging, like last time?
I just don't have any figures in front of me.
It's 70% of our trade.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably about 50 or 60 now. I think those figures come from not long after Ukraine. But last time I was there, critical minerals, and I agree with you on that, although the problem always is the size of these flows are nothing like energy flows for worldwide trade.
Never as much as
not
you
yet
want.
Anyway, maybe they will be, but not yet. And we've had some missteps with things like nickel and the like. Thanks to our insane industry policies. But then the other thing that was spoken about, much you didn't mention, but there was two things mentioned, critical minerals, and there was hydrogen. We were trying to sell hydrogen to India last time I was there. How's that going?
Our sales of exports of hydrogen, you mean?
Yeah, well, that was the big thing when I was there last. It was at all the Australian Embassy events. It was all critical minerals and hydrogen. How's hydrogen going?
There is no impediment to Australia's resources trade with India, including in terms of coal. Like, there are very significant exports, very significant Indian investment. In terms of hydrogen, I just have to say from my engagement, that features more as an element in terms of the engagement with Indian industry, in terms of their investment, their prospective investments in Australia in industrial processes that they are engaged in. There is, to my knowledge, no immediate prospects of hydrogen is an industrial process question. You earlier, I was surprised to hear you say it earlier, that it was being proposed in any immediate sense as an energy export or an energy process. It is an industrial process.
Your government said we could be an energy superpower by
that's right.
exporting hydrogen.
Well,
clearly we're not going to be that, but that was your problem.
There is enormous opportunities for us in using our electricity future competitive advantage in processing metals here in Australia. That is the truth of it.
It's been a failed experiment.
That is the backdrop to a lot of industrial interest in investment in Australia. That is what we are focused on nailing down.
So what about gas? I mean, clearly, I would have thought in the last few months in particular, the exposure of India to Middle East supplies of gas has come into stark relief. Are we pushing that case? Because I take the point the Minister says, oh yeah, we're open. Of course we're open. But at least I saw, as some role when I was Minister for Resources, that there's a bit of opportunity to push our case and to basically pitch it. So, hey guys, we're the best place for you to get. I had a whole report done on gas for India. But yes, they from back then, and I think it's still the case, they get the vast majority of their gas from the Middle East, and that's been exposed to be a little bit of a vulnerability. Are we pushing that case at the moment, that we have gas resources? We could, from the Indian Ocean, supply them quite reliably?
We're doing that, Senator, as I'm sure you know, we're doing that globally. We are making the point about Australia's dependability, our strength, our geological and geographic strengths, and saying that, making that point globally. There is an opportunity for a range of suppliers to look at Australia and its gas industry for diversification. So we're doing exactly as you say, industry-led, government-facilitated, backed by senior political messaging. That is absolutely our message to global.
Well, I hope so. As I said last time I was there, I did not hear the words coal or gas mentioned once, and I went to a variety of embassy functions. Thank you, and the embassy does a wonderful job. I'm not blaming them, but the priorities set back then at least were hydrogen and critical minerals, at least on the hydrogen front. It's shown to be a complete failure. Hopefully we're pivoting. What is the strategic issues at the moment? India obviously have this issue, needing to import large amounts of oil and gas, certain types of coal and met coal in particular. Are they seeking to get supplies from Russia, or are they looking to us? Where are they going for their needs?
Well, I think they do, as we all know, seek a variety of diversity in their supply chains for energy. We're making the pitch. We can only continue to make the pitch for Australian reliability, dependability in LNG, and we are absolutely making that pitch to a range of players, including India.
Well, I hope we are, because geostrategically I think it's very, very important. Yeah. But we're not. We are not the only people that can supply them resources. Well, just last week, we have made it quite difficult in over the last decade.
No, correct. And just last week we issued in the context of the Quad a statement about our continued interests in open energy market flows, and of course in that context too we've been working with India on critical minerals. So there are a variety of kind of constructs and partnerships in which we engage the Indians on energy, critical minerals and resources, trade and investment issues generally.
Okay. Yep.
No, I was just going to add on hydrogen, of course. It's a DQ lead with Minister Bowen, but in fact, November last year, India-Australia Green Hydrogen Task Force just shows that there is an effort to have both countries working together on these issues.
Thank you. Okay, I might move on, but thank you for that. Just wanted to touch on the protocol on economic resilience and essential supplies to the Singapore-Australia Free Trade Agreement.
Luckily, we have the same
people, great, same, not too far away from Singapore to India. So I just had a couple of questions on this. When's the protocol going to be made public, including its full legal text?
that will be on a signature as per the usual.
Do we have a time frame on that? Or?
I hesitate to give you a specific time frame, just because these processes can sometimes take a bit longer than anticipated. But given the speed with which the actual negotiations happened, I can say to you that we are looking to try and sign very, very soon. I would say in a few weeks.
Okay, great. Can you tell us what the obligations are under this agreement for both Australia and Singapore?
Certainly, Senator. So the protocol to SAFTA on economic security and resilience, economic resilience and essential supplies does two main things. One is that it puts into a legal framework and format the ability for both countries to reach out to each other in a moment of supply chain disruption of any sort with respect to the essential supplies that will be articulated in the protocol. And basically to work with each other, help each other, try and manage that disruption. So that I would describe as the short to medium term intent of the protocol. The longer term intent, and this is where the economic resilience aspect of it comes in, and this builds on work by a range of colleagues across the agency, including Ms. Holmes, where we're talking about the economic resilience, trying to make sure that we never have these sorts of crises again. So how do we, in the sectors that we've identified, in the products that we've identified, have the habits of exchange, have the habits of ideas? How do we work to make sure that both economies are much more resilient as a result of us working together? So it's a short and medium term dealing with the immediate crisis at the moment, but it's also meant to be a longer term bringing together of the two economies and putting into a legal footing what does happen now.
Okay. Are any of these arrangements going to be legally binding, and will there be dispute settlement?
Well, the protocol is part of the will be part of the FTA, and elements of it will be annexed directly to chapters in the FTA, and as part of that, dispute settlement applies. But the essential obligation is to seek to avoid disruptions, and the economic resilience aspect of it is a dialogue mechanism. So in terms of operative provision, it's not a market access agreement, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Yeah, New Zealand has an agreement on trade in essential supplies with Singapore, and at least according to New Zealand's side, this agreement, and I quote, provides binding provisions preventing both governments from imposing export restrictions on an agreed list of goods. Will our agreement restrict us from putting export restrictions on certain goods?
Our agreement is it's of a different nature in that what it does is encourage both sides to avoid export restrictions, but it retains flexibility in extremis to impose such restrictions if necessary.
So it doesn't have that provision, or
it's not the same as New Zealand.
No, we've preserved our WTO rights. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Chair. I think I'm done.
Okay.
For this section.
Oh, hang on a second. It's like you had a pause there. I mean,
yeah. So I think we're moving to Australian Trade and Investment Commission, or are they the same outcome? I'm not familiar with this area.
No.
Do we want to suspend?
So if if we're done with the department, we'll be releasing the department now.
Yes.
Austrade, not, well, I don't know if they're here or not, but...
they were due 4:15.
Yeah,
so
got thumbs up, hello.
they should be here.
All right, let's have a very short suspension and we'll just get the department out of here. We'll get the next agency and we can have a bit of a chat about the program tonight. All right. Welcome back, everyone. All right. So I'll give Senator Canavan the question, but before I do that, I did want to welcome Dr. Grimes, CEO of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission, officers of the agency. Good evening.
Evening, Chair.
Do you have an opening statement?
No opening statement,
Excellent.
Chair.
That's music to my ears at the moment. Now, I'm going to hand the call over to Senator Canavan, and as I understand it, we'll get to 6 o'clock. We'll have a dinner break for an hour.
Right.
And Senator Canavan will have questions for further agencies tonight.
It won't be...
But
well, it won't,
not too long.
I think we'll be done before the scheduled time. But
Do we need to do the dinner break?
Anyway,
it will be, yeah.
I offered not to. Well, not I offered a short break, but no, apparently.
Well, I don't
Anyway.
think it's necessary.
Well, you can discuss that. I'll keep asking
Let's just
questions.
ask the
I am
questions,
flexible.
please. Ask
I
the
think it's probably
questions.
worthwhile taking a short break, but there's been some discussion about how to get dinner here on a Friday night. Okay, all right, back to business. Can I just ask about the PBS? I'm on page 87, 88. Expenses for Austrade seem to fall from 437 to 370 over the forward estimates. Why is that?
Senator Paul Grimes, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Trade and Investment Commission. I'll refer to Ms Woodburn to give you a more detailed answer, but a number of things for which we're funded on a terminating measure basis. So there's naturally a point at which some programs that we're funded for will come to a conclusion. And the forward estimates reflect the conclusion fundamentally of terminating measures.
Most of those seem to occur in within not much more than a year, so 27, 28, funding drops from 424 to 387, goes down a bit further the next couple of years. But are we only a year or so away from a bunch of programs terminating?
Yeah, we have a number of programs that will be terminating over the next year.
Can you give me the highlights of what would make up the majority of that $40-odd million reduction?
I might refer to Ms Woodburn, who'll be able to assist you with more detail there, Senator.
Yeah, Senator, I can, Melissa Woodburn, Chief Operating Officer. Senator, I can confirm that one of the big drop-offs that occurs is between the 26-27 year and the 27-28 year is there is a reduction of $25 million, which is the Accessing New Markets initiative. So that's one of the big drops that occurs during that year. There are other programs that drop during that year as well, but that's the big one of the big drops.
Accessing new markets. So that's assistance to exporters, is it? To access new, is that what that is? What is accessing new markets?
Yes, the Accessing New Markets initiative, Senator, was a 2-year program that the government has funded it for 2 years to provide extra support, working together with peak bodies to drive new markets export diversification. So we're now halfway through that, almost halfway through that program.
All right, how much is that on an annual basis? Or
$25 million per year, and then there's been an additional $5 million allocated by the government in the most recent budget, so that would take it up to 25 plus 30.
Is there going to be an effort to try and extend that, or that'll be
certainly within Austrade? We're taking the approach of thinking about the work that we're doing with peak bodies as being enduring, so something that we can look at doing over a longer period of time with peak bodies. Obviously, the amount of resourcing that might be available for the work that we do is always going to be subject to consideration through the relevant budget processes.
Okay. Is this funding primarily for agricultural exports, mining, or a mix?
The funding is for a variety of, really exports across the board. Under the arrangements, we've established a trade diversification network that's made up of 40 peak bodies. Some of those peak bodies also are making up groups of other sub-bodies that are working with them, but it spans the full gamut of peak bodies, including agricultural bodies.
Okay, all right. Is there going to be some kind of review of the program before it ends to inform any potential extension, or just simply to benchmark how it's gone?
There isn't a formal review that has been planned, but it would be a natural thing for us to be continuously monitoring how we're implementing the program.
Okay. So that's 25, maybe 30 odd million by the sound of it, that reduction with the 5 extra. There's not that much more left of the reduction, but is there any tourism grant programs terminating in that 27-28 year?
In the 27-28 year, Senator?
Yeah, well, from 26-27 to 27-28.
There is we receive a grant, No, Senator, not materially.
Okay, not that you can see. Well, maybe you can take on notice if there's anything else. Is there any funding affected for the Thrive 2030 program or implementation?
There's no specific funding for the Thrive 2030 program, but there's a whole range of initiatives that are delivered by not only Austrade but also other Commonwealth departments, and indeed working very, very closely with Tourism Australia, which has a very important role to play in attracting international tourists into Australia. On the administered side of our statements, we will have some of our tourism programs which are time-limited programs, and then their funding will come to an end when they terminate.
So, Senator, just on that, there is one program which is the Boosting Alice Springs Tourism Program, which receives funding in the year 26-27 of $3.75 million, and that's the last year of its funding. So there's no further funding from that year onwards.
Right. Okay. How does it split? I'm just a bit new to this portfolio. You do have a role in promoting the visitor economy and tourism. How does that work with what you do and what Tourism Australia does?
Essentially, our role is in the provision of tourism policy advice and then the administration of some programs. So under the Austrade Act, we've been allocated specific responsibility for the provision of policy advice. Ordinarily, that sort of advice would be provided by a government department. In this case, the function has been allocated to an agency, the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. So we run, in addition to that, we do have responsibility for some programs. Those programs tend to be domestically focused programs. When it comes to tourism promotion and attraction from overseas, Tourism Australia is the relevant body.
Okay. Okay, all right. There has been, and I'll get to this later with Tourism Australia, but there's been significant revenue raised in this budget from an increase in the passenger movement charge, but none of that gets flowed back to your tourism activities, or
no, that funding is not, hypothecated to tourism.
Okay, all right. Just move on to some other topics. Just you are seeking a $9.6 million reduction in consultants, contractors, labour hire and non-wage expenses. How much of that saving is from contractors?
So, Senator, I think you're referring to our savings measures. So I think the number that you just quoted is the year that is in the measures for the year 29 to 30.
Yes, yeah, you missed that. Sorry, it wasn't the question. Yep.
Sorry, I don't have the number in front of me just in terms of how much we spend on contractors, but we don't have a large contractor. We don't have a large contractor base.
Okay.
We don't use contractors for very much work at all, really. In our IT space, we have some contractors, but we don't have a very big material.
So where are those savings coming from? Is it mainly the other elements there? Is it labour hire or?
Yeah, so there'll be a range of areas that we'll look at in terms of where that funding will be able to come from. So we have a lot of our costs are obviously caught up in terms of staff and property, but there'll be other areas that we'll look at in terms of seeing if we can reduce our expenditure.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Have you completed the review of the export market development grants?
Yes, that review has been completed. To be clear, the review's an independent review. That's been completed by the reviewer.
Right, so you contracted out for that. So when was that handed to you then, or was it handed to you?
It was provided to the, I'll stand corrected, but it was provided to the Minister, I believe, on the 21st of May.
21st of May, so not just recently. Is there plans to release the review publicly?
Yes, there's an obligation under the EMDG Act for the report to be released. From memory, that is 15 sitting days.
Oh, okay, so there's a timeline on it. All right. Has the government considered the recommendations of the report yet?
The report's currently with the Minister for consideration.
Okay. All right. Is it expected to be considered by Cabinet, or can the Minister?
That would be a matter for the Minister to consider, Senator.
Okay. So at estimates last, I'm informed that the next EMDG round was not expected till late this year. Is that still the plan?
Yes, with the next round of EMDG, I would imagine and expect that it will be heavily shaped by any recommendations that the independent reviewer makes, and then of course the government's consideration of those recommendations. So we would be imagining that we would be implementing the next round of the program once the government's been able to consider the recommendations, and we've had an opportunity to make any adjustments within our internal processes.
So it sounds like this review has made recommendations.
Could be late this year, could be early next year.
The review has made recommendations for some substantive changes?
I won't go into the detail of recommendations, but in this committee we've traversed the fact that stakeholders have got a number of areas of feedback on the program, and the reviewer's been considering that.
All right. You probably won't answer it then, but are you going to change the tier structure of the grants?
I'll probably wait for the Minister to be able to consider the review, Senator.
Okay. Are you expecting additional funding to be required for future rounds of the EMDG?
Again, I'll leave that as matters to be considered in the context of the review.
Have you done a survey of unsuccessful applicants in round 14?
In round 4?
14. Round 4, sorry, I misread that, round 4.
Round 4. I'm not aware, but I'll turn to my colleague, Ms Gurnich, who will be able to let you know if there's been any analysis done of unsuccessful applicants.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Emma Gooney, Special Advisor, EMDG Program. Senator, we conduct regular surveys of the EMDG Program to our client satisfaction surveys. Most recent wave, 12 this year, included some of the round 4 applicants. We have achieved our target that exporters are reporting that grant has helped them increase their export promotion. We have not done exactly the survey of all unsuccessful applicants in the program, but they had the opportunity to provide feedback through the consultation on the independent review.
Okay, all right, thank you. Moving on, try and get through this quickly. Trade start. I'm told you previously there were 32 locations mentioned for trade start, but this budget's PBS refers to only 30 locations. Have there been a reduction?
We'll see if we've got an officer who might be able to answer that level of detail. Mr Versby may be able to assist you with that number.
Yeah, so last year's PBS says Trade Start Network and ... in 32 locations across Australia. This one on page 77 to 78, same sentence effectively, but it says in 30 locations.
Jason Versby, Acting General Manager Trade. In terms of our Trade Start network, there's been no reduction in the total number of Trade Start advisors across the network.
So what accounts, I've got the particular extracts in front of me. Last year's PBS, page 78, says 32 locations. This year says 30.
We need to take that on notice and come back to you, Senator.
Okay, all right, okay. I was going to ask you, where were they closed? But okay, well, we'll wait for the answers on that one to explain that discrepancy. Just for the record, so that was PBS 25-26, table 1.1, page 78, and then this year's PBS, page 77 to 78. Now, I did ask about the Accessing New Markets initiative. Can I just check which peak bodies are receiving support this year?
Mr Meek is the General Manager leading our Trade Diversification Task Force, which has responsibility for the delivery of the Accessing New Markets initiative, and I'm sure he's got a list of all 40 members of the Trade Diversification Network.
So Jay Meek, General Manager for the Trade Diversification Task Force. So thanks, Senator, for the question. Just maybe from a more overarching perspective, there are 31 peak bodies, also made up with 9 consortiums, equaling total of 40. So there is quite an extensive
All right, maybe
list.
take it on notice.
Yeah.
Has it changed at all this
no,
year?
So
the same list as, for the second
gone,
year?
So for the program, as we stood it up, we went through a competitive process to identify those peaks, and it hasn't changed.
Okay.
We have those peaks in place, and we're developing plans with
All right, well, maybe take that on notice. Trade Resilience Service, are you the right person for that?
I certainly am.
So what's the allocation for that in 26-27?
So it's $1.1 million for a trade resilience service, which is really geared around, obviously, the disruption that's happening, certainly on the back of the Middle East.
Right.
Is one of the primary drivers of that program. And it started in April this year and will run for, at this stage, for 12 months in providing, obviously, information and intelligence to exporters around logistical routes and pathways of how they can export, given the uncertainty that's happening in the Middle East and more globally.
It's an information service, is it?
Yes, it is.
That's what you're providing?
And we use it and put it on our digital platform called the Go Global Toolkit, is where we drive most of the content through webinars and material.
It's freely available?
It's freely available to every business in Australia that wants to look at it.
And do you have data on how many exporters have used it today?
So I think we've got about, on the platform itself, we've had about 8,000 users go through. There's been quite a bit of interest given the disruption to both modes of transport of exporting goods.
Is it just about supply chains, or does it include tariffs, border measures, etc.?
So it's, well, the Go Global Toolkit has a variety of information, but particularly the service that's on there is really about the pathway of exporting goods. and the intelligence, and we do that in partnership with the freight and logistics industry.
Okay. Is there any coordination with other like bodies overseas through these services?
So we obviously use our international network to work with peers, but we actually leverage the freight industry that does quite a bit of work with us on that, just to make sure that businesses are getting timely information about actually what is happening and what it means for them to move their exports.
Okay. Just got some questions about the simplified trade system unit. There's some kind of there was a task force and now there's an STS unit, is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. There's an STS unit. That was funded for a time-limited period.
Okay.
So funding for that unit, indeed the unit itself, will be wound up in a few weeks' time when we reach the 30th of June.
Okay, so why is that happening? Has it done its work, has it? Or?
Well, it's essentially completed its segment of work, and really the next stage on simplified trade is to have a focus on initiatives that will be progressed by the responsible agencies, in particular Border Force and DFAT as the principal agencies, but a number of other agencies involved as well.
Okay. So what has it actually delivered? What's its benefits been?
So its purpose has been fundamentally around coordinating work to date. So it's had a work program of initiatives that's been progressing. Those initiatives are not are nowhere near the end of the simplified trade system set of reforms. It's the beginning. That it will be winding up its work on the 30th of June, and as I say, any of the initiatives that are ongoing will be progressed by the responsible departments.
Okay. I mean, what did actually happen? Were forms cut back or things digitised?
There were a number of initiatives across a range of portfolios. In our own bailiwick, we had responsibility for the Go Global Toolkit, which Mr Meek was just referring to, in providing much better electronic information, via the web, information available to exporters on a broad basis. But there's been a range of other initiatives progressed by DAF, by Border Force and other relevant departments.
Okay. Maybe given the time on notice, could you just maybe outline exactly what's been done there? Like, it sounds good. Sounds like it'd be a good idea. But if you could just outline, exactly what it was about, basically reducing red tape, was it, or
yes, and making
transaction costs?
Yes, not only actually reducing the cost of doing business and simplifying arrangements involving international trade. Ms Bunting, who's just come to the table, will be able to talk in greater detail about specific initiatives.
She wants to add to it.
Otherwise we can take it on notice as well.
Would you like to add something?
Senator Joanna Bunting, Acting General Manager, Government and International Division. I think just to add, the role of the STS unit was in coordinating the portfolio of projects. As the CEO stated, that included projects delivered by agencies other than Austrade, as well as the Go Global Toolkit that was delivered by Austrade. A lot of those projects are moving to sustainment or near completion, and we're very happy to provide the full list on notice.
Okay. All right. Okay. Has there been a reduction in ASL for this budget?
Senator, there has been a reduction in ASL for this budget, so I'll just grab those numbers for you. So in the previous budget, the ASL allocation, so in 25-26 is 1166, and in this budget it is 1138. Predominantly that reduction relates to the terminating measure of the Simplified Trade System unit staff, and so that is the number.
Right.
That's the number.
Okay. That might... Yep, I think that might do me. Okay.
You can't tell me we're going to actually finish the Simplified Trade System.
Senator, it's not the end of this. As you know,
I won't have anything to ask next question.
There's a lot more work to be done, but we're very, very encouraged by the initiatives that will be progressed by Border Force.
Number two reason I'm seeking pre-selection for 6 more years is so I can ask the same question for 6 years.
All right. Well, Chair, that's enough for me for the Trade Investment Commission in Australia.
Okay,
So,
DFA. All right, that's good.
So, you want to take
Well,
a break?
we will have a dinner break. We won't have it as long as we've planned in the program. We'll come back at 6:45. Hopefully that gives people enough time to get something and come back, freshen up, and then we'll be with. So we'll release the current agency. We'll come back with Export Finance Australia, and then we'll be followed by Tourism Australia, and hopefully we'll be done by about 9:30. Is that right, Matt?
No guarantees.
Oh, come on, mate. Otherwise we'll have an hour and a half dinner break. All right, we'll suspend. Thanks.